Joining me on the Daisha couch here at the SETU Centre, where the count has recommenced just now, is Sitting Councillor for Waterford City South, Joanne Bailey.
Hi.
Joanne, day two, how are you feeling?
Good. Tired, long day yesterday, but all looking good now.
So talk to me about yesterday. What's your overall feeling? Because we will begin to talk about transfers in just a minute, because I know there's been a little bit of an update there this morning. But talk to me about how yesterday went for you.
Oh, well, first round voting, and look, the tally's a little bit off yesterday, so it was good to then finally get a proper count and know your number, and everyone got to know their number then heading home last night. And it was 1 o'clock in the morning when we got that first round count, and then obviously City South had someone elected, Donald Barry, so that was good. And so today we are starting with our transfer votes and number twos and all of that, so it's going to be a long few hours again.
And it's been an interesting time on Waterford Council for you, because you were obviously co-opted in place of former Councillor Breatha Brennan when Breatha left, and Breatha's obviously your running mate this year. So how does it feel to have garnered such strong support this year, Joanne?
I'm delighted with the support, and I thank everybody that put their trust in me. And from the minute I got co-opted, I said, right, we have to get out here, let everybody know I have been co-opted. I started the day after. I went into every housing estate in City South, introduced myself, dropped my leaflet, and I said, this is what I'm about, get in touch if you need anything. And then our campaign started, my campaign started. I wanted to do this for a very long time. I was in Sinn Féin, I'm in Sinn Féin 19 years, and I wanted to be on the ticket a long time ago. It didn't work out at the time, so it was this year I was going to be on it regardless. Now, with getting the co-opting seat 3 years ago, it was a bonus, because I was able to give it a 3 years run-in to the election. So building my portfolio and building my support and my team around me as well. So, and only for the team, you wouldn't be here.
Oh, it's half the battle. It is half the battle. So today it's all about transfers. How will today affect you? What do you know already, even though it's quite early in the morning still, Joanne? How are you fixed?
I hope, and then the quota is over 1,000, so I don't know if any, with knockouts and everything, I don't know if there'll be many up to the quota by the end of the day. It's just trying to figure out, what you get from each of the candidates going out. So I think at the moment, there was talk this morning I was getting an extra 60 from the Donald Barry vote, but you never know until it's been announced,
Absolutely, and it's a stressful time. I do appreciate that. When you're looking at certain people being knocked out, you know that you're going to receive perhaps a percentage of their vote. Yeah. And indeed, when people exceed that quota, we might just pause and have a little listen to him for a moment.
Tog Cantor, Cahar Port Larga here. The following is the result of the second count for Waterford City East, which consisted of the distribution of John D. Walsh's 225 votes. Cretson Carl Sinn Féin plus 9, total 410. Darcy Jim Fine Gael plus 10, total 882. Fitzgerald Pat Sinn Féin plus 29, total 885. Griffin Caroline Sinn Féin plus 4, total 344. Keating Stephanie Fianna Fáil plus 4, total 476. Power Jody Green Party plus 11, total 641. Roach Mary Social Democrats plus 7, total 650. Ryan Darren Non-Party plus 63, total 635. Wise Adam Fianna Fáil plus 18, total 1,080. Non-transferable papers 70. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. I will proceed now to distribute David Daniel's surplus of 93 votes. Thank you.
Joanne, we've just heard there updates on the further count for Waterford City East. No candidate has been elected at this point, but we've received the transfer votes. So just to pick up on a number of those, Mary Roach has gained an additional 7 votes there to bring her to 650. Sinn Féin's Caroline Griffin has received +4, bringing her to 344. Stephanie Keating, Fianna Fáil, received another 4 to bring her to 476. The female vote is not doing as well as we would hope.
The last time there was 2 female candidates elected out of 32, and we between co-options we had 6 at the end, and it was great because, in my opinion, the women do more work than men, and we are very contactable and people come to us, but then we're not represented enough on the council. So I'm hoping today now, with looking at them numbers, there probably will be another woman. I'm hoping to be elected, and Lola is in. So there's 2 of us are probably there, and then there's a few then fighting for a place this evening. So
to name
hopefully
a few,
we do increase it from 2, possibly maybe up to 4.
Yep.
So look, it's a step in the right direction. It's
There
all
is,
now for the next round, and transfers again. So we might get another woman or 2 over.
And we'd seen a national campaign for women for election, and I think it was a record number of female candidates put themselves forward this year for election. We had our existing sitting councillors here in Waterford, but also there were several other candidates who were female that put their names forward to try and reduce the disparity between male and female candidates.
Like, I'm so proud of the Sinn Féin team. We went out and wanted 50% of female candidates, and we have great community activists: Alana Smith, Susie Duffin, Caroline Griffin, Breda Brennan. They mightn't be in this time, but the campaign starts now. So if they're serious about politics, and if any person that didn't get in today, male or female, are serious about politics, it's now. Start now. They won't leave Sinn Féin. They won't leave to doing their community work. But then people will start realising that they are doing the work. They are on the ground. So this will boost them for the next time. Alana Smith, young female candidate, 300 and odd votes on her first time out. When I was her age, I would have been delighted with that vote. So, keep the head, and think of 5 years. It's very fast.
And it is strong inroads, and I think for a seismic shift like that to happen, it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to be a very long road, a very long campaign. Let's look at the reality for a moment, and looking at these numbers, there's still quite a lot we don't know, Joanne, in terms of who will retain their seat, who will perhaps gain a new seat, and who will lose their seat. What would it mean, do you think, if looking at some of these names here, we were to lose some existing female councillors, or for those who had put their names in the hat to not be elected that were female? How important is that female voice in the council chambers?
Very important. Like I said, I do feel people come to women more, for phone calls. Our houses are always open for tea and the chats, and we get work done. But the female candidates that are there, they're not going to close the door. They're still going to help people. So it'll be hard that they don't get elected, but they'll keep working away for their communities, definitely.
And let's look at the role of women for a minute. It's very early in the morning to be talking about this, but let's look at the role of women for a moment, because I'm a mum, you're a mum.
Yes.
No matter what strides we make in society, much of the burden still falls, I think you'll agree, to women, whether that be the phone call from the school, whether it be having to juggle additional things in work. Do you think that female candidates and sitting female councillors have more of an understanding of the real issues, whether that be creche spaces, whether that be cost of living?
Yeah, it's hard because you're trying to balance everything, as you said, but I don't think men understand that we do get the phone call or whatever from the school, and so it's just trying to get more women involved. And if you are thinking about getting involved, is to come forward now, and like, it's not scary, you're well able. Join your party. She
says it's not scary as she sits on this couch looking terrified.
True. But look, politics is great, and we've all been in it a long time. It's a hard slog to get where you are, but if you're determined, you will. So yeah, I say to any woman that's thinking about it, just contact me Tuesday and we'll have a good chat.
And just to look at your fellow colleagues within council chambers, we still don't know anything. That's important to say. Nothing is definite yet.
Yeah.
But Green Party councillor Christina Kiley's numbers at the moment are not looking great.
Okay.
Stephanie Keating, I mean, there's a hard fight. I know Mary Roach may find herself fighting it out for that last seat. There's a fight on the hands here. How will you personally feel if they're not re-elected? Because I know you're all on different parties, but does it matter sometimes, Joanne?
I don't know. It's hard when you don't know what's happening yet. So I can't really say like she's going to lose her seat or he's going to lose, because we don't know with transfers. It could go any way. So we could be sitting here with 5 women later on, because Catherine Whelan out in Portlaw, she's in the running as well, or Sinn Féin candidate. So, you don't know until it comes down to what were we the last time? Down to the 12th count, and there was a change up again on the council. So, I'll be delighted if there'll be more women there. We can set up our caucus, and hopefully then we'll start doing more events around introducing women, getting more speakers in. I know in the last year of the council this term, there was a bit of work done around the caucus work and trying to promote women and trying to do different meetings and going in and talking to women in business and all. So we probably just need a little bit of a restructure, get back to the caucus and start there again, and letting open up the doors for more women to come in and to put their name in the hat.
Joanne, last question. We're one day down of our election counts. We're very early in the morning here on the Sunday. I'll ask you at this hour of the day, would you do it again?
Yes.
Will I ask you later?
100%. I hope I'll be elected later on. I think my numbers look good, and my campaign started last night. I will be... If I hopefully I'm in now later, but
you'll be handing out leaflets outside the front door.
I have my leaflets ticket. No, I will definitely be running again in 5 years.
Joanne, we'll catch up a little bit later on.
Thank
all right.
You so
Thank
much.
You so much.
Thank you.
election. It's almost 10 o'clock. Time to browse the Book Centre online. The Book of the Month, bestsellers, children's titles, books and magazine subscriptions and gift vouchers are all just a click away when you shop 24/7 on thebookcentre.ie.
Across Waterford, on mobile and the smart speaker, this is Waterford's WLR.
WLR News at 10 o'clock. Good morning, I'm Colin Butler. Counting went on late into the night at SETU Arena for the local election 2024 results. 8 candidates were elected, with the count suspended after 1 a.m. this morning. WLR News editor Kieran Foley is back out at the count centre with the news team, and we'll now cross live. Kieran, a busy day of counting resumes.
Good morning, Kyle. Yes, certainly. And since I last spoke with you, I have some additional information because we have had the results of the second count of the Waterford City East local electoral area. And in this electoral area last night, we saw the election of independents David Daniels and Declan Barry on the first count last night, as their vote exceeded the quota of 1,238, with David Daniels gaining 1,331 and Declan Barry 1,257. So the votes of John D. Walsh of the Irish People, he was eliminated, and as a result of the second count, we have Adam Wise of Fianna Fáil on 1,080 votes. We have Jim Darcy, Sinn Féin's Pat Fitzgerald on 885, a sitting councillor along with Adam Wise. Then we have Jim Darcy of Fine Gael, who previously served as a councillor and has decided to seek re-election. He's on 882. He's followed by Mary Roach, a sitting councillor for the Social Democrats, formerly an independent. She's on 650. Jody Power of the Green Party, who is the current Metropolitan Mayor, he's on 641. Darren Ryan, a new independent candidate, he's on 635. And that's followed by Stephanie Keating of Fianna Fáil, a sitting councillor who was co-opted to replace Eddie Mulligan. She's on 476. Carl Kretzen, a new candidate for Sinn Féin, he's on 410. And finally, Caroline Griffin, a new candidate for Sinn Féin, she's on 344. So no solid result, Kyle, as a result of the second count for Waterford City East, but certainly looking very well for Fianna Fáil's Adam Wise in terms of taking the third seat in this local electoral area.
Certainly, Kieran, we will cross back over to you in the next half hour or so. And as you heard there were several candidates who were elected to Waterford City and County Council. Here is the moment Councillor Lola O'Sullivan regained her seat in the Tramore City West electoral area.
O'Sullivan Lola, Fine Gael, 1,313. As the votes of Lola O'Sullivan exceed the quota, I deem her to be elected.
WLRFM.com, Waterford News 24/7.
Meanwhile, nationally, counting is back underway in the local elections across the country. European ballot boxes have also been opened in the last hour. Sean Defoe reports.
Boxes started being opened in the European elections this morning, with counting getting underway later, but even if a first count is done, it can't be announced until 10 o'clock tonight when polls close across the rest of Europe. 197 of the 949 local election seats have been filled, with some of those counts going on into the very early hours of the morning. The pace of counting has varied massively. Leitrim County Council, the first to fill all of its seats, while some have yet to even announce a first count. There's a straight shootout between Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil to be the largest party in local government, while it's been a very poor election so far for Sinn Féin, polling around 11% on votes currently counted.
In other news, a search for an 84-year-old woman missing from County Galway has been stood down following the discovery of a body. Teresa Tannion was last seen over a week ago at her home in Kilina in Gort. Gardaí say the body of a woman was found in the area yesterday and further searches have been called off. They've issued a statement thanking the public and the media for their assistance.
Waterford Sport.
With H&H Motors Dacia. Test drive the 242 Dacia range today at H&H Motors.
Beginning with soccer, the Jimmy Searson Ardagh Premier Cup final takes place at Ogier Park this afternoon, with the Tramore defending their title against Hibs. In the last 3 meetings between these sides, 22 goals have been scored, so fireworks can be expected later today. While Tramore are looking for back-to-back titles, Hibs are looking to add to the 7 titles already in the cabinet at Mitchell Park. Tramore boss Lee Quilty tells us it all comes down to this one game.
You go into every season wanting to win the league, wanting to win all the trophies you enter, and the fact that we, this is the last one left, I think, for the lads, it's a big game tomorrow. We can, win this and kick on into the short season next year.
Kick-off at Ogier is at 3.
For Waterford news and sport in your pocket, download the WLR app from the App Store.
And finally, in athletics, Ireland's big Saturday night hopes evaporated last night at the European Athletics Championships in Rome. With the details, here's Will Downing.
A session of some promise for Ireland, but Sarah Lavin clipped the second hurdle to finish 7th in the women's 100 hurdles final. Gold in a championship record to Serena Samba Mayella of France. Israel Olatunde was 7th in his 100 metres semi, and Italy 1-2 here, led by Olympic champion Lamont Jacobs. Brian Fay 14th in the men's 5,000 metres final, as Jakob Ingebrigtsen took the honours again. Oisin Lane was 23rd in the men's 20k walk, as Sweden's Perseus Karlström, coached by Rob Heffernan, and with bases in Cork and Dungarvan, took the gold. Second, Spain's Paul McGrath, whose grandparents are Irish, and Sandra Perkovic-Elkasevich won women's discus gold for Croatia for the 7th Euros in a row. Will Downing, Rome.
And that's the latest. Stay tuned on air and on our live streams on Facebook throughout the day for all your election coverage from the SETU Arena. WRFM.com is the home of Waterford News and Sport. Download our app for free today.
Okay, so we've had the results of the second count in the Waterford City East electoral area, and it has positioned Fianna Fáil's Adam Wise very well. He's now on 1,080 votes, looking very well placed to take the third seat. Adam, what's your reaction to that count?
Well, look, first off, I want to thank everyone that did vote for me. I'm very proud. It's the biggest vote I've ever gotten. My vote's gone up 19% since the previous term, but it's made it very interesting in this ward because you actually have a number of sitting councillors that are looking likely to possibly lose the seat. Darren Ryan, Ballygunner man, has just gotten a good transfer from John D. Welsh. And now they're redistributing David Daniels' vote, so it's gonna make a lot of changes. There's about 15 votes now between 3 candidates for the last seat.
And of course the result last night, a huge independent vote with both David Daniels and Declan Barry being elected on the first count. That was a really significant result, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't really surprising though, because this ward has always been independent. Like in 2014, they elected 3 independents in our ward. They elected 2 the last time, obviously, and last time you had Matt Shanahan as an independent, got 1,720 votes, I believe. So those people were looking for someone to vote for, and they kept voting independent. So we knew, myself and Councillor Stephanie Keaton during the election, we knew that there was going to be maybe 2, maybe 3 independents elected, and we were up for a bit of a tough fight. And it's panned out kind of the way that we assumed as well.
And it was quite poignant, Adam, when I spoke with David Daniels last night. He spoke about receiving the endorsement from the electorate because obviously he was co-opted onto the seat which was occupied by his late father Davy for so long. You know what that feels like, yeah. And it must bring up so many different emotions.
I went outside to Davy at about, I'd say, 11 o'clock last night, and I said to him, I said, genuinely, David, put politics aside, I'm very, very proud of you, and I'm very delighted for you, because I know what it's like to step into the shoes and have people doubt you and tell you that you're not going to be good enough, you're not going to be as good as your dad. And a lot of people have a problem with it as well, that, you know, that the son can just come in or the daughter can just come in. But that's, like, we don't choose that. That's just the system it was. So I know what kind of pressure David would have felt. I know he would have felt that he had to do his family proud. I was just happy to see him get the kind of vote that his dad did get. I didn't want to see his vote drop, believe it or not. I wanted to see David top the poll. I told everyone on the doors David would top the poll, and that came true for him as well. So his family are very proud of him, and they're a lovely family, and they wouldn't say a bad word about anyone. And the Daniels just work with everybody. They're not anti-Fianna Fáil, anti-government, anything like this. They just want the best for Waterford. So I was really happy for David. And
we're in a situation now where you're almost one of the veteran councillors for this electoral area. How does that feel? Yeah, I think I'm like 5th or 6th longest serving city councillor now, and I just turned 30 last week, so it's a good claim to fame. Yeah, it's a bit of a strange one, but yeah, I've been in politics for almost 11 years now, and look, if I hopefully get over the line today, I'll be coming up on 15, 16 years on Waterford City and County Council, so I'm just very, very happy with the people that supported me, and like I said, my vote went up again, which shows I'm hopefully doing something right, and people continue to believe in the Wise name. Okay, well, we'll keep a close eye on the results, and the very best of luck, Councillor Adam Wise. Thanks. Okay, sticking with Waterford City East and staying with Fianna Fáil candidates, I'm delighted to be joined by Councillor Stephanie Keating. Stephanie, as I mentioned, we've had the results of the second count for Waterford City East. That places you on 476 votes. What's your reaction to that?
I suppose I could see this pattern emerging yesterday with a big swing to the independents. Now, Waterford City East has always returned independent strongly. So a little disappointed in my own vote. Very pleased for Adam, Councillor Adam Wise, in the increase of his vote. So look, we held okay. We had about 20% the last time in the ward, and I think we're on about 18.75. So not too big of a slip. So, you know, from that perspective, happy enough.
And what's your reaction, Stephanie, in relation to the Fianna Fáil vote in Waterford as a whole?
A little bit disappointed, to be honest. Looking at it, we don't seem to have any poll toppers anymore, you know, and traditionally we would have. So that's a little bit disappointing. We will, in the city, I think we will return 3. We had 4. The county is down a little bit. Realistically, I suppose we're looking at 2. We had 3. So overall, I suppose it is a little bit disappointing.
And your canvass and your campaign, you were very active,
Yes.
You were out and about for many months. What was the reaction like on the doorsteps?
The reaction was very good. I had a fantastic team around me and we worked really, really hard. So the reaction was good, but I could feel that swing to the independents on the door. I did get a lot of acknowledgement for work I've done in the area. I've always been a community activist and things that I've delivered. So that was great, but you could feel it on the doors.
And my colleague Dymphna spoke with Joanne Bailey just a short time ago about the female representation on Waterford Council. How important is it to retain significant female representation on the council?
It's very important and we're not going to do it. It's very, very worrying. I think nationally it's very worrying. I don't know what it is. I can't figure it out. There's been great support from Fianna Fáil to encourage women to run, and I know in other parties it's the same. It's not working. I don't know where we're going to go with it. You look at Finland and other countries where they have a list system. Do we need to do that? I don't know, but it is very disappointing for the women that won't be elected. We had 6 councillors the last time. Now only one of those, believe it or not, was elected the last time. The others were from co-options, etc. So parties are willing to put women forward, but the public are not voting for women. Women are not voting for women. I don't think you should do it for the sake of it, but there are some really, really good female candidates. We're just not seen as serious contenders for whatever reason, I don't know.
And was that something you were picking up on the doorstep?
No, you don't pick it up on the door. You actually pick up the opposite. You have women saying to you, we need more women in. But when it comes to that lovely ballot box, it doesn't work, you know.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on the vote, Stephanie, and the very best of luck to yourself, of course, co-opted to replace Eddie Mulligan. Were you glad you made the decision and served on the council?
Absolutely, and I've said it to my family in that no one can take away from the fact, excuse me, that I was a councillor for 18 months. I think I delivered. I think I was an articulate representative. I definitely helped people who didn't think that they had a voice, so I'm delighted.
Okay, thanks, Stephanie.
The Tog Cantor, Cahar Port Larga Haas. The following is the result of the second count of Waterford City South. This consisted of the distribution of Donald Barry's 233 votes. The distribution is as follows. Bailey Joanne Sinn Féin plus 17, total 729. Brennan Breda Sinn Féin plus 14, total 300. Burke Kevin Sinn Féin plus 12, total 532. Burns Vivian Fianna Fáil plus 18, total 361. Carol Lisa non-party plus 25, total 216. Curtin Patrick People Before Profit Solidarity plus 7, total 140. English Eric non-party plus 8, total 89. Griffin Sinead Ellen Social Democrats plus 4, total 144. Hearn John Sinn Féin plus 35, total 1,065. Murphy Jason Fianna Fáil plus 22, total 968. Ní Cleary, Melissa, Green Party, +3, total 165. Quinlan, Frank, Fine Gael, +19, total 653. Reinhardt, Sean, non-party, +29, total 372. Ryan, Seamus, Labour, +20, total 610. No non-transferable papers. As the votes of John Hearn exceed the quota, I deem him to be elected. There is an undistributed surplus as follows. John Hearn, 7. The distribution of the available surplus could not materially affect the progress of the count because such distribution cannot elect the highest continuing candidate, save the expenses of the lowest continuing candidate, or save the lowest candidate from exclusion. I will now proceed, therefore, to exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. They are the 89 votes of Eric English. And the following is the result of the second count in Tramore, Waterford City West, which consisted of the distribution of Lola O'Sullivan's 137 votes. Cleary Ronan, Aontú, +2, total 277. Conway Joe, non-party, +24, total 895. Dooley Samantha, Party for Animal Welfare, +1, total 82. Duffin Susan, Sinn Féin, +2, total 326. Galway Michael, Independent Ireland, +3, total 154. Griffin Jim, Sinn Féin, +5, total 744. Hannigan Blaze, non-party, +18, total 939. Hayes Ritchie, Fine Gael, +27, total 267. Hayes John, Sinn Féin, +4, total 249. Hutchinson Smith Alana, Sinn Féin, +1, total 317. Kelly Joe, non-party, +5, total 1,074. Kylie Christina, Green Party, +16, total 389. Mangan Killian, non-party, +5, 331. McKnight Mairead, Labour, +3, total 242. O'Neill Melissa, non-party, +0, total 69. Quinlan Eamon, Fianna Fáil, +21, 697 total. No non-transferable papers. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidates and distribute their votes, that being the 69 votes of Melissa O'Neill and the 82 votes of Samantha Dooley. Thank you.
broadband speeds. For all who dare to dream, for all the battles that need to be fought, and for all on the other side of the world.
We love you, Granny!
Because this is Ireland's network, with Ireland's most reliable broadband speeds. Join the network made for all. Go in store or visit air.ie. Air. For all. Subject to availability and location. For UCLA substantiation and full terms, see air.ie/reliable.
Wake up and smell the coffee. McDonald's coffee.
Timmy on Sunday on WLR. Thanks to McDonald's Waterford.
I'm loving it.
A very good morning. Coming up very soon, Mr. Roy Orbison. But right now we're heading over live to SETU Arena, to the Count Centre in Waterford, to Dyfna Nugent.
Hello, Timmy. How are you this morning?
Hello. Good morning, young lady. How are you?
I am wonderful. I'm fueled by caffeine. Sure, I'm always a little bit busy, Timmy. Timmy, we've had a lot of action here happen over the last little while, so if you will humour me, I will go through it with you. So results have come in from the distribution of votes across the region. So let's begin with Waterford City South. Donal Barry's votes have been distributed following his election. Joanne Bailey, Sinn Féin, has received 17 votes. She now sits at 729. Breatha Brennan, also Sinn Féin, has received 14 votes. She's sitting at 300. Kevin Burke, Sinn Féin, has received 12. He's sitting at 532. Fianna Fáil's Vivian Burns has received 18. She's 361. Independents, Lisa Carroll, has received 25. She's at 216. People Before Profits, Patrick Curtin, has received 7. He's sitting at 140 votes. Eric English, we'll come back to him in just a moment, received 8. He's sitting at 89. Sinead Ellen Griffin received 4. She's at 144. John Hearn has received 35. He's sitting at 1,065. Fianna Fáil's Jason Murphy has received 22 from Donal Barry's votes. He sits at 968. Melissa Nicleary has received +3, so she sits at 165, and she's a Green Party candidate. Fine Gael's Frank Quinlan has received 19. He's at 653. Sean Reinhardt received 29. He's at 372. And Labour's Seamus Ryan received 20, and he is sitting at 610. That means eliminated from that, following those distribution of votes, is Independent's Eric English. So he has 89 votes now to be distributed, and we have an elected candidate who has exceeded that quota, and that is Sinn Féin's John Hearn, and we will come back to John in just a moment. So John Hearn is our latest candidate to be elected for Sinn Féin in Waterford City South. Moving to Tramore, Waterford City West, the distribution of Fine Gael's Lola O'Sullivan's votes have taken place. She has given 2 to Ronan Cleary, who stands at 277. Joe Conway, Independent, she has given 24 votes to. He's sitting at 895. Samantha Dooley has received 1 vote from the distribution of Lola's votes, and she sits at 82. Susan Duffin, Sinn Féin candidate, she received 2 votes. She's at 326. Michael Galway received 3. He's at 154. Sinn Féin's Jim Griffin has received 5. He is at 744. Blaise Hannigan, Independent, has received 18 votes from that distribution of votes. He's at 939. Richie Hayes has received 27. He's at 267. Fianna Fáil's Eamon Quinlan received 21. He's at 697. Melissa O'Neill didn't receive any there, so she's at 69. Mairead McKnight is at 242. Killian Mangan received 5. He's at 331. Green Party's Christina Kiley received 16. She's at 389. John Hayes received 4. He is at 249. Alana Hutchinson Smith received 1. She's at 317. And Joe Kelly received 5, and he's at 1,074. So from that, no candidates were elected, but we were in a position to see 2 candidates eliminated, and that is Melissa O'Neill and Samantha Dooley. So their votes will now be redistributed. So I am joined here by John Hearn. I'm just going to check, do we have time to speak with John? We do indeed. Sinn Féin's John Hearn, you have just been elected.
No,
congratulations, sir.
No, it's always fantastic to be elected. You know, it's very, very humbling to think that people would put their trust in you, you know, and we go back to the same thing again, you know, the great community I come from and the great support we get there. And this year we won the All-Ireland again for the best community in Ireland. So it's a great double for us now this year. So we'll certainly celebrate it this evening. And I'd like to thank Kieran Brown, my excellent Director of Elections, and my own wife, Mary Pat, and the rest of the lads on the team, because without them it just doesn't happen.
John, I know that you are so heavily involved in the Stoke and Larchville and in so many individual projects, and I know that sometimes we can get caught up in the buzz of elections, going out canvassing, being here for the 2 solid days. What does it really mean, John, to know that the people actually put their faith in you yet again, and that you're here with such high tallies? It must be very humbling.
Yeah, we done extremely well. We were very keen to bring along the other candidates with us in the party. I think we got over 30% of the vote. And it's not that we don't do it every time. We do it the last 3 elections, we've done it. And the template is there. Community work, engaging with your members, getting them on board, getting out, just doing the work. It's the politics of association. When they associate you with good work, and the leadership that you're out all the time, and they know you're out all the time, and they'll come with you. So it's always your community come in behind you and help you. Then when they know you're struggling, they'll come in and say, they'll give you a hand, and that's the beauty of it. But the great thing about the great place we do live is that it's only going to get better. Last week we had a big the national conference in the area where all the different stakeholders were going to put in money in to make it better. And that's what it's about, just lifting people up and bringing people to a better place. Martin McGuinness always said to me, politics is simple. He said, just bring people to a better place. And it is as simple as that, and hard work. But the beauty of community work is you see great results. You know, you could spend a lot of the time in the Dáil and you'd be driving up and down, but when you see the difference, like we got 5,000 last week just to plant trees, apple trees and plum trees, so the whole place will be covered in apple and plum trees now next year. We already have a few growing this year, but it's just bringing your people up and bringing your people up with you. Yeah.
And John, it was a very different strategy this time round. I know that Joanne Bailey is faring very well in votes, and she received 17 there from the distribution of Donald Barry's votes. Talk to me briefly just about that decision to run additional candidates, because you got such strong support, but now Joanne has also received strong support. That's filtering on down.
But if you see the engagement we do in the community, you don't have to put anybody down here. If you just lift everybody up, people know leadership when they see it and they want to be part of it. So when you have a winning team, people sign up to it because they want to be part of a good thing. It's like any good winning team, people will sign up for it and they want to be part of it and make it a happy place to be and make it comfortable for them. And they'll see the advantage in it because their kids get it, you know, everybody gets it better. And if it's getting better for everybody, that's what politics is about. And it's great, you know, we were told it's the most deprived place in the 32 counties, and yet we win every award that's going. And even all the different projects, when you're tying in people all the time, even the likes of the Frank Leahy run, you keep tying in groups, you're only sowing the seeds to your own success in the sense that people know that it's good things are going to happen and they want to be part of it.
John, I really appreciate your time.
Yeah.
A huge congratulations again. There's massive support here in SET Arena for you. Thank you very much, John.
And thank you very much, Timber. Yeah. Thanks again.
All right, there's Nugent live in Waterford at the Count Centre at the SETU Arena.
Okay, I'm delighted to be joined on the Daoise couch now by Sinn Féin candidate for the Lismore electoral area, Donncha Mulcahy. You're very welcome, Donncha.
Thank you very much.
How are you feeling today?
Oh, it's been a roller coaster. My heart's in my stomach. It's too close to call. It's a real dogfight in the Lismore LEA. I put my best foot forward for the whole campaign. It's over to the people of West Waterford now, so we'll just have to take it as it comes. The next couple of hours will tell a lot. Sinn Féin, we've been working hard. There's a good grafter party, so I'm happy to be involved with the guys. Yeah, it was a lot of work. A lot of work gone into it, I must say. We have a great team there from Dave Cullinan down. A great support system. Conor McGuinness as well. He's a great. Just give me every bit of help I can to try and get this over the line, and hopefully we'll bring the first Sinn Féin seat to Lismore LEA.
Because I mean that would be quite significant, Donncha, and the Lismore electoral area is shaping up to be an area of change. Just to recap, you might tell us a little bit about yourself and how you actually got involved in local politics.
Yeah, I suppose I'm involved in business in Tallow. I'm a plumber by trade. I have a wife at home with a small man. He's floating around here somewhere today. And I suppose I got in politics a couple of years ago. I joined Sinn Féin. I feel that we needed change, and I thought Sinn Féin were the party to bring change to our area. So that's how I ended up. And then, I ended up being elected as a candidate there. And yeah, it's been a hammer and thong since. Knocking on doors. I suppose I was doing a lot of good stuff for the community. up until the election, but I suppose I was highlighting it more through our business. We've been doing a lot of fundraisers and sponsorship and stuff like that. So yeah, it's been a roller coaster of a ride, and whatever the outcome today, I'm proud of people around me, I'm proud of Sinn Féin, and I'm proud of what we've achieved.
And from canvassing around the Lismore electoral area, Donegal, what were the issues which were arising on the doorsteps?
The same old potholes and lights. I think one of the biggest issues I have we have in our area is mental health and suicide. I think one week alone there between Dungarvan and Youghal, we lost 6 people to suicide. That's, I find, our biggest issue in the area, and it's something, if I'm elected or not, it's something I'd like to keep continuing to do work for.
And what do you feel at a practical level you as a councillor and Waterford Council as a collective can do to address that issue?
I suppose I can just kind of tell you what I've done so far to try and address it. I suppose through our business, we do kayaking on the River Bride and the River Blackwater, but we do a fundraiser every year for Darkness into Light. This year we took a more of a direct approach. So myself and Conor McGuinness had put a survey together to send out to the people of West Waterford. 270 people done that survey. We had a public meeting in Lismore Heritage Centre. There's about 50 people turned up in the night. We gave the findings out. Out of the 50 people that turned up, there was 11 people spoke. Out of that 11 people, they'd all lost someone. So there was a lot of sorrow, a lot of anger, a lot of hurt in the room. Since then, we done a fundraiser and we raised over €1,000, and we have 2 training days lined up over the next 2 weeks to train people to help with mental health. So that's kind of the stepping stones that we're aiming for on a community base. And that's what I'm saying, like whether I'm elected or not, that work will continue. We have a WhatsApp group of maybe over 100 people involved, and people who really want to help, because we can't go on the way we're going, you know.
And there is such fantastic community spirit in your area. We saw, for example, following the floods in Tallow last October, how people really rallied around to support one another.
Yeah, that's it. When that happened, all the local farmer lads and they all just jumped in, and it's great all across the far west Waterford. We've great communities, every one of them, to be honest. Whether you're in Ballysaggart, Torreen, Cappoquin, Lismore, Tallow, they all pull together. It's a great community to be a part of, and it's a little hidden gem when it comes to tourism, you know. That's what I love about it so much.
Okay, well, we'll eagerly await the results of the 3rd count in the Lismore electoral area. But for the moment, Donncha Mulcahy, candidate for Sinn Féin, thank you very much for speaking to us on the Daisha Couch.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me.
Adine Ushla, Seo Alanis, Tora Korev, over Ado, the Tog Cantor, Portlock, Culmac Tomashin. The following is the result of the 2nd count for Portlaw Kilmacthomas, which consisted of the distribution of Liam Brazel's 683 votes. Burke Catherine Sinn Féin plus 88, total 688. Clune Declan non-party plus 95, total 993. Conway Frank non-party plus 47, total 521. Duggan Ben Sinn Féin plus 13, total 355. Gyrey Thomas Sinn Féin plus 24, total 341. Murphy Ray Fianna Fáil plus 97, total 520. O'Leary John Fianna Fáil plus 307, total 1,411. Power Declan, the Irish people, plus 12, total 106. No non-transferable papers. As the votes of John O'Leary exceed the quota, I deem him to be elected. I will now proceed to distribute Shawnee Power surplus of 255 votes. And we also have the second count for the Dungarvan local electoral area. The result of the second count consisted of the distribution of Damien Gagan's 273 votes. Cronin Tom Fianna Fáil plus 26, 1,256. Curran Padraig non-party plus 3, total 41. Hallahan Karen non-party plus 13, total 308. Joyce Aaron non-party plus 132. Morrison Roger non-party plus 1, total 71. Murphy Monica Fine Gael plus 42, total 510. Nugent Pat Fine Gael plus 61, total 1,134. O'Fuelon Christor Green Party plus 12, total 357. O'Riordan Joe non-party plus 24, total 651. O'Donnell Seamus non-party plus 12, total 474. Phelan Thomas Labour plus 43, total 829. Regan Fiona Sinn Féin plus 6, total 210. Shaw Jonathan non-party plus 20, total 264. Whelan Siobhan Sinn Féin plus 9, total 218. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. I will now proceed to distribute Conor D. McGuinness's surplus of 97 votes. Thank you.
Smart speaker. This is Waterford's WLR.
WLR News at 11 o'clock. Good morning, I'm Kyle Butler. Counting continues at SETU Arena for the local elections. Count 3 for Lismore and Waterford City East are underway, while counts 2 for all other local electoral areas are ongoing, with some results after emerging. We will now cross live to Kieran Foley at SETU Arena. Kieran, I believe there's been some success for Sinn Féin and Fianna Fáil.
Yes, some success for Sinn Féin, Kyle, with John Hearn elected in the Waterford City South electoral area. And within the last few moments, we have had another result, this time in the Portlaw Kilmacthomas electoral area, also known as Cumra, as we've had the results of the second count. So last night we had Fine Gael's Liam Brazel topping the poll here with 1,982 votes. He was followed by his party colleague Shawnee Power on 1,554. Both were elected after exceeding the quota. So following the distribution of Liam Brazel's surplus votes of 683, that left us with Fianna Fáil's John O'Leary on 1,411, Declan Clune, Independent, on 993, Catherine Burke of Sinn Féin, 688, Frank Conway, Independent, 521, Ray Murphy of Fianna Fáil, 520, Ben Duggan of Sinn Féin, 355, and Declan Power, the Irish People, 106. So following the result, Fianna Fáil's John O'Leary has taken the third seat in the Portlaw Kilmacthomas area. And I'm delighted to say now, Kyle, that John joins me now. And John, another wonderful result for yourself.
Yeah, thanks very much, Kieran. Indeed, a wonderful result. I'm absolutely thrilled and delighted to be going back into Waterford City and County Council as a member of the Fianna Fáil party, my beloved party. And I want to absolutely thank my family, first and foremost, Eileen and Brian, Laura and Edwina, and my grandchildren who are looking in here at me now, Chloe and Phoebe, who is at home going to a party. But it's a wonderful day for our family. But more than that, it's a wonderful day as well for the Fianna Fáil party. And looking straight in at me there was Deputy Mary Butler, who I rely so much on as well for her office, and Carmel Hennebury, who does such much work for us in the office in Dungarvan both and in Waterford. So listen, it's you won't make this on your own. This takes teamwork, takes a lot of people, but the results are here for me today, and I'm honoured and thrilled and delighted.
And you said, John, we've had such a resounding result for the Fine Gael party within this district, but you're certainly, pulling it out of the bag for Fianna Fáil. What was the reaction on the doorsteps, when you were calling, and what issues were people raising with you in relation to the Fianna Fáil party?
Yeah, I have to say, maybe I'm a well-known figure. This is my fourth election, but the reactions on the door has always been one of pleasantries, I have to say. People welcome me most of the times, and people have pints to make and do make pints. I suppose one of the burning issues on the doors was the normal ones, housing and the immigrant situation. These are issues which the government will tackle going forward and are at the moment trying to deal with. So I suppose taking it to a local perspective, I suppose speed, believe it or believe not, and we're local representatives, we're county councils, and we deal with the problems that local people have. And one of my always has been one of my I suppose specialities in the council is road safety, and at the moment I think the road deaths in Ireland at the moment is up to about 84 to 85 people, way too far. It horrifies me when I listen to yourselves on WR, your news, on national news, and hear the death on the road. It's so sad. It's such a tragedy for families. If anything I can do and have been doing over my term as a councillor is to improve road safety at all times.
And of course, in your own area, the Kilmeaden Ballyduff area, in many ways the spread of Waterford City is impacting on that area and creating issues which may previously have not been in that area.
Yes, of course. There was a lot of house building going on in the Kilmeaden area. Cloughaun is a new housing estate there. Lots of families now finding new homes, being able to buy new homes under the various government schemes, which are some very good schemes. And again, housing was an issue as well. And yes, indeed, but it does as well, I suppose, Kieran. It makes more work for me, but I'm delighted to do it. I'm delighted to see new families settling in Kilmeaden, but more than that, I'm delighted to see families getting housed, and that is the aim and objective of the government party going forward, and it has to be. And I at local level will always raise those issues at the Comrade District meetings.
And there are lots of people from Kilmeaden and Ballyduff area here today, but during your canvass you met with many different people across that area as well.
I met with loads of people, but I have to mention two people who went out yesterday morning, collected by my good friend and worker Pat McGrath. And Pat McGrath yesterday morning got two people in the Knockerderry area of Kilmeaden. It was Kathleen Whelan, who was a young 97-year-old, and Josephine Welsh, who was a 96-year-old in Knockerderry, who came to the polling booth in Ballyduff to vote for John O'Leary. Could I also mention before I do, that really gave me a lift yesterday, that two people of that age would go to the polling booth and vote for John O'Leary. But could I just give one final mention to my director of elections? The man nearly killed me going from door to door. There was no let up with Eddie Mears and his wife Eileen. Every time, every day, without it, they just kept pushing me. So I want to pay deep gratitude to them.
Great. Well, congratulations once again, John. So, Kyle, that's the very latest from the Count Centre here in Waterford. 3 candidates elected in the Portlaw Kilmacthomas area: Liam Brazel and Shawnee Power for Fine Gael and John O'Leary for Fianna Fáil. And we'll have further updates on air and online.
Thanks for that update, Kieran.
WLRFM.com, Waterford News 24/7.
In other news, a search for an 84-year-old woman missing from County Galway has been stood down following the discovery of a body. Teresa Tannion was last seen over 1 week ago at her home in Killina in Gort. Gardaí say the body of a woman was found in the area yesterday, and further searches have been called off. They've issued a statement thanking the public for their assistance.
Waterford Sport
with H&H Motors Dacia. Test drive the 242 Dacia range today at H&H Motors.
Beginning and just staying with soccer, Tramore laid their title on the line today as Hibernians aim to wrestle away the Jimmy Searson Ardagh Cup at Ogier Park. A box office match is expected from 3 o'clock with 22 goals scored between the sides in their last 3 meetings. A win for Hibs would make it 8 titles in all, while Tramore hunt a 4th in their history. Manager Lee Quilty says they come to this game with good recent form.
We had a dip in the middle of the season, but for the last couple of months we've been strong. We've come back, we've rounded back. So I think we won 9 or 10 games in a row, so we've brought that into the cup. So yeah, looking forward to tomorrow. I think we were lucky in the semi-final against Portlaw. We gave away a few chances, but managed to get through the game without conceding, which is always positive.
And kick-off at Ogier is at 3.
For Waterford news and sport in your pocket, download the WLR app from the App Store.
And that's the latest. Stay tuned on air on our live streams on Facebook throughout the day for all your election coverage from SETU. WLRFM.com is the home of Waterford news and sport. Download our app for free today.
Meet BYD. Meet the biggest car brand you've never heard of.
Adina Ushla. The following is the result of the third count in Waterford City East, which consisted of the distribution of David Daniels' 93 votes. The distribution was as follows: Cretson, Carl, Sinn Féin, +6, total 416. Darcy, Jim, Fine Gael, +16, total 898. Fitzgerald, Pat, Sinn Féin, +6, total 891. Griffin, Caroline, Sinn Féin, +2, total 346. Keating, Stephanie, Fianna Fáil, +9, total 485. Power, Jody, Green Party, +8, total 649. Roach, Mary, Social Democrats, +9, total 659. Ryan, Darren, non-party, +14, total 649. Wise, Adam, Fianna Fáil, +23, total 1103. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. There is an undistributed surplus of 19 votes from Declan Barry. The distribution of the available surplus could not materially affect the progress of the count because the distribution cannot elect the highest continuing candidate or save the expenses of the lowest continuing candidate or save the lowest candidate from exclusion. I will now proceed, therefore, to exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the votes of Caroline Griffin, which are 346 votes. Thank you.
Okay, and you're very welcome back to our live stream here at the SETU Arena. Jordan Norris and Dymphna Nugent here. And Dymphna, we've just had the third count called in the Waterford City East local electoral area, and things are really shaping up. It's going to be a real tight battle for those last two seats in particular, isn't it?
It's going to be a really tight battle, and I think we thought with this particular situation we would definitely have somebody elected in this count. We still haven't. We're going to have the redistribution of Sinn Féin's Caroline Griffin's votes now at this point. It's anyone's game, Jordan. I mean, you're looking at Carl Cretson, Sinn Féin, 416. Fine Gael's Jim Darcy, really strong vote there, 898. Sinn Féin's Pat Fitzgerald, 891. Of course, Caroline Griffin had obtained 2 votes from those distribution of votes, 346. Fianna Fáil's Stephanie Keating there, she gained 9 from that count, 485. Green Party's Jodie Power, 649. Social Democrats' Mary Roach, 659. She knows herself this could be a real battle on her hands. Darren Ryan, independent non-party, he's at 649. And Fianna Fáil's Adam Wise, I know he would likely have been hoping for a big announcement there, 1,103. So it's getting tense.
I think it might be a matter of when rather than if for Adam Wise by the looks of things at the moment, Dymphna. But you look at those 3 candidates in particular that you just mentioned. Jodie Power, Green Party, 649. Mary Roach, Social Democrats, 659. Darren Ryan, Independent, 649. 10 votes separating 3 councillors. I mean, it couldn't be any tighter.
It couldn't be any tighter. It is such a stressful time. We'd wonder, is anyone friends here in the Count Centre at the moment? It's tense. And I'm trying to think back to the 2019 election. Was there anything this close? I'm failing to remember something this close.
Yeah, and you look at the situation in Lismore in particular with that last seat up there as well. There's so many seats that are still finely poised. The transfers in particular, they just play such a crucial role on the Sunday.
They do. They can change things. You think you're looking at lists like this and you think this is going to be, fine. And then you see huge transfers take place. Somebody can gain 30, 40, 60 votes and it can totally change the political landscape here in SETU Arena.
Absolutely. Well, it's been a very interesting weekend so far, and we'll just actually go through the second count in Dungarvan while we're here as well. Dymphna, no one was elected on the second count in Dungarvan. Conor McGuinness's surplus of 97 will now be redistributed for the third count, but Tom Cronin of Fianna Fáil and Pat Nugent of Fine Gael, they look in very promising positions as well to retain their seats.
They do indeed, and it's following the trend that we've noted in here over the last couple of days. Independents are performing really well. Government parties are performing really well. There's strong support for Fianna Fáil, there's strong support for Fine Gael. I think that, I know I'd mentioned to Kieran earlier that the people on the doors when the candidates were canvassing were looking for change. I don't think that change has come about through going to any smaller parties or, lots and lots of different parties were involved in this particular election. I don't think we're going to see a seismic shift.
No, I mean, a lot of the sitting councillors at present, I mean, when you look at those that are poised to take seats, a lot of those are current councillors as well. It's like any election with 32, you probably have, give or take, 24, 25, and then potentially maybe 7 to 8 new candidates at maximum. But the real story of the election on a local level is the independent wave, and Sinn Féin look like they actually may increase their candidates from 5 to 7.
That gamble paid off. They knew they were running a lot of candidates. They knew not all of those candidates were going to be elected. That was really never going to happen, but they're definitely going to make inroads, just maybe not as much of an inroad as they had hoped for. The Green Party, I thought that they'd be damaged in this particular election. I didn't think they'd be completely decimated, and that really is how things are looking here. So as we say, Jody Power, Green Party candidate, really does have a fight in his hands. He gained 8 votes from those distribution of votes. He stands at 649.
Absolutely, and you'd imagine the transfers for Caroline Griffin will be particularly beneficial to Pat Fitzgerald as well, but that remains to be seen. It's been a very, very good election so far for Fine Gael. They've had 4 councillors elected on the first count alone. That's quite impressive.
They have, and if you look to Tramore, Waterford City West, Lola O'Sullivan, the support for Lola, really the figures speak for themselves. Lola is a very strong Fine Gael candidate. They'll be delighted with that result, and they'll be anxious to keep that going.
Absolutely. Damien Gagan in Dungarvan last night topped the poll again. 25 years now as a public servant in Dungarvan. I mean, a real track record. People went out and supported him in Reims. Liam Brazel in the Cumra district probably had enough to nearly get elected twice, 25% of the first preference vote. So, and Shawnee Power in on the first count as well. So it's been very impressive for them so far. They'll be delighted as well. But plenty to play for here.
Plenty to play for, and as I've said pretty much all morning, it's all going to come down to that final seat in many of the electoral areas. It really is. It's going to be a proper fight.
Well, this is the one place you can stay for all of it. WLR News and Current Affairs. Divna, we'll be back in a minute. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Jordan.
Left, right and centre.
Tackling the big names, covering every angle.
The handbrake is off.
And that's just the analysis.
For unrivaled GA coverage, read me, Anthony Daly, Eamon Fitzmaurice and our expert team of writers on football and hurling. Only in the Irish Examiner. Buy in-store or subscribe at irishexaminer.com.
We move Ireland's energy through one of Europe's most modern gas networks, delivering the energy you need today throughout the country. And now we're moving Ireland's energy in a new way, bringing more sustainable sources into the pipeline. Gas Networks Ireland, moving Ireland's energy.
It's National Food Waste Recycling Week. We should all try and prevent food waste, but when it's unavoidable, use your brown food waste bin to dispose of all cooked and raw food waste. Be climate positive. Visit mywaste.ie for lots of excellent tips and tricks. Brought to you by the Government of Ireland.
Wake up and smell the coffee. McDonald's coffee.
Timmy on Sunday on WLR. Thanks to McDonald's Waterford.
I'm loving it.
Elvis Costello coming up shortly, but right now let's get to Waterford. Dymphna Nugent is at the Count Centre seeing how your votes are being counted. Dymphna.
Hello, Timmy. So we have just had, you may have heard our update just a few minutes ago, the third count for Waterford City East has taken place, and as a result of that, Sinn Féin's Caroline Griffin has been eliminated from the elections race. She has a vote of 346, so that's going to have to be redistributed. The quota for that area, it's worth noting, is 1,238, so it's still all to play for, but we are expecting Fianna Fáil's councillor Adam Wise, who's a current sitting councillor, to be elected on that next count. He currently sits at 1,103. A short time ago, John O'Leary was elected. Huge celebrations here within the Count Centre. The second count results from Dungarvan District have taken place. The quota for that is 1,311, and we're looking at Councillor Tom Cronin at the top there, 1,256, followed by Fine Gael's Pat Nugent at 1,134. So as I previously mentioned this morning, we're not seeing huge seismic shifts in terms of voting patterns. We are seeing a rise of the independents. We're seeing a very strong return from both Fine Gael and Sinn Féin. Sinn Féin, as we know, have run a significant amount of candidates this year up on what they ran in 2019. It has yet to pay off in terms of all of those candidates. I know that they're making massive inroads there in the Lismore district, and they're going to be hoping that Donegal Mulcahy will get over that line, and that would be uncharted territory for Sinn Féin. It wouldn't be an area where they historically would have had a big imprint, but it's an exciting one to watch, Timmy. The second count results, as I mentioned, from the Cummer district came in there about 30 minutes ago, and on foot of that, Fianna Fáil's John O'Leary was elected with 1,411 votes. Again, worth bearing in mind there, the quota for that district is 1,299. So very exciting times. If you've been watching on our live stream, you would have seen John O'Leary being lifted on the shoulders of his Fianna Fáil party colleagues. So there's great excitement here. We also saw Sinn Féin's John Hearn get over the line, and he has been re-elected. So things are starting to move very, very fast here. We've been given a bit of an idea in terms of when things might finish, but I won't even mention that because things might change and they're liable to change. But what we do know at this stage, Timmy, is that it's all going to come down in many areas to that final seat. And you're looking at the likes of Councillor Mary Roach, Councillor Jodie Power, Killian Mangan. They're all sitting around that similar vote. There's about 10 votes between them at this point. It is absolutely impossible to call, but it would be tooth and nail trying to hang on to their existing seat or to gain a new one for that all-important final seat.
And you'll be there till the bitter end.
I'll be there till the bitter end, Timmy, but the good news is that I have an entire bag full of chocolate, so I am very happy.
Yummy. Oh, you need it. A bottle of Lucasade and a few grapes.
Look, we're stocked up. We've nothing nutritional here at all, Timmy, but we'll be fine.
It's all live, it's all happening, and as Dymphna said, go to our website if you want to see the streaming on WLRFM.com. Dymphna, thank you very much.
Thank you, Timmy.
Okay, I'm joined here on the Daisha couch now by Fine Gael Senator John Cummins. And John, it's shaping up to be a very strong Fine Gael vote in Waterford.
Yes, look, we're exceptionally happy with how we performed. I think the story of yesterday was that we had 4 poll-topping performances from Councillor Liam Brazel, Shawnee Power, Lolo O'Sullivan and
Damien.
Phenomenal performance from the 4 of them, and it looks like we're going to get the first seat in the Lismore area when all the transfers are shaked out as well. So look, it is a fantastic performance, and huge credit has to go to our team of councillors and candidates and all the people that have helped them, and of course to thank everybody who voted for Fine Gael in the elections on Friday. We're very grateful for the support and look forward to working for everybody over the coming 5 years.
And you mentioned the Lismore area, but of course we also have to look at Declan Ducey losing his seat, a long-serving Fine Gael councillor. That's very significant.
Yeah, it is. Look, like commiserations to Declan. He's been a fantastic servant to our party over the last 25 plus years, and his family as well, and I'm sure they'll continue to be great supporters of the party, but look, there was obviously a big swing in the vote in the Lismore area. Buckley did exceptionally well, but we have to credit our second candidate, Niamh O'Donovan, in that area, who is after performing fantastically well, and she's obviously been very transfer friendly, and as I said, it's likely she's going to take the first seat in that area when all the transfers are taken into account, when there's the elimination of the Fianna Fáil candidate. So look, that's fantastic for Niamh, but obviously as a Fine Gael family we're thinking of Dec.
And I thought it was interesting yesterday, John, when I spoke with Liam Brazel after he was elected. I asked him, given such a resounding vote from a rural area, if you'd be ensuring that the powers that be in Fine Gael at top level will be fighting the rural Ireland corner. And he felt that, yes, the party is now in a much better position given that Simon Harris is at the helm, and he picked up on that during the canvass, that there was more of a turn to Fine Gael as a result of the Simon Harris effect. So, were Fine Gael clinging on to Leo Varadkar for too long?
Oh, look, I think Leo did a wonderful job as leader of our party and Taoiseach over a prolonged period of time. Obviously, we have a new party leader in Taoiseach in Simon Harris. He's somebody that I know exceptionally well. We were in Young Fine Gael together. We were both elected to our respective city and county councils on the same day back in 2009. He's a phenomenal worker. He's an exceptional communicator, and he's hit the ground running as leader and as Taoiseach, and he definitely has given us a boost. There's no two ways about that, but it's not a new thing that we have been supporting rural Ireland. We established the Department of Rural and Community Affairs with Michael Ring. Heather Humphreys has continued that on, and we've seen phenomenal investment in towns and villages right across Waterford over the last 7 years across all of the funding streams. We're punching way above our weight in terms of that, and we can see it on the ground, and we have got the reward for it in the vote in rural areas.
And just on your electoral area, Waterford City South, Frank Quinlan, maybe we would have expected he would have polled stronger, that the Fine Gael vote could have been stronger there, first preference wise.
I wouldn't see it like that at all, Kieran. I think Frank has polled very well. Obviously, he's going to be in a battle there for the 5th and 6th seat in that area. But
thanks, Sean.
More local electoral area. Following a full recheck of the ballot papers, a minor alteration has arisen to the valid poll, which has seen an increase of +1 to a total valid poll of 5,154. This does not affect the quota, and it did not affect the order in which previous candidates were eliminated. I'm therefore going to proceed to the result of count 3, which was the distribution of Declan Ducey's papers. The following is the result of the third count, which was the distribution of 569 votes from Declan Ducey. Buckley Brian non-party plus 49, total 939. Mulcahy Donica Sinn Féin plus 40, total 1065. O'Donovan Niamh Fine Gael plus 231, total 1081. Pratt John Labour plus 103, total 1122. Walsh Michael J. Fianna Fáil plus 122, total 864. Non-transferable papers plus 24, total 83. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there was no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes, which are the 864 votes of Michael J. Walsh. And we also have the results of count 3 in Waterford City South, which is the distribution of 89 votes from Eric English. Bailey Joanne Sinn Féin plus 1, total 730. Brennan Breda Sinn Féin plus 1, total 301. Burke Kevin Sinn Féin plus 0, total 532. Burns Vivian Fianna Fáil plus 0, total 361. Carol Lisa non-party plus 35, total 251. Curtin Patrick People Before Profit Solidarity plus 3, total 143. Griffin Sinead Ellen Social Democrats plus 2, total 146. Murphy Jason Fianna Fáil plus 2, total 970. Neatleary Melissa Green Party plus 0, total 165. Quinlan Frank Fine Gael plus 1, total 654. Reinhardt Sean non-party plus 30, total 402. Ryan Seamus Labour plus 0, total 610. Non-transferable 14. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. I will proceed to distribute John Heron's surplus of 7 votes. Thank you.
counting continues at SETU Arena for the local election results. As of this morning, Sinn Féin Councillor John Hearn has retained his seat in Waterford City South, while Fianna Fáil Councillor John O'Leary has retained his seat in Portlaw, Kilmacthomas. We will now cross live to WLR News editor Kieran Foley, who is still at SETU Arena. Kieran, things are certainly moving at a faster pace than yesterday.
Certainly, Kyle, and I have two further updates for you because we have had the results of the third count for the Lismore electoral area, and this follows the distribution of the votes of Declan Ducey, who was eliminated last night following the second count. Of course, a long-serving Fine Gael councillor since 2004 on Waterford Council. Certainly a very high-profile casualty as a result of the Waterford 2024 vote. So as a result of the distribution of his votes, the third count leaves us with independent Brian Buckley on 939, Donncha Mulcahy of Sinn Féin 1065, Niamh O'Donovan Fine Gael 1081, Labour's John Pratt 1122, and Michael J. Walsh Fianna Fáil 864. Michael J. Walsh has been excluded, and that is very significant, Kyle, because of course he was the sole Fianna Fáil candidate in the Lismore electoral area, and of course the late James Tobin held a Fianna Fáil seat in this area for a lengthy time, and his daughter Mairead was co-opted to replace him. Following his passing, she decided not to seek re-election. So we still haven't had anybody officially elected in the Lismore electoral area, but that's as it stands after that third count. Moving then.
Sorry, Kieran.
Yes, Carl. So the further update I have for you is for Waterford City South, and this is the third count also. And last night we had the election of Donald Barry. He exceeded the quota, and as you mentioned, we had Sinn Féin's John Hearn elected earlier this morning. So as a result of the votes of Eric English being distributed, we have Joanne Bailey of Sinn Féin on 730, Breda Brennan of Sinn Féin 301, Kevin Burke of Sinn Féin 532, Vivian Burns Fianna Fáil 361, Independent Lisa Carl 251, People Before Profit Patrick Curtin 143, Sinead Ellen Griffin of the Social Democrats 146, Fianna Fáil's Jason Murphy 970, Melissa Ní Clírig of the Green Party 165, Fine Gael's Frank Quinlan 654, Independent Sean Reinhardt 402, and Labour's Seamus Ryan 610. So the votes of John Hearn are being distributed. As you mentioned, he was elected on the second count, so we haven't had anybody else elected in City South in addition to John Hearn and Donald Barry, but based on those figures, it's certainly looking good for Fianna Fáil's Jason Murphy and Sinn Féin's Joanne Bailey in terms of taking the next seat.
I suppose as well, Kieran, you know, it will probably more than likely go well into the evening.
Yes, we've had a flurry of results this morning. Quite hard to predict, Kyle. As you know, yesterday we went quite a lengthy time without much activity, but then last night between 11 and 1:30 we had 8 candidates elected. We've had 2 candidates elected already this morning, but we're certainly prepared for a long haul if needs be.
Thank you very much for that detailed update, Kieran. Meanwhile, counting has begun in the European elections at count centres in Dublin, Cork and Castlebar, while local electoral areas have been declaring more results this morning. Sean Defoe has this report.
We passed the 200 mark when it comes to the number of local candidates elected, so just 750 or so to go. Nationally, Fine Gael has the highest percentage of the vote so far, around 24%, with Fianna Fáil not far behind on 23%. Sinn Féin has dipped to just around 11% so far, ahead of where the party was in 2019, but well behind where it's been polling for the last 4 years. Independents have also seen an uptick in the number of first preferences they've received. It'll take a while to get a good feel of the European election ballots, which started being counted this morning just because of the sheer volume of boxes to sort in Dublin, Cork and Castlebar.
Waterford Sport.
With H&H Motors Renault. Test drive the 242 Renault range today at H&H Motors.
A very good afternoon. I'm Nigel Kelly. Let's start with soccer, and the Jimmy Searson Ardagh Premier Cup final takes place at Osier Park this afternoon, with Tramore defending their title against Hibernians. In the last 3 meetings between these two sides, 22 goals have been scored, so fireworks can be expected later today. While Tramore are looking for back-to-back titles, Hibs look to add to the 7 titles already in the cabinet at Mitchell Kennedy Park, and a first since 2017. Tramore boss Lee Quilty tells us it all comes down to this one game.
You go into every season wanting to win the league, wanting to win all the trophies you enter, and the fact that this is the last one left, I think, for the lads, it's a big game tomorrow. We can, win this and kick on into the short season next year.
Kick-off at Osier Park's at 3 o'clock this afternoon, while in Gaelic games, Waterford drew with Kilkenny yesterday in the third round of the All-Ireland Camogie Championship. It leaves the Daisha third in the table ahead of their games with Antrim and Derry. It ended 1-13 apiece yesterday in Nolan Park, with De La Salle's Beth Carton hitting 9 points as top scorer, while goalkeeper Brianna Regan pulled off 2 second-half saves. She's told WLR Sport it was important to leave Kilkenny with something to show for it.
It's nice to get something out of it anyway. We came up and look, we knew what Kilkenny were about and what players they have, so it's nice to come away with something anyway, a draw.
In athletics today at 20:12, so in the next quarter of an hour, Thomas Barr is back in action at the European Athletics Championships in Rome. The Ferrybank athlete runs in the heats of the 400-metre hurdles, where he's been drawn in lane 5. Elsewhere, Kieran McGean will race for gold in the women's 1500 metres this evening. Also lining up in that race will be Sarah Healy, while Rashida Adelecki, Charlene Maudsley and Sophie Becker compete in the semi-finals of the women's 400 metres. And finally in golf, Seamus Perra returns for the final round of the Memorial Tournament on the PGA Tour this evening. The Turnina native is tied for 18th and 10 shots off the pace of the leader Scotty Scheffler, who sits on 10 under. Perra resumes at level par from 5 o'clock, playing with the American JT Poston. Shane Lowry's 1 under and returns from 5:30 in a share of 14th, while Rory McIlroy is best of the Irish and he's in a share of 11th. He's back at 5:30 also. That's your sports news on WLR, thanks to HNHmotors.ie for the latest election news on radio, mobile, smart speaker and live video streaming with SETU. Stay with WLR.
Introducing SuperValue's new Real Rewards prices. Scan your card or app and get Kellogg's Crunchy Nut 1 kilo was €7.25, now €5. And Surf Tropical Lily and Coconut Bliss Liquid 44 wash was $10.25, now €7. Plus, save even more with weekly vouchers on the Real Rewards app. Make real savings every week at SuperValue.
WLR weather.
With Encon, a southeast leader in building and home energy efficiency. Visit encon.ie to book a free consultation.
It is very overcast at the moment, but some sunny spells in southern areas will come out this morning. Dull or cloudy elsewhere with scattered outbreaks of rain and drizzle, with some mist over Ulster, North Connacht and northern Leinster. Overall cool with the highest temperatures of 11 to 16 degrees, reaching a little higher in southern parts.
Daisha Today, election special with Damien Tiernan on WLR.
Now, welcome to a special Daisha Today special here at the SETU Arena. Thank you very much to all our news team. There's updates on WLRFM.com. A few people watching the telly as we speak now, because as you know, we've a live stream. Excellent quality with Keane and Dean, and what they've put together here is top notch. Not just saying that, but as somebody who's worked in RTE in the past, it's as good, if not better, than RTE. I've got two men on the couch, and they're going to be on the live stream now as well. Brian Buckley, independent candidate in the Lismore area, and John Pratt, Labour councillor in Lismore. The counts are still continuing. Nothing is decided yet. Nobody elected yet. We've just had the elimination of Michael J. Walsh. I know Michael there. And difficult time for Fianna Fáil and the Fianna Fáil family, because obviously of what has happened with the Tobin family in the last while, and our deepest sympathy as we said that. We'll come back to that again. John, I want to just ask you briefly, how do you feel as we speak this morning?
Look, I'm absolutely delighted. It really looks like it's not finished, but the reality is it's probably our 3 seats are probably there now at the moment, and Brian won't mind me saying that. It looks like Niamh is going to top the poll, possibly myself in second, and Donncha Mulcahy coming in third. So look, I want to just thank everyone that did help me along the way, the canvassers, the people that did support me, because it has been an extremely stressful campaign for me and my family, and I'm just delighted that I'm after getting over the line.
And I know even this morning you don't even want to be here.
No, look, I didn't use this, and I hope that nobody thought I ever used this during the campaign to get results or get votes, because that's not my way. But my wife is in hospital. Unfortunately, has got a bit unwell again yesterday. I've been there this morning. She's doing okay, but it's a worry, and we just want to get out of here, I'll be honest with you, and priorities, and I just want to get to Cork, and I just want to get over the line at this stage.
And I think anybody that knows you, John, nobody would accuse you of that, of using in any way a situation like that. And I want to thank you for coming on, excuse me, this afternoon, because I just wanted to have you on first, because I know you want to go now in a few minutes, and I appreciate you coming on. The man that's sitting beside you, were you surprised with his vote? Like, I was just talking to Michael J. Walsh there. There's a big surprise that Brian has done so well. What's your thoughts on Brian?
Well, Brian knows.
And he's a big guy now, and he's sitting beside
Brian,
you there, so.
Brian knows my thoughts, and Brian and myself would have tic-tac. Brian knows that I have tremendous respect for him, and he knows that, and we just get on extremely well. And no, I'm not surprised. To say that I didn't expect it to be as high would be probably a bit of a lie, but I'm still not surprised, because look, you know what, having a personality and just being yourself can mean an awful lot in politics as well. People just want the engagement, they want you to be honest, and they just want you not, I think that's the way we walk, and that's the way I walk, and I'm delighted for him, and I'm actually, in another way, I'm disappointed for him as well, but he should be extremely proud, and his time is coming. It is coming.
Brian, you're here with the family, your good wife and little girl. Say hello to them for us.
Hello, Brenda. Not my wife yet, no.
Not yet. Okay. Do you want to propose to her on the...
No.
Congratulations, well done. Looking forward to the big day there. Oh dear, I really put my foot in it there, didn't I? Oh, Janie Mac.
She might have said no.
After the last couple of weeks, she might have well.
It's like me asking you that you're going to run in the general election, and you're going to announce that now as well, and she doesn't know that yet. Oh, he's not out yet? He's not out yet? No, you're not out yet. And just on the update on that, at the minute, Donncha Mulcahy is on 1,065 votes. Niamh O'Donovan is on 1,081. John Pratt is on 1,122. Brian Buckley is on 939. Michael's 864 votes are being distributed at present. You have a feeling that Sinn Féin, Mulcahy might still be ahead of you.
Yeah, I'd say, yeah.
But we don't know, because Michael's votes, again, Fianna Fáil didn't expect you to get this amount of votes.
I don't think anybody did.
I don't think you expected it yourself.
No, I didn't. I didn't, to be honest.
What did you think? What did you think when you were coming in here yesterday morning?
I came in as a complete underdog. I knew that. It was great to be a part of this. I'm delighted to be part and witness democracy here, first and foremost. It's been an amazing experience no matter what. I woke up yesterday morning, I said to herself, fifth place, maybe I could come in fifth place and possibly 500 votes. I'd take that all day. So I am blown away, absolutely blown away by all this.
And the difficulty of putting yourself forward. Some people might have said to you, you're embarrassing yourself by going forward. Did people say that to you?
Yeah. Well, look, there was a lot of things said, I suppose, on the doorstep from that would have got back to me, from one sitting councillor in particular, and I'm not going to name him here, but just to kind of put out and say that, Buckley be lucky to get 200 votes, he'll embarrass himself and his family. That stuff hurts. And I didn't go down that route, and I know John didn't go down that route. I don't agree with that kind of way. And I know people say that's politics and different things. I just don't agree with that.
Did that spur you on?
It did. Look, I had 8 weeks, Damien. To do the groundwork we did with my right-hand man Alan, and so many people, Magic, Tony Dolan, and there's so many people, Alan's wife, Amanda. The amount of support I had over the last couple of weeks has been unbelievable. But we've had a tight group, and it's just nobody expected it really. And I have to just also thank this man beside me as well. The advice he gave me, the time I spoke to him over the last couple of weeks, and not even just over the last couple of years. I've known John on a personal level, and I'm thrilled for him for the amount of work that he's done across West Waterford over the last number of years. His record has stood to him. I know stuff can be said in different quarters, but John has an amazing record, and John really does a lot of amazing work for a lot of unseen work for a lot of good people across West Waterford. And I mean that, John. You're an amazing man.
Now, most things, as I say, are a combination of factors. We've had the Fine Gael vote split in the local electorate area.
Yeah.
We've had the Fianna Fáil vote on anybody who might have been angry with the government at certain matters, whether it be the hotel or whatever the case may be, or how the communications were done. I remember talking to Mary Butler at the time. She only heard it on WLR
like
about
the rest
thing
of us.
happening. Yes.
Yeah.
So you could have had maybe 200, 300, 400 votes that were floating and that came to you and basically found a home with you at the minute. And that's grand. That's absolutely fine, and congratulations. Will you run in the general election?
No, Damien. No. Jesus, no. That's a massive, like what we've done in 8 weeks, Damien.
Imagine what you can do in 8 months.
No, I wouldn't think so. No, I wouldn't think so. No, that'd be way out of my. Look, I'll be back with a hawk control in my hand on Monday morning. I will be, and that's what I'll be bad.
And what about if people ask you to run? What about?
I'll be going back to my partner, and I'll be going back to my little girl. We've another baby on the way as well, and
Congratulations.
that's my life there now for the next while ahead. No, look, as I said, this has been an unbelievable experience to watch. This is democracy. This is the way it's done, and I'm so proud to be a part of it, and especially sharing it with good people like John. It's been amazing.
Okay, but like nearly 1,000 votes, fair play to you. You might still be open to persuasion in a few weeks' time.
I don't think so. Look, look, that's massive. That is just a completely different. I don't think so, Damien. No.
Even the fact that we're even considering and talking about it, John.
Well, I suppose decisions like that from Brian or from myself isn't today. Today isn't the day for making that decision. I ran for the general election the last time round, and look, as of now, probably a potential candidate, but I'm not going to go into that today. My head is just blown at the moment, and I just want to, go back, doing what I do, representing the people to the best of my ability, letting people know that there's no silver bullet. I've said this on many occasions, but I genuinely represent people as best I can, and if that's not seen, and I think this shows that it's seen, I'm after being elected again, and I hope that I can continue to do the very best for my electoral area in the next 5 years.
And again, we're not counting the chickens. The voting, the counting is still going on there, Brian. You're still in the race.
I know.
There's still a chance.
Going by the tallies and going by the stuff we would have done last night, no, I'd say we're going to be a bit short, maybe.
Maybe around 100, 150.
About 100, 150 short, I'd say. Look, as I said, David, I'm blown away by all this, and I just have to thank everyone that came out and voted, and it's been an amazing experience.
Okay.
So no matter what happens.
Well, let's wait and see. Imagine you could be back here winning by 5 votes.
Imagine. You'll see me running through this place without a stitch of clothing on me.
He's going to be a major thorn in my side the next time round. You know that?
You'll be going faster than Carl on his wheelchair there. Jeez, he's up and down there. It's brilliant, huh? Brilliant.
Yeah.
Listen, I'll let you go, gentlemen. John, for you and the family, I want to wish you the very best of health. I hope things work out, please God. Brian, thanks for talking to us. Appreciate it. Not at all.
Thanks
we might talk to you before 1 o'clock. You never know.
No, thanks for having me. I appreciate everything.
Not at all. You're more than welcome.
Thanks a million.
See you, gentlemen.
Cheers.
Stay with us. Back in a few minutes.
Live from the Waterford Town Centre, this is WLR, your election station.
Any plans for the weekend, Amy?
Ugh, my car insurance is due for renewal. I'll be on hold with insurance companies being passed around from one person to the next. So frustrating.
What about O'Leary Insurances? They're local, easy to contact, and the staff are amazing. They go the extra mile and shop around to get the best price they can find.
You're a lifesaver. What about your plans?
The usual. Just a bit of radio voiceover work. Stay safe, stay protected with O'Leary Insurances. Call 051 309 130 or drop into 96 The Quay, Waterford. O'Leary Insurance Group is regulated by the Central Bank of Ireland. Terms and conditions apply.
Swifties, listen up. It might seem like a cruel summer if you didn't get tickets to one of Taylor Swift's concerts, but that could be all about to change thanks to Mulligan's Pharmacy. So calm down and make your way to any Mulligan's Pharmacy today. Complete a purchase for a minimum of €10 and you'll be entered into a draw for 2 tickets to the Taylor Swift concert on Sunday, June 30th. And you and a friend could be shaking it off at the Aviva Stadium. Terms and conditions apply. Competition closes Monday, June 24th. Draw takes place Tuesday, 25th.
Polestar 2. Get behind the wheel and experience electric performance at Polestar Dublin. Polestar 2. Available to order now for 242 delivery with prices starting from €42,995. Polestar 2. The way electric cars should be. Book your test drive today at polestar.com.
Is your business facing increased input costs or supply chain disruptions due to the conflict in Ukraine? If so, then the government's Ukraine Credit Guarantee Scheme could help. The scheme supports businesses, farmers and fishers impacted by the economic consequences of the ongoing conflict, facilitating access to working capital and investment finance. The Ukraine Credit Guarantee Scheme provides low-cost loans up to €1 million at reduced interest rates and with terms of up to 6 years. Loans up to €250,000 are unsecured. Find out more at sbci.gov.ie or call 1-800-804-482. Terms and conditions apply. This is a Government of Ireland initiative delivered by the SBCI.
Daisha Today, election special with Damien Tiernan on WLR.
Welcome back to our Daisha Today special at the SETU Arena. We're on live until 1 o'clock. Our news team then will have more from 1 onwards. We'll have breaking news and we'll break into any results if and when they happen. We're also live on WLRFM.com. I think we're live on Facebook as well. Yeah, we're live on Facebook. It's this new fangled digital social media thing, Adam, or something, I think, is it? Sorry?
Yeah. It's called the internet.
Oh, the internet.
Yeah.
Oh, Janie, I wonder will it catch on? It might. So you can catch us there live on the old Facebook there if you want now as well. And the team behind it, Jordan and everybody and Kieran, they're doing a massive job. So there's loads and loads of information. I think we had 45,000 views yesterday between all the different things, and a few people talking about the quality of the stream there as well, apart from my silly head. Stephanie Keating is on the couch, not with me, but beside me, and Adam Wise is on the couch as well. Only space. Anyway, Stephanie, tell us, how are you getting on? Pull that microphone up closer to you there.
Sorry.
Fianna Fáil, Stephanie Keating. Where are we at the minute in terms of the counting in the local electoral area, Waterford City East?
Okay, so I think what we're at now is we have 2 elected, 2 independents. Who's out next? I think Carl Cretson.
Carl Cretson from Sinn Féin, I think, is the next to be eliminated. Yeah.
Which will be interesting because we can see the transfers are going everywhere. Generally, even though Sinn Féin are holding tight on the transfers, but there's an interesting kind of situation in that Carl and Adam and Darren geographically would be very close. So that's going to be interesting on that scenario.
How do you read it, Adam? Because I'll just give out a couple of figures. At the minute, I'm looking at Carl's on 410, Jim Darcy 882, Pat Fitzgerald 885, Sinn Féin, Caroline Griffin 344. Again, we're talking about transfers and people's votes being distributed. Stephanie Keating 476, Jodie Power 641, Mary Roach 650, Darren Ryan 635, Adam Wise 1080.
Yeah, I think what's going to happen now that Caroline Griffin has been eliminated, her vote has been distributed. That pushed Pat Fitzgerald, the Sinn Féin councillor, closer to me. What's going to happen next then is that Carl Cretson, another Sinn Féin candidate, will be eliminated, and his vote should probably elect Pat Fitzgerald back into his seat that he's held since 2009, I believe. And then the next thing that will happen there that will be of interest will be that, obviously, like Stephanie said, Carl Cretson is from the same estate as me, been friends with him for 20 years. You also have Darren Ryan, who lives in the same exact area. So where Carl Cretson's vote is going to decide when I get elected, but it's also probably going to decide that last seat. If Darren Ryan can get enough of the transfer, then you'll have another Ballygunner man elected into that area, and that would mean that Jodie Power and Mary Roach could miss out.
Is there a chance that Darren Ryan can still get in?
Yes, yeah, 100%. there's a very, very good chance that Darren Wright can get in. It's all depending, I said, with Carl Cretson being a Ballygunner man himself, that's usually the Ballygunner people will vote for each other. Mary Roach has been a great servant on the council for 25 years, and she's gotten a decent vote, but it's going to be difficult. It's all going to be decided by Carl's vote, I believe.
Well, the other thing then, I'll go out next.
Yeah.
So then we're going to look at the old question, is there a woman's vote? Because that could help Mary Roach. So it's really interesting, as it always is for the last seat.
If you do go out, again, we're not counting any chickens, do you think a lot of your votes will transfer to Mary?
It depends if Adam is elected at that stage. Obviously, the vast majority will go to Adam, but I would be hopeful that there's some of a women's vote there. I actually got 11 from Caroline Griffin. They're not official yet, but I got 11, and I think Mary got, we were saying 19. So that was actually 30 from a party that transfers very tightly, because a woman went out. 30 votes went to the two women that were remaining.
So at the minute, Adam, you are 120 votes shy of the quota.
Yeah, I think 109 now, I think, since
109,
Caroline went out. So so Carl Cretson has about 450 votes to go. Like Stephanie said, a lot of them will go to stay with Sinn Féin, but they should come back then, hopefully, to Ballygunner. And that would hopefully be enough for me and Pat Fitzgerald to get over the line.
But he's really hoping for Damien, but he won't say it. He wants me to be eliminated.
Well, when Stephanie goes, it's good news. So
see, this is what happens.
But I have friends and family here now for the last 2 days as well that are dying to go down to Beckett, or to the Riverside Cottage, I should call it. I still call it Beckett or Orpans.
Orpans.
Orpans, yeah.
But, so like I said, I'm happy with my vote. I'm happy that I'm still going to be in there. I'm sad about Stephanie's situation. I thought we'd held enough. We both ran very good campaigns, and we got on very well. There wasn't a single row or issue. We didn't have any of this split up of you can't go here and I can't go there. We just tried to work for everyone. Look, it just wasn't our day. It just didn't work out for us.
Stephanie, why wasn't it your day? You tried so many things. You got people registered in Arkeen Village. There was 120 houses not registered. You got 85 registered. You went to those houses in the week before the election.
Yep. I think the swing...
I've good information, don't I?
I think the swing to the independence, that was it. You know what I mean? If you look at it logically, that was it. It was always a bonus for me and my family that I was able to serve on Waterford City and County Council. It was a tremendous honour, and I know I did achieve things in the 18 months for the community and for people sometimes that maybe... women in particular that maybe feel they don't have a voice sometimes. So I'm really, really proud of what I've done.
You love politics.
Love it.
You love Fianna Fáil. You love the buzz of it. How sad are you?
I'm actually not sad. I know it sounds crazy. I think when you're in the game a long time, I've had great wins. I've had losses. It's part of the democratic process. My family and friends that are here, the Fianna Fáil group, it's just a fantastic group to be involved in, and so supportive. Yes, we have our rows, but by God, we stick together as well.
Who do you want to thank?
I can't single anybody out, but I am hoping that my daughter Jade, who's with us, who's very disappointed about the women's vote, I hope she'll stick with it, and that if she wants to, she'll have her name on a ballot paper and she'll have some campaign manager. Very good.
She's too young. She's way too young to
way
be in
too
politics.
young, isn't she, Adam? Yeah, way too young.
Says the suave and sophisticated young Mr. Wise there. Adam, will you ask Donal Barry to join Fianna Fáil?
Declan Barry. Donal Barry would never join
Donal
Fianna Fáil.
won't join, no.
I said we had that situation before where someone was elected an independent and joined Fianna Fáil. I don't think it's right. Declan's his own man. You can ask him that question yourself.
I did ask him, but will you ask him?
I won't ask him. I think he's been elected as an independent. He should remain as an independent. If he wants to join the ticket the next time and run for Fianna Fáil, that would be up to him if he wants to do it.
He did try, but he didn't get the vote at the convention.
The members decided that Stephanie would be the candidate.
Yeah.
And Stephanie was the sit-in one, and that's what we wanted to back.
Did you purposely try to exclude him?
No, I said we
Damien,
we had 2 seats when Eddie Mulligan retired from the council. There was a convention. There was no way we were going to run 3. We ran 2 candidates. We were both sitting councillors at the time. We thought we'd get it over the line. Declan got a great vote. He got a great vote in passage. He ran a great campaign, very positive, very proactive, out on the doors. But like I said yesterday, Declan will now have to deliver on the promises that he made to people on the doors. He promised a lot of things on the doors, and he will have to deliver them. And I will hold him to account inside that chamber to make sure that he delivers.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, in your local electorate area, Fianna Fáil, ye did not deliver for the constituents because they didn't. You're losing a seat.
We're losing a seat. We only lost 1% of the vote, Damien. It's just the way the vote was distributed.
This
we
ward
only
as
lost
well,
1%.
you have to remember that this ward in 2014 did elect 3 independents. They elected Davy Daniels, Mary Road and Eddie Mulligan. It's a hugely independent area, and with the independent swing nationally across the country, it was going to be difficult. We were up against it, but we were close. And I have no doubt that we'll be back again and we'll increase the Fianna Fáil seats on Waterford Council again.
Absolutely.
Stephanie, will you be back, or will another member of your family?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Jade that.
What's that, Jade? Ask you next week. Okay,
next week. I think she has to recover. She was great, as were so many of my friends and family out every night, and we had the best time. We met people, we dealt with issues, but we had great humour and great. It's a fabulous game to be in.
You're speechless, Damon. I can't believe it.
I know, I'm a bit strange. I know.
Congratulations to both of you for running.
Thanks very
much.
much.
Well done for the votes you got. Again, hard luck.
Yeah.
It's not over yet, but it doesn't look like it,
no.
so hard luck. And I know you really, really, really wanted it.
Yes.
And hard luck, genuinely, okay?
Thanks, Damien.
Adam, not over yet, but you're nearly there.
Hopefully
Congratulations.
in the next hour or so, hopefully I'll be over the line. Yeah.
Very best of luck.
Yeah.
And we'll talk to you afterwards, okay?
Thanks
very much. Back in a few minutes. Thank you.
Live from the Waterford Town Centre, this is WLR, your election station. Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime. Music from the movies, songs from the shows.
Needs to dream when there is you.
Showtime with Wayne Brown, Sunday nights from 7 to 9 p.m.
With thanks to Worldwide Wines.
Discover the value at Musgrave Marketplace with our great wow deals. For 3 days only from June 11th to 13th, get Cadbury 8 Square Range 48-pack for just $37.99, Energize Sport Range 500ml 20-pack only $14.29, and Graham Norton Sauvignon Blanc 750ml 6-pack only €49. Discover the value at your local Musgrave Marketplace today. Available while stocks last. Terms, conditions and return logo deposit apply. Always drink responsibly.
Are you ready for the Waterford GAA Dacia Draw? Win your share of an incredible €126,000 in prize money. It all kicks off July 12th with 6 exciting monthly draws, and €63 from every draw goes to your local club. Don't miss out. Get your tickets now and be part of the action. Tickets and details are available from your local GAA club or waterfordgaa.ie. Waterford GAA Dacia Draw 2024. Your ticket to great prizes and supporting our GAA clubs and county. T's and C's apply.
The Harvey Norman Big Sale is now on, and for a limited time only. Get up to €300 in Harvey Norman gift cards when you purchase across our extensive range of outdoor furniture. That's gift card deals on outdoor lounge, dining sets and outdoor cooking. Get a bonus 50% off outdoor covers when bought with outdoor furniture. Plus, save on outdoor parasols with up to €400 off. But hurry, the Harvey Norman Big Sale must end soon. Don't miss out.
Minimum spends apply. See online or in store for more.
Dacia Today, election special with Damien Tiernan on WLR.
Welcome back to this election special at the SETU Arena. We're live on WLR, on the traditional media. We're also on the speaker systems and all the different Alexa systems. If you're anywhere in the world listening to us, we know we've got thousands of people, tens of thousands actually, tuned in yesterday across all our different platforms. We're live also on Facebook, so if you want to go on Facebook and have a look at that, and also on our special stream put together by Keane here at SETU Multimedia Department. I'm joined on the couch now by 2 independents. I'm going to talk to Darren Ryan, independent in Waterford City East, and Joe Reardon, independent in Dungarvan. How are you, gentlemen?
Very good, thank you. Damien? Good, thanks.
Joe, I'll come to you in a second, if you don't mind. I just wanted to ask, because we've spoken with Stephanie and Adam regarding City East. Darren, you're a bus driver. You entered the race on a transport issue. We don't want to talk about the issues now. You said to me yesterday, do you know what? I'm still in with a chance. And the way the votes and the way the eliminations are happening, you're on at the minute 649 votes. Mary Roach, Social Democrats, is on 659. Carl Cretzen's votes, more than likely he'll be the next person eliminated. And his votes then have to be distributed, right?
Yeah.
Carl lives in the same estate as you.
He does, yeah. He's a neighbour of mine.
Did you get a feeling, do you think that a lot of his votes will come to you?
I don't know, will a lot, Damien. Obviously, I'm very hopeful that they will.
More than likely, a lot will. I'm not saying how many, obviously, we don't know. Because you're independent, Sinn Féin may not vote all the way down the line. They might have. But if somebody lives in the same estate, and I'll talk to Joe about, I suppose, neighbours and stuff like that. But, like, if that keeps you ahead of Mary Roach and Jodie Power's on 649. So at the minute, we've got yourself and Jodie Power exactly the same.
Yeah.
And Mary Roach just 10 votes ahead.
Yeah, so look, coming in this morning, Damien, I was 71, I think, behind Mary and maybe 60-odd behind Jodie. So now I'm level with Jodie and I'm 10 behind Mary. So I have made some inroads into their lead. So I am hopeful that slowly I can get level with them.
And
anyway.
if Adam Wise gets elected, his surplus, again, he's Ballygunner, so some of those might come to you.
Adam, again, the same estate, so hopefully.
Can you believe it?
I don't want to count my chickens. Look, Damien, yesterday morning things weren't going great for me on the boxes that were opening, but then they opened the Ballygunner box and box 2 in Ballygunner for our estate. Dunmore from the Coxtown side as well, Ballymacaw, I got good votes out of there, so that brought me right back into it. So when we came back yesterday afternoon, I was maybe about 80 behind, and on the official tally then I'd made 24 votes overnight, so that was good this morning. Nice to wake up to some positive news. So I'm more hopeful than confident, and I'm far more hopeful than I was yesterday morning.
Well, you're still in the race, and if things work out, you could be in the race for a lot longer in the afternoon. Stay there for a minute if you don't mind. Joe O'Riordan, Dungarvan, how are you, Joe?
Very good, Damien, thank you.
At the minute, I think you're on 651.
That's correct,
Is that correct? Okay. So we've had Tom Cronin, Pat Nugent, Thomas Phelan, Joe O'Riordan, and then we're obviously having some of the lower candidates that are going to be eliminated shortly, and their transfers. How do you feel?
I feel very nervous, I suppose. A lot of it will come down to transfers. There's quite a lot of candidates below me, like around the 200 mark. I'm hoping that I'll prove transfer friendly. There's quite a few Dungarvan town candidates in it, and I'm hoping that I'll be transfer friendly to them. I'm living in the town all my life, and I'm the postmaster in Dungarvan. So, for 44 years I've been in and around the place. So I'm hoping that I've built up a rapport with the other candidates and their supporters, and hopefully that they'll consider me.
You got 497 first preferences in 2019.
Correct.
And you've been working behind the scenes for this. In other words, you knew you were going to run again.
Well, actually, in 2019, I ran 10 days before I ran very late.
Very late, yeah.
Exactly. And in the last few years, I've been involved in a lot of stuff. I'm a homeless advocate. I'm involved in the Helping Hand. We have a sleep out every Christmas, and obviously during COVID, then I was involved in a lot of stuff like delivering messages and delivering pensions to people. We extended our working hours. So. And I actually represent people and stuff with the council and that, So I've been doing a lot of work over the last 5 years, yeah.
Now, we've got the likes of Jonathan Shaw, independent, town-based as well. He's on 264 at the minute. And there's a number of other, I suppose, as you say, votes there. If you can stay ahead of Seamus O'Donnell. We've also got Monica Murphy on 510 votes. So she's 140 behind you. It's not inconceivable that she might come back into it.
No, I won't rule anything out. I just be hoping that I'll have transfers coming in from a lot of sources. And I'm just hoping that she won't be able to chip away at the lead. At any great capacity. I think that.
You're smiling there.
I think that the Sinn Féin transfers will also be be crucial for me, you know, and the Green Party transfers, because he was actually based in Abbeyside.
That's
Abbeyside
right, yeah.
is where I'm from. I'm involved in, I'm the chairperson of the Ladies Gaelic Football Club in Abbeyside, so I'm hoping like that I'd pick up a few transfers from him as well. So
yeah, Christopher Fuelon is at 357 at the minute, so again, more than likely he will be eliminated at some stage. Seamus O'Donnell 474. Again, some people might have said Seamus and yourself might be vying for the last seat, but at the minute it looks like between Seamus, yourself and Monica, if, for example, the likes of Thomas Phelan continues to stay ahead, he's a little bit more ahead of you than I think. I don't think you can catch Thomas at the minute, but we don't know.
No, and I'm actually Thomas is a very good friend of mine, and we were just talking about it, like, and Thomas was saying like that he was worried like that I'll catch up to him, and I said I'm just happy to stay ahead of the 7th place candidate. Thomas will also be transfer friendly for the town candidates, you know. So I don't think there's any worries for Thomas in that regard.
Okay,
hopefully,
so So just at the minute, just to remind our listeners, a recap of Dungarvan. We have had Damien Gagan elected. We've had Conor McGuinness elected. It looks like Tom Cronin is going to get in there as well. Pat Nugent then as well. Then more than likely Thomas Phelan, and then the last seat between maybe Joe, Monica and Seamus O'Donnell. Did you get the postal vote, by the way? Oh, did you get it?
Pardon?
Did you get the postal vote?
We'll have to get the postal vote. Exactly. Yeah, very good. As long as they're stamped.
Joe, it's lovely to talk to you. Stay there for a minute if you don't mind. Darren, it's all going to happen in the next few. How do you feel, by the way, lads? It's nervous, isn't it?
Yeah, it's tough going. Like I enjoyed the last one far more than this one. Like when I was eliminated, you know what I mean. I it was great crack, and I really enjoyed it. I have a great interest in politics. I've been going to counts for years. Like, but to be there, like in the grinder now, like it's not the greatest feeling in the world, but you know,
it's like a match coming into the last 4 or 5 minutes of a match.
Absolutely.
And it's nearly level, or you're trying to get a point back. That's it. Darren, how do you feel?
I'm nervous now, Damien. I wasn't nervous all week coming up to it. I was relaxed, but this morning I woke up at 5 o'clock, so I got up, went around, took down all my posters. So I got back home at 8:30, came out, just because it was so close and I knew I was in the mix. Given the juxtaposition from that to yesterday morning when I wasn't polling well at the start. So it's the hope that kills you, Damien.
And who's here? Who are the 3 ladies?
It's my sister Laura, my sister Amy, and my wife Roisin there.
Lovely, okay. We'll talk to you later if things work out. And congratulations, both of you, on the votes you've got so far. Genuinely, fair play to you. It's a hard thing to do as independents, and fair play to you. And
Thanks,
well done.
Damien.
Thank you very much, Damien. Thank
Talk
you.
to you soon.
Thank you.
Back with us in a few minutes. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Damien.
Live from the Waterford Town Centre, this is WLR, your election station.
Hi, Misha Pádraig Hingasa, agus Shohiad Cúpla Focal ó WLR. Han Winu Treisha Fogarha, the Biognach Cuicade Group E Sports agus Pobble, Dominá, Trasna Natira. Ha Fe Cui Group E agus Chonscanava, Trasna Portlarga, Conwinu all. Le Clubana CLG, Clubana Pella, Group E Dominá agus Shedna Dominá, Sonorv. Ha an Ara Ferberha Tuaha agus Pobble Treish an Winu Shaw a Ogurt, Marfort, den Local Enhancement Programme Fefe Cahar. Curran an Clár Shaw Fall €6 million I Dociocht Capital, the Group E agus Agriocht the Pobble Heimpel na Héireann. Le €1 million Curha I Lahav, the Chonscanava agus Group E, Diraha Maná. Gandaut dennig an Winu Shaw, Mór Yifriocht, dus na Group E agus Chonscanava, Ibert Loriga, a Vaiane. Pádraig Hingasa, Le Cúpla Focal ó WLR.
Ready for a new car ride this summer? Corja Credit Union has teamed up with the Big Breakfast Blah on WLR to celebrate their sizzling car loan rate for the month of June.
They've given us a €100 Dungarvan and West Waterford Chamber voucher to give away every day next week.
Don't miss your chance to win these exciting prizes. Tune in to the Big Breakfast Blah from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. next week.
All thanks to Corja Credit Union Limited, your local West Waterford Credit Union.
For 2 days only, read the Sunday Times for free. This weekend, in association with Sky, we're throwing the doors open so everyone can enjoy our world-class journalism on thesundaytimes.ie. Don't miss our our groundbreaking investigations, read our unrivaled sports coverage, enjoy the latest interviews from world leaders to cultural icons, and be inspired by our travel and home ideas. For all this and more, visit thesundaytimes.ie to enjoy your free access this weekend.
Because your no claims bonus matters to you, it matters to us. That's why all AXA car insurance policies include accident forgiveness as standard. So you'll never lose all of your no claims bonus if you have an accident or a claim is made against you. Get a quote today at axa.ie. AXA. Know you can. Policy terms and conditions apply. Accident forgiveness is step back. No claims discount protection.
Adina
for customers
Ushla.
with 4 more years. No claims discount. AXA Insurance DAC is authorised and regulated
Seo
by the Central Bank
Alanis
of Ireland.
Tora
For the perfect day out, visit Mount Congreve, Ireland's global garden on your doorstep. Explore the woodlands and discover the breathtaking flora and fauna. Meet friends and family at the Stables Cafe and enjoy a cooked-to-order breakfast, wholesome lunch or afternoon tea in the tack room.
Which was the distribution
Cycle
of
out to the
Michael J.
Greenway,
Walsh's
take the
vote.
kids to the playground and make memories at Mount Congreve. Now home to the
Total
Cliff
votes
and
distributed
Foxrood.
was
Mount Congreve
864.
Gardens for a perfect day out.
Daisha Today, election special with Damien Tiernan on WLR.
Plus 120, total 1,059.
We're live into the Lismore.
Mulcahy, Donegal, Sinn Féin, plus 69, total 1,134. O'Donovan, Niamh, Fine Gael, plus 289, total 1,370.
Niamh O'Donovan has been elected. Niamh O'Donovan has been elected. Niamh O'Donovan has been elected for Fine Gael in Lismore.
Pratt, John, Labour, plus 270, total 1,392.
John Pratt has been elected for Labour in Lismore. John Pratt elected for Labour in Lismore.
Non-transferable, not effective, plus 116, total 199. As the votes of Niamh O'Donovan and John Pratt exceed the quota, I deem them to be elected. I will now proceed to distribute John Pratt's surplus of 103 votes, as it is the largest surplus, and together with other surpluses not distributed, fulfills the following conditions: exceeds the difference between the two lowest candidates, and can elect a continuing candidate. Thank you.
1134. Okay, so just an update on that, folks. That was returning officer in terms of the Lismore vote, and the situation is that Niamh O'Donovan of Fine Gael and John Pratt of Labour have both been elected in the Lismore area. There is one seat left to be filled, and at the minute there is 73 votes between Donegal Mulcahy of Sinn Féin and Brian Buckley Independent. So at the minute, Mulcahy, Sinn Féin is on 1134, Buckley is on 1059. So 73 votes of the difference. So the surplus of Niamh O'Donovan's vote and John Pratt's votes are now going to be distributed. We'll see how many votes come into play. There's a particular system in place in terms of the distribution of votes when somebody reaches the quota. So at the minute, 73. Is there a chance that Brian Buckley might still be able to catch Mulcahy? There is. There is a possibility. It's unlikely, but it's got a lot tighter. We spoke earlier with Brian. He thought there'd be around 150 votes between them, but now there's only 73. So we'll watch that and see what happens. Before we go to the news and the updates and all that, I'm joined by Donal Barry, not Declan Barry. Two Barrys now in the council.
Yes, Damien, 2 Barrys, Declan and Donald. Yeah.
I had you joining Fianna Fáil there a while ago.
I did. I got a few texts, people that were after voting for me giving out. They thought I was after jumping the ship. I had to put them straight on it. Not a hope. Yeah.
Just on the Barry name, you were just talking to me about St. John's Park there a second ago. The differences and people voting.
Yeah, it's interesting what happened in St. John's Park when they divvied up there the last electoral reform. I lost, you would say, in my area from Scullercorn up as far as the Crescent. All that area, the Square, Kennedy Row, all that area was lost. And I would have an awful lot of people saying, Jesus, we can't vote for you, or we're after voting for you, you know. So if I had that in my own area, I'd be laughing, but I lost it.
You didn't do too bad.
No, I didn't too bad. Didn't do too bad at all in my own area now, and very happy with the way things worked out. Like, I have a small crew of lads and ladies behind me and the family, and we just got out since last March. We done 3 nights a week. If we missed a night because of rain, we went to fortnight. We didn't do any Saturdays or Sundays or throwing stuff in letter boxes on Sunday mornings at 7 o'clock. We just took it nice and easy. I had 50 posters. I had some since the last election. I had about 30 left over, and we done them, got them up, and got an awful grueling over some of the posters, saying they're looking very young on them and the whole lot, but sure,
why not?
Why not, says you.
I haven't spoken to you since last night, so I'm getting you on this afternoon to say congratulations.
Yeah,
well done on a marvellous vote. You've been returned now as a councillor. You must be delighted.
Absolutely delighted. Look, I even more so even still in a bit of shock that I topped the poll there. I would have, there's 6 seats, 1 to 6 I would have took. It makes no difference to me, but at the end of the day, it was a fantastic achievement to top the poll, and just delighted with that. And I'm even more thrilled for the lads that gave me a hand, because they put in some effort, like, you know, and even at times they'd push me on and say, come on, we have to go here, we have to go there, and go back around to these houses. And, you know, I was saying, oh Jesus lads, would you ever give it up? And no, they wouldn't stop. So happy enough with it now.
Donald, I'm going to let you go, because
Thanks,
we've got another just elected councillor coming beside you. You want to wish Niamh all the very best.
Yeah, you're getting rid of me now because you have a pretty woman on the sofa. Thanks, Damien.
Listen, you mind yourself, and thanks very much. Good to see you, Donald.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Niamh is going to shake hands with you there. Actually, Niamh, hang on a second. Sit down there, because we've another count coming up here now. We'll go live to that.
The following is the result of the 4th count of Waterford City East local electoral area, which is the distribution of Caroline Griffin's 346 votes. Cretson Carl Sinn Féin plus 77, total 493. Darcy Jim Fine Gael plus 6, total 904. Fitzgerald Pat Sinn Féin plus 184, total 1075. Keating Stephanie Fianna Fáil plus 11, total 496. Power Jody Green Party plus 5, total 654. Roach Mary Social Democrats plus 17, total 676. Ryan Darren, non-party, plus 14, total 663. Wise Adam, Fianna Fáil, plus 18, total 1121. Non-transferable, plus 14, total 84. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. I will now proceed to distribute Declan Barry's surplus of 19 votes. Thank you.
Okay, so what you've heard there is the 4th count for the Waterford East constituency, and it's still very, very tight. We're looking at Green Party 654, Roach 676, Ryan 663. That's what we predicted a short while ago. Niamh O'Donovan, hold that microphone up there like that. That's perfect.
How are you, Damien? How's it going?
Congratulations.
Thanks very much, Damien. Yeah, I'm so happy to be sitting here, I suppose, talking to you now after being elected. I was a bit nervous to come on previously, but I suppose now we can officially say I've been selected. So, yeah, now the fun starts. Yeah, so.
How do you feel?
It's all a bit of a blur, but I'm so grateful. I'm so, I suppose, just thankful to the West Waterford, the Lismore local electoral area for seeing the potential and getting behind me. I suppose it did come down to transfers in the end. So like I was very grateful, I suppose, to areas, I suppose, for getting the ones, but the twos were so important as well. And yeah, just elated now, to be honest with you, Damien.
I know just after a victory or a defeat, you might forget things, right? But just to thank everybody, the family here, just to thank your team.
Yeah.
They're there beside you now. They're so happy. Talk to me about the family.
Oh my God, yeah. So I suppose I've my immediate family at home. So Vince Donovan, Nick Donovan, my Aunt Nora have just been brilliant. My Uncle Ger and all my mum and my mum's side of the family. I could go on here all day. Like, we've a very small family, but they've all been so invested in it. And I suppose being a first-time candidate, having that moral support was everything. We're not a political family really, so I suppose it was new to all of us. But thankfully I had great support from Fine Gael, who really kind of gave me the support when I asked for it. It's been a really tough, I suppose, 9 months to a year, and anytime I kind of asked the questions, I got the answers straight up, and yeah, it's been brilliant. It's been brilliant here at the count, and having so many faces looking at me here now is just incredible.
Well done, and your campaign team and the way you embrace social media, getting out and about with the pink T-shirts on there in the last week and all the different things, and the loved ones in your life and everybody.
That's it. I can get a pink T-shirt for you too, Damien, if
no
you'd like
problem,
one.
Absolutely no problem. I need an extra large now.
Oh yeah, no bother. You can have my father's one.
I need to do a bit of walking there.
He won't wear it because he said he wouldn't wear pink.
Here, put Daddy down underneath the thing there. Come into us there, Daddy. Come into us.
Oh, God.
Come on in there, Daddy.
Oh my God.
Here now, sit down there beside this young lady. Sit down there now. Yeah. And hold the microphone up.
Now.
Hold the microphone up there to you like that.
He's not as diplomatic as me now, Damien, so.
How do you feel?
Just delighted. I said the pressure is off. Today, you know, we're waiting first with, as Niamh said, with 9 months. I'd say we hit when Niamh announced last September that she was going for the council. I just didn't know what was ahead of me. So, but I've enjoyed this campaign immensely. We met the nicest of people out all over the Lismore electoral area. They accepted Niamh at every door. We didn't miss a house. I think we went into every house that we could see. And we just enjoyed it, and we got great support. I suppose from number one, Senator John Cummins. Gave us great help anytime we asked for it. He told us what to do, where to go. And just, that was it. Like, you know, we're on the road, different days, with some very long days. We made country roads. I never knew we were even there, and I thought I knew West Waterford well. But no, it was great. We enjoyed it. No, we had great support, family, both ends side and my own side. They were great to Niamh. And like, we had great friends. I suppose one man I nearly mentioned, Fran Mangan. Couldn't have asked a better fella. Like, you know, he was behind us the whole time, kept ringing us and making sure, and we got great help from all the different parishes around. And that was it.
And for every victory, there has to be a loser. Unfortunately, Declan Ducey, your party colleague, has lost out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I suppose commiserations to Declan. You know, he's been at the forefront in the Lismore electoral area for the last 20 years. So hopefully now, it's great to have a woman now on one of those 3 seats. It's great to have retained the Fine Gael seat in the Lismore electoral area. And I suppose, look, I'm 35, even though a lot of people might think I'm only 18 or 19, so I'm just going to clarify I am 35, and hopefully now we'll hit the ground running now tomorrow.
We'll go into news now in a couple of minutes. We're just running a little bit over here, and obviously because this is just so special just to be chatting to the O'Donovans here. Was it worth it?
Yes. And myself now, it was the first time we nearly put our hands around one another in 6 months, because we're not at home. We're not at home. We're on the road, going like here, going there, and just we had great crack. Like, you know, as I said, like, you know, we enjoyed it. And I don't think my pink T-shirt would fit you, Damien, because I wouldn't wear one.
Niamh, how excited are you?
Oh my God, I am elated. Like, do you know when you're going around to doors, and I suppose you're hearing the issues, you're hearing what people need, the challenges in the area. I work in the area, and I suppose you really want to try and come good on those, I suppose, promises, and try and fulfil the jobs that need to be done.
And we'll talk about those at another day.
Yeah.
Today is a day for celebration for you, your family, and for all your supporters.
Absolutely.
And just want to say congratulations and well done.
Yeah.
Some result for you, genuinely some result for you. It really, really was. And again, ups and downs and all that sort of stuff, and up and down the Bohereens and everything. Were you bitten by any dogs or anything?
I got bitten by a goat.
A goat.
So Tom Hyland will testify to this. A goat bit me up in Ballyduff.
How did the goat bite you? Now we've got Liam there. Now a dog bit Liam there the other day, but
Right.
how did the goat bite you?
Well, maybe my goat was Liam's dog.
Right, okay.
There's kind of strange things up around Liam's way as well. There could be.
Damien, I'll tell you what happened.
Tell
She
us about
thought
the
the dog was behind her. And
Right.
every house we went to, Niamh got on, I'd say out of 100 houses, 99 dogs were the friendliest. And Niamh would love dogs, because Niamh had her own dog there for a good few years. And she was rubbing this dog, and next thing is the goat was behind her. She thought it was the dog. And next thing is the goat bit her. She looked around, it was the goat.
And where did it bite you?
No, I couldn't be telling you that, Damien. This is like, what time is it? I don't know what time of day it is here now, but it's not.
The goat bit you in the bum.
You could say that, yeah. Now, it didn't have much of a bite. It didn't come back for a second round, like, so.
They were not in deal.
Yeah, so.
So when will you be 21? Next week, is it, or when is it? I don't know.
I'd say I'll age pretty quick in about 3 days once I get to work. But yeah.
Congratulations. I know your supporters want to give you a big round of applause. Congratulations to Niamh O'Donovan, latest Fine Gael councillor. Well done. Back in a few minutes with news. Thank you very much. Thanks, lads.
You're listening to WLR, your election station.
So, how do you like your Sunday morning breakfast? If you like it with a great song, a classic hit, or something that brings back golden memories,
Ladies and gentlemen,
then join me, Timmy Ryan, for Timmy on Sunday, with thanks to McDonald's, Cork Road and John Roberts Square.
Local electoral area. This third count consists of the distribution of Shawnee Power's 255 votes. Burke Catherine Sinn Féin plus 21, total 709. Clune Declan non-party plus 36, 1029. Conway Frank non-party plus 21, 542. Duggan Ben Sinn Féin plus 10, 365. Gyrey Thomas Sinn Féin plus 38, total 379. Murphy Ray Fianna Fáil plus 120, 640. Power Declan the Irish People plus 9, total 115. No non-transferable papers. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. There is an undistributed surplus of 112 votes from John O'Leary. The distribution of the available surplus would not materially affect the progress of the account, because such distribution cannot elect the highest continuing candidate, cannot save the expenses of the lowest continuing candidate, and cannot save the lowest candidate from exclusion.
Councillor John
I will
O'Leary
now
has retained his seat.
proceed,
in
therefore,
Portlaw,
to
Kilmac
exclude
Thomas.
the lowest
Niamh O'Donovan
candidate
of Fine
and
Gael
distribute the
has been
votes
elected in the Lismore
of Declan
district,
Power,
as well as current sitting Councillor John
115
Pratt
votes.
of Labour retaining his seat. There are just 73 votes between Donncha Mulcahy of Sinn Féin and Brian Buckley Independent, both contesting the election in the Lismore area. We will now cross live to WLR News editor Kieran Foley, who is joined by Dimfna Nugent at the SETU Arena. Guys, Fine Gael are again proving to be popular today.
Yes, certainly lots of results coming in, Kyle, and I can bring you the very latest. Within the last few moments, we have just had the fourth count in the Portlaw Kilmac Thomas local electoral area, and the results are as follows. Catherine Burke of Sinn Féin, 709. Independent Councillor Declan Clune, 1,029. Independent candidate Frank Conway, 542. Sinn Féin's Ben Duggan, 365. Sinn Féin's Thomas Gowrie, 379, and Fianna Fáil's Ray Murphy, 640, followed by Declan Power of the Irish People, 115. And we've just been informed that Declan Power has been excluded as a result of the fourth count, and nobody has reached the quota. But independent councillor Declan Clune certainly looking to be in a very good position to join Liam Brazel, Shawnee Power and John O'Leary, who have already been elected for this area. And as you mentioned, Kyle, in the Lismore electoral area, we have had a result. We have seen the election of Niamh O'Donovan of Fine Gael with 1,370, and John Pratt of Labour 1,392, and the battle is certainly on for the third seat between Sinn Féin's Donncha Mulcahy, who's on 1,134, and independent Brian Buckley 1,059. And we've also had an update from Waterford City East, and Dimfna has the very latest on that.
I do indeed, Kyle. How are you?
I'm good, Dimfna. How are you?
Good, good. So we've had the fourth count from Waterford City East, and they are the redistribution of Caroline Griffin's votes, of which there were 346. Carl Cretson is now at 493. Jim Darcy is now at 904. Pat Fitzgerald at 1,075. Stephanie Keating at 496. Jodie Power at 654. Mary Roach at 676. Darren Ryan at 663. And Adam Wise at 1,121. None of those candidates have yet reached that quota, and therefore none have been elected. But you can see the way this trend is going. We do expect current sitting councillor Adam Wise to be elected. He's sitting there at 1,121, closely followed by councillor Pat Fitzgerald at 1,075. So we'll know a little bit more on that over the next little while. But just to recap, we're now looking at 12 candidates that have been elected, Kyle. So just to run through those quite briefly. Lismore, we have seen John Pratt, Labour's John Pratt, and Fine Gael's Niamh O'Donovan elected. Also in the Portlaw Kilmac area, also known as the Comer region, we Fianna Fáil's John O'Leary, Fine Gael's Liam Brazel and Fine Gael's Shawnee Power. Also in Waterford City South, Sinn Féin's John Hearn has been elected. Independent Donal Barry has been elected. Moving to the east, and David Daniels, Independent, has been elected, as has fellow Independent Party colleague Declan Barry. Moving to the west, Tramore, Waterford City West, Lola O'Sullivan from Fine Gael has been elected, and in the Dungarvan region, Fine Gael's Damien Gagan and Sinn Féin's Conor McGuinness. So that is 12 elected members so far have been elected to Waterford City and County Council, Kyle.
Certainly, and I don't think Andy will mind us running a bit into his show. Just for people who want to kind of get really in on the action, they can do so on Facebook, can't they, guys?
They can. If you go to WLRFM.com, there's a rolling blog in there, so you can actually see if you're at home, you're not in a position to, figure out what's happening, or obviously you're not here. We have live footage from SETU Arena. We also have a rolling blog with constant updates in terms of who our guests are, who's been elected, who's been eliminated, and you can follow us on all of the social media channels also. But if you go directly to our website, it will get us the quickest, I suppose, Kyle, to put it that way.
Dimfna Nugent, Kieran Foley, thank you very much.
Thanks, Kyle.
Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil are in a straight shootout to be the largest party in local government after this weekend. Counting has been continuing across the country and is now underway for the European elections. With a breakdown, here's Sean Defoe.
There's been about 30 extra council seats filled in the last 2 hours as counting across the country resumed. A clear trend is emerging, with Fine Gael leading the vote totals on around 24% and Fianna Fáil not far behind, about 23% of the vote. The story, though, has been the collapse of the Sinn Féin vote. While still ahead of its 2019 result, a vote share of about 11.4% so far is still far behind where the party had been polling over the last 4 years. 1 in 5 voters look to have opted for independence. The smaller centre-left parties have also performed better than expected. It'll be a few hours before we have a better sense of the European election results, so each constituency will likely elect a Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil and independent candidate. Sinn Féin will take seats, but how many is now a very open question.
Waterford Sport.
With H&H Motors Dacia. Test drive the 242 Dacia range today at H&H Motors.
A very good afternoon. I'm Nigel Kelly. Let's start with athletics and Thomas Barr, who came home first in his heat of the 400-metre hurdles at the European Athletics Championships earlier this morning. The Ferrybank AC man clocked a season's best time of 49.31 in Rome, as to qualify for tomorrow's semi-final. He's back in the track from 11:40 tomorrow morning. In soccer, Tramore lay their title on the line today as Hibs aim to wrestle away the Jimmy Searson Ardagh Cup at Osier Park. A box office match is expected at 3 o'clock with 22 goals scored between these sides in their last 3 games. A win for Hibs would make it 8 titles in all, while Tramore hunt a 4th in their history. Manager Lee Quilty says they came to this game with good recent form.
We had a dip in the middle of the season, but for the last couple of months we've been strong. We've come back, we've rounded back. I think we won 9 or 10 games in a row, so we've brought that into the cup. So yeah, looking forward to tomorrow. I think we were lucky in the semi-final against Portlaw. We gave away a few chances, but managed to get through the game, without conceding, which is always positive.
They'll be underway at Osier from 3 o'clock for that one this afternoon. While in Gaelic games, Waterford occupied 3rd spot in the All-Ireland Senior Camogie Championship Group 1 following their draw with Kilkenny yesterday. The Dacia sides even could not be separated, with the game ending 1-13 apiece in Nolan Park. Waterford are back in action in 2 weeks' time when they're away to Antrim. Finally then, in golf, Seamus Perra returns for the final round of the Memorial Tournament on the PGA Tour this evening. The Turinina native is tied for 18th and 10 shots off the pace of the leader Scotty Scheffler, who sits on 10 under. Perra resumes at level par from 5 o'clock, playing with the American JT Poston. Shane Lowry's 1 under. He'll return from 5:30 in a share of 14th, while Rory McIlroy is best of the Irish. He's in a share of 11th and also back at 5:30. Sports news on WLRs with thanks to HNHmotors.ie for the latest election news on radio, mobile, smart speaker and live video streaming with SETU. Stay with WLR.
WLR weather.
With Encon, your local one-stop shop for all insulation and energy-saving solutions. Visit encon.ie to book a free consultation.
Well, not a lot of sunshine, rain on the way this evening and tonight. Then a much better picture for tomorrow. Feeling fairly warm on Monday, dry and sunny. Temperatures 16 to 18 Celsius. And checking on the high tides for this afternoon. Dungarvan, Youghal and Ardmore fully in again this evening at 20 to 9. 8:45 Tramore and Dunmore East. Cheekpoint just ahead of 9 o'clock. And at 9:30 fully in again on the Quay in the City.
High tides for Waterford.
With East Pier, the harbour Dunmore East. Freshly landed fish with tasty fresh chips and plenty of sea air. East Pier, always fresh, always local.
Loading the playlist for another hour of the Sunday Jukebox with Andy McCluskey.
Okay, here at the SETU Arena at Carriganore, we've had lots of activity within the past hour, so we're going to take stock of some of that. And Jordan Norris and Dimphna Nugent are here with a review of the local electoral areas. So Jordan, we might start in the west and work our way down to the mid-county. So if you could take the 3 local electoral areas in County Waterford, please.
Yeah, so I'll actually start with, I suppose, the latest information that we have coming to us, and that was count 3 in the Portlaw Kilmacthomas district, Kieran. We've had 2 councillors elected so far. We had the both of those elected last night. Sorry, actually, beg your pardon. We've had 3 elected. We had John O'Leary, Fianna Fáil elected this morning. That was after Fine Gael councillors Liam Brazel and Shawnee Power were elected last night. So the most recent thing that has happened there is on count 3, the last remaining candidate with the lowest number of votes, that was Declan Power of the Irish People. He's been eliminated. John O'Leary's surplus will now be circulated. So you have a number of candidates in the running for the 2 remaining seats in the Cummer district. And at the moment, in pole position to take those seats, it looks as if independent councillor Declan Clune will retain his seat. And it looks like Sinn Féin may potentially gain a seat in the Cummer district as well, coming through Catherine Burke. But it is quite tight with Ray Murphy of Fianna Fáil, owing to the transfers that may come from John O'Leary as well. So it's interestingly poised in the Cummer district in particular. And of course the big news just before lunchtime as well was in Lismore, where Niamh O'Donovan of Fine Gael and John Pratt of Labour were formally elected to Waterford City and County Council, and it is finally poised for that last seat between Brian Buckley, Independent, and Donncha Mulcahy of Sinn Féin. Donncha Mulcahy looks like he may take the seat for Sinn Féin, which would be a very interesting development. They've actually never held a seat in Lismore. And of course we have Dungarvan, Damien Gagan and Conor McGuinness elected last night, and it looks as if Tom Cronin and Pat Nugent could retain their seats too. Thomas Phelan and Joe O'Riordan look well placed for the last seats, but owing to transfers it could get competitive with Monica Murphy and Seamus O'Donnell.
And we haven't had a lot of activity in relation to that latter area, the Dungarvan area, yet this morning or this afternoon.
No, we've had 1 or 2 transfers from last night's surplus. Conor McGuinness's surplus is being distributed at the moment, and his 2 running mates in the Dungarvan district, Siobhan Whelan and Fiona Regan, they tallied quite low in comparison. So you'd imagine with transfers that won't be enough to, I suppose, put them in the picture for election. So again, like I said, it all comes down to those candidates sitting in around the 7th or 8th position. It's going to be very tight for that last seat in particular, but we still are waiting a bit of movement in the Dungarvan area today. But then again, you just don't know, those seats will start filling up fast. It's going to be a very, very busy afternoon.
And then Dimphna, moving to the metropolitan area, we've had some activity within electoral areas here also.
We have indeed. So if we start to look at Waterford City East, which is probably the most recent that we've heard from, we have the redistribution of Sinn Féin's Caroline Griffin's votes, of which there were 346. So we know now that Carl Cretson stands at 493. Fianna Fáil's Jim Darcy stands at 904. Pat Fitzgerald, Sinn Féin, stands very strongly at 1,075. We'll definitely be keeping a close eye on him in terms of where transfers are concerned going forward. Fianna Fáil's Stephanie Keating, lower, I suppose, than she might have expected at 496. Similar story with Green Party's Jodie Power at 654, and Social Democrats Mary Roach 676. And we'll have a little talk about these figures in a moment. Independents Darren Ryan, new to the scene, he's 663, and Fianna Fáil's Adam Wise at 1,121. So immediately you can see Fianna Fáil's Adam Wise. Absolutely, the next count we're going to see something happen where he's concerned. Similar story where Sinn Féin's Pat Fitzgerald is concerned, but there is nothing between Jodie Power, Mary Roach and Darren Ryan. They're so close, it's pretty much almost impossible to call where that seat is going to go. But on that 4th count, nobody was elected. It's important to note that. If we move to Waterford City South, just at about maybe 20 to 12 this morning, we had the 3rd count, and that was the distribution of the votes from Eric English, of which there were 89. So Joanne Bailey, Sinn Féin, now stands at 730. Sinn Féin's Breatha Brennan stands at 301. Again, I know Breatha will be a little disappointed with that figure. Sinn Féin's Kevin Burke at 532. There's great support there for Kevin Burke. He's a brand new candidate. It was his first time out on the beat in terms of knocking on the doors. 532 is a very strong figure. Fianna Fáil's Vivian Burns, 361. Lisa Carroll at 251. Patrick Curtin, People Before Profit there, 143. 143. Sinead Ellen Griffin, 146. Again, she's brand new. I know she would have hoped for a little bit more than 146. Jason Murphy, Fianna Fáil's 970. Jason's doing very, very well. I did think that we would see a higher turnout in terms of numbers for Jason Murphy, but 970 is still extraordinarily strong. Melissa Niclerick of the Green Party, 135. Frank Quinlan Fine Gael, of course, 654. Sean Reinhardt, 402. And Labour's Seamus Ryan at 610. Nobody was eliminated or elected in that count. We have to hear more coming from Tramore Waterford City West, because at the moment all we have elected so far is Fine Gael's Lola O'Sullivan, and she topped the polls in Tramore, but we're overdue an update at this point, because we know that Blaise Hannigan is hot on her heels. There's quite a lot of interest building there, and I imagine it'll be quite shortly when we'll hear an update there, Kieran.
And as you mentioned, Blaise Hannigan, that's an area that could throw up a couple of surprises.
Well, it could, because Blaise has a very long history with politics in Tramore, and Blaise last time out in 2019 didn't garner the support that he might have hoped. He was short by a small amount. Really, he's been busy for these last few years. He's been working in the office of Matt Shannon, he's been working very hard. That worked out for him, it really did. So now any of those transfers could turn to be very, very interesting. We might see a few surprises there, Kieran.
And again, it shows the rise of the independents. So Dymphna and Jordan, thanks very much for the very latest.
Thanks, Kieran.
Good afternoon. The following is the result of the third count of the Dungarvan local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Conor D. McGuinness's 97 votes. Cronin Tom, Fianna Fáil, +7, total 1,263. Curran Padraig, non-party, +1, total 42. Hallahan Karen, non-party, +3, total 311. Joyce Aaron, non-party, +1, total 133. Morrison Roger, non-party, +0, total 71. Murphy Monica Fine Gael, +3, total 513. Nugent Pat Fine Gael, +3, total 1,137. O'Phelan Christor, Green Party, +5, total 362. O'Riordan Joe, non-party, +6, total 657. O'Donnell Seamus, non-party, +6, total 480. Phelan Thomas, Labour, +7, total 836. Regan Fiona, Sinn Féin, +36, total 246. Shaw Jonathan, non-party, +3, total 267. Whelan Siobhan, Sinn Féin, +16, total 234. 0 non-transferable papers. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I now exclude the lowest candidates and distribute their votes, that being the 42 votes of Padraig Curran and the 71 votes of Roger Morrison. The following is the result of the third count of the Tramore Waterford City West local electoral area, which was the distribution of Samantha Dooley's 82 votes and Melissa O'Neill's 69 votes, in total 151 votes. Cleary Ronan Ain2 plus 7, total 284. Conway Joe, non-party, plus 14, 909. Duffin Susan, Sinn Féin, plus 8, 334. Galway Michael, Independent Ireland, plus 20, total 174. Griffin Jim, Sinn Féin, plus 8, total 752. Hannigan Blaze, non-party, plus 11, total 950. Hayes Richie, Fine Gael, plus 8, total 275. Hayes John, Sinn Féin, plus 2, total 251. Hutchinson Smith Alana, Sinn Féin, plus 6, total 323. Kelly Joe, non-party, plus 16, total 1090. Kylie Christina, Green Party, plus 7, total 396. Mangan Killian, non-party, plus 15, total 346. McKnight Mairead, Labour, plus 3, total 245. Quinlan Eamon, Fianna Fáil, plus 5, total 702. Non-transferable, plus 21, total 21. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. There is no surplus for distribution. I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the votes of Michael Galway, being 174 votes. The following is the result of the fourth count in Waterford City South local electoral area, which was the distribution of John Hearn's 7 votes. Bailey Joanne, Sinn Féin, plus 1, total 731. Brennan Breda, Sinn Féin, plus 0, total 301. Burke Kevin, Sinn Féin, plus 1, total 533. Burns Vivian, Fianna Fáil, plus 1, total 362. Carol Lisa, non-party, plus 0, total 251. Curtin Patrick, People Before Profit Solidarity, plus 0, total 143. Griffin Sinead Ellen, Social Democrats, plus 0, total 146. Murphy Jason, Fianna Fáil, plus 1, total 971. Ní Cleary Melissa, Green Party, plus 0, total 165. Quinlan Frank, Fine Gael, plus 0, total 654. Reinhardt Sean, non-party, plus 2, 404 total. Ryan Seamus, Labour, plus 1, total 611. Non-transferable papers, plus 0, total 14. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. There is no surplus for distribution. I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the 143 votes of Patrick Curtin. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we've some bad news and some good news. The bad news is somebody has lost their keys, but the good news is that we have found them. So it's a very fancy looking Lismore local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of John Pratt's 103 votes. Buckley Brian non-party plus 59, total 1,118.
Very well, Andy, and we're going to cut straight to Paul Johnston, who has the latest update from the Lismore electoral area.
178. No candidate has reached the quota. I will therefore proceed to distribute Niamh O'Donovan's surplus of 81 votes. It is the only available surplus and fulfills the condition that it exceeds the difference between the two lowest candidates. Thank you.
Okay, so you heard it there from Returning Officer Paul Johnston, the latest update on the Lismore electoral area. We've also had activity, Andy, in the Dungarvan electoral area, where we have had the third count, and already elected in this area we have Fine Gael's Damien Geoghegan and Sinn Féin's Conor McGuinness. So as a result of the third count, we have Fianna Fáil's Tom Cronin on 1,263, Independent Padraig Kern 42, Independent Karen Hallahan 311, Independent Aaron Joyce 133, Independent Roger Morrison 71, Fine Gael's Monica Murphy 513, Fine Gael's Pat Nugent 1,137, Independent Seamus O'Donnell 480, Green Party Christopher O'Fuelon 362, Independent Joe O'Riordan 657, Labour's Thomas Phelan 836, Sinn Féin's Fiona Regan 246, Independent Jonathan Shaw 267, and Sinn Féin's Siobhan Whelan 234. So no candidate has reached a quota as a result of the third count to join Sinn Féin's Conor McGuinness and Fine Gael's Damien Geoghegan, but it's certainly looking very good for Fianna Fáil's Tom Cronin as well as Fine Gael's Pat Nugent. Moving on then quickly, we also had some activity in Waterford City South, and already elected here since yesterday we had Independent Councillor Donal Barry, and joining him this morning was Sinn Féin's John Hearn. So we had the fourth count here, and the standings following that are as follows: Sinn Féin's Joanne Bailey 731, Sinn Féin's Breda Brennan 301, Sinn Féin's Kevin Burke 533, Fianna Fáil's Vivian Burns 362, Independent Lisa Carl 251, People Before Profits Patrick Curtin 143, Sinead Ellen Griffin of the Social Democrats 146, Fianna Fáil's Jason Murphy 971, the Green Party's Melisha Ní Clírig 165, Fine Gael Frank Quinlan 654, Independent Sean Reinhardt 404, and Seamus Ryan of Labour 611. So nobody joining Donal and John as a result of the fourth count, but certainly Jason Murphy and Joanne Bailey in strong positions. And joining me now with an update of the Tramore City West electoral area is Dimphna.
Thanks, Kieran. Tramore, Waterford City West, we've just had the third count now. We had greatly anticipated this all morning. So the standings are as follows: Joe Conway 909, Susan Duffin, Sinn Féin of course 334, Independent Ireland Michael Galway at 174, Sinn Féin's Jim Griffin at 752, Independent Blaise Hannigan at 950, Richie Hayes there in at 275, his brother John Hayes at 251, Alana Hutchinson Smith at 323, Independent Joe Kelly 1,090. Green Party Christina Kiley at 396. Killian Mangan at 346. Labour's Mairead McKnight at 246. And Fianna Fáil's Eamon Quinnan at 702. Now, no candidate has reached the quota of 1,116, and as a result, Independent Ireland's Michael Galway has been eliminated, so his votes will be redistributed.
And Dimfna, again, we have then a total of 12 candidates still elected so far across Waterford City and County.
We were waiting for such a long time, and then they came in one big lump. So if we'll take it, we'll begin with Lismore. We have Labour's John Pratt and Fine Gael's Niamh O'Donovan elected. Over to Portlaw, Kilmacthomas, we have Fianna Fáil's John O'Leary, Fine Gael's Liam Brazel and Fine Gael's Shawnee Power. Waterford City South, Sinn Féin's John Hearn and Independent Councillor Donal Barry. In Waterford City East, Independent candidates David Daniels and Declan Barry, who is of course new to the political scene. To Tramore, Waterford City West, Fine Gael's Lola O'Sullivan topped the polls. And in the Dungarvan district, Fine Gael's Damien Gagan and Sinn Féin's Conor McGuinness. So that is who we have at present currently elected as our new councillors.
So, Andy, we have 12 seats on a 32-seat council. Still a bit to go, so it's back to you, Andy.
Lovely stuff. Thank you very much indeed, Kieran. And as we have mentioned, of course, you can keep up to date with everything on the live stream and indeed the blog and more from the SETU Arena shortly after 2 o'clock this afternoon here on WLR.
There are many reasons to move to it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the results of the fourth count in the Portlaw Kilmacthomas local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Declan Power's 115 votes. Burke Catherine Sinn Féin +7, total 716. Clune Declan non-party +30, total 1059. Conway Frank non-party +39, total 581. Duggan Ben Sinn Féin +3, total 368. Gyrey Thomas Sinn Féin +9, total 388. Murphy Ray Fianna Fáil +4, total 644. Non-transferable papers +23, total 23. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. I will proceed to distribute John O'Leary's surplus of 112 votes. Thank you.
And browse the fantastic range of books, magazines, gifts, cards, exclusive Leonidas Belgian chocolates, lots of fabulous gift ideas. The Book Centre, your locally owned bookshop, where stories begin and generations connect.
Across Waterford, on mobile and the smart speaker, this is Waterford's WLR.
WLR News at 2 o'clock. Good afternoon, I'm Kyle Butler. The activity continues at SETU Arena in Carriganore in Waterford City for the counting of the local election results. As of this morning, Sinn Féin Councillor John Hearn has retained his seat in Waterford City South, while Fianna Fáil Councillor John O'Leary has retained his seat in Portlaw, Kilmacthomas. Niamh O'Donovan of Fine Gael has been elected in the Lismore district, as well as current sitting Councillor John Pratt of Labour retaining his seat in Lismore. We will now cross live to WLR News editor Kieran Foley, who is at SETU Arena. Kieran, have things kind of slowed down in the last hour?
Well, we've had a few updates, Kyle, from different electoral areas within the past hour. And just to bring you up to speed on what has happened, we're going to cross live actually to Paul Johnston, who has another update for us.
Thanks, Kieran.
Waterford City South local electoral area, which was the distribution of Patrick Curtin's 143 votes. Bailey Joanne, Sinn Féin, plus 9, total 740. Brennan Breda, Sinn Féin, plus 10, total 311. Burke Kevin, Sinn Féin, plus 11, total 544. Burns Vivian, Fianna Fáil, plus 13, total 375. Carol Lisa, non-party, plus 7, total 258. Griffin Sinead Ellen, Social Democrats, plus 33, total 179. Murphy Jason, Fianna Fáil, plus 4, total 975. Ní Cleary Melissa, Green Party, plus 9, total 174. Quinlan Frank Fine Gael, plus 3, total 657. Reinhardt Sean, non-party, plus 15, total 419. Ryan Seamus Labour, plus 12, total 623. Non-transferable, plus 17, total 31. No candidate has reached a quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the votes of Melissa Ní Cleary, being 174 votes. Thank you.
Okay, so we heard there, Kyle, from Paul Johnston in relation to Waterford City South, which we will return to for a recap shortly. But also within the past hour, we had the third count for the Dungarvan area. Already elected here are Fine Gael's Damien Gagan and Sinn Féin's Conor McGuinness. We haven't had anybody else reach the quota as a result of the third count, but certainly looking very good for Fianna Fáil's Tom Cronin and Fine Gael's Pat Nugent. We also had the third count in Tramore City West. The only councillor elected here at the moment is Fine Gael's Lola O'Sullivan. As a result of the third count, we haven't had any other candidate reach the quota, but again, looking very good for the independents. Sitting independent Joe Kelly, sitting independent Joe Conway, and returning candidate independent Blaise Hannigan, who previously served as a councillor. And Dymphna joins me now with the standings for Waterford City South following the latest update from Paul Johnston.
Indeed, Kieran. So what we're left with now at this stage, following the distribution of Patrick Kerwin's votes, are Joanne Bailey stands at 740, Sinn Féin's Breda Brennan at 311, Sinn Féin's Kevin Burke at 544, Fianna Fáil's Vivian Burns 375, Lisa Carroll at 258, Sinead Ellen at 179, Jason Murphy Fianna Fáil 975, Melissa Ní Cleary 174, Fine Gael's Frank Quinlan at 657, Sean Reinhart at 419 and Labour's Seamus Ryan at 623. As nobody has reached the quota within that count, the decision was made to eliminate Green Party's Melissa Cleary with her votes of 174, so they will be redistributed.
Thanks, Dimphna. So as it stands, still, Kyle, 12 councillors elected across Waterford City and County.
Tim from the Nugent, Kieran Foley, thank you. The sorting of European election ballot papers for the Ireland South constituency is progressing well this afternoon in County Cork. Official tallies are expected, however it may be later this evening before any indication of support for the 23 candidates is available. The first count is expected either late tonight or early tomorrow morning. Returning Officer Martin Harvey has been outlining what will happen to spoilt ballot papers.
Ballot papers that have writing on it, ballot papers that don't have any official mark on it, ballot papers that have 111 on it. A lot of people say I voted for everyone and they put 111. So papers that are invalid, they are adjudicated on later with either the candidate or his agent. But you'll be talking in that respect probably about 9 or 10 this evening.
Waterford Sport.
With H&H Motors Renault. Test drive the 242 Renault range today at H&H Motors.
A very good afternoon. I'm Nigel Kelly. We're going to start with athletics, and Thomas Barrow has won his heat and he's through to the semi-finals of the men's 400-metre hurdles at the European Athletics Championships in Rome. Barrow was the fastest of the opening round competitors in a new system where every qualifying place is decided by the times instead of the highest finish. The relay gold medalist is happy to get things moving.
Yeah, my season has been a little bit off to a slow start, but then it quickened up very quickly. It's like I'm on a peaks and troughs kind of season here. So I started off quite slow and then really ramped up there in the relay on Friday. Today, just wanted to go out there and try and get myself into a qualifying position, which myself and Haley had said, because there's no top two to qualify or safe or whatever, I had to really win the race. Especially when we were coming down in a blanket finish. You have no idea when you're in the race what time you're going to run.
While in soccer, all roads lead to Osier Park this afternoon as Tremora and Hibs battled it out for the Jimmy Searson Ardagh Premier Cup. The Seagulls are looking for back-to-back titles, while Hibs aim to make it 8th in all and a first since 2017. The defending champions come to kick off with 9 straight wins, and to clinch silverware, they could win their 10th. Manager Lee Quilty tells WLR Sport that Hibs are going to give them plenty to think about.
Hibs are always a good side. I mean, I think Mark O'Keefe finishes top scorer in the league, so they always have that threat. So it's looking to curtail that and then try and get a goal on the other side ourselves is going to be the challenge.
Kick-off at Osier is fast approaching now, underway from 3 o'clock. Well, after 3 rounds of the All-Ireland Camogie Championship, Waterford sit third in the table with 1 win, 1 draw and 1 loss on the board. Yesterday, Jerry Wallace's side drew with Kilkenny 1-13 apiece in Nolan Park. Star attacker Beth Carton hit 9 points, while Mairead O'Brien continued her goal-scoring run to hit 1-1 from play. And we had Lorraine Bray, Niamh Rocket and Roisin Kerwin all putting a point over the bar each. Goalkeeper Brianna O'Regan pulled off 2 massive second-half saves, and she's told WLR Sport about how she gets that job done.
Yeah, I think it's all like just in the heat of the moment, Moss, and just kind of your reflexes and stuff is just, at the end of the day, I have to be in there and do my job. The girls at the pitch are doing their job, so when it comes up, I have to be ready.
Well, all eyes will be on Semple Stadium later today when Limerick chase a record 6th consecutive Munster Senior Hurling crown. It's once again Clare who stand in their way. However, they have not won a provincial crown since 1998. 2013 Hurler of the Year Tony Kelly's been named on the bench for the banner, while Limerick boss John Kiley will be without Sean Finn and Seamus Flanagan. They're underway in Thurles from 4.
For Waterford news and sport in your pocket, download the WLR app from the App Store.
And finally, in golf, Seamus Power's back for the final round of the Memorial Tournament on the PGA Tour this evening. The Tour Nina native is tied for 18th and 10 shots off the pace of the leader Scotty Scheffler, who sits on 10 under. Power resumes at level par from 5 o'clock, where he plays with the American JT Poston. That's your sports news on WLR, with thanks to HNHmotors.ie. For the latest election news on radio, mobile, smart speaker and live video streaming with SETU, stay with WLR.
Daisha Today, election special with Damien Tiernan on WLR.
Welcome to an hour of analysis, live broadcasting, live results as they happen. And thank you to Kieran, to Nigel, to Dimphna, everybody that is working so hard in the WLR team putting all this together. Thank you, Jordan, for doing all our digital. We are live on the radio, on the wireless, across the world, on the Google and speaker systems and Alexa, and also live on WLRFM.com, the special live stream. I know a lot of people are accessing that, so if you're watching that at the minute, you will see that there is a certain Fine Gael senator on the couch that was designed and organised by Paula and her advertising team. It's a nice couch, John, isn't it?
Your display is absolutely fantastic there. SETU branding and WLR branding look well together.
They do, yeah, very much so. And I want to thank Keane and the multimedia department doing a great job. Just hold the mic a little bit closer up there. We're going to talk a little bit of brass tacks now for a minute in terms of numbers, if you don't mind. We'll start with Waterford City South and how things are falling at the minute. So just to remind our listeners, Jason Murphy, Fianna Fáil, 975. Joanne Bailey, Sinn Féin, 740. Frank Quinlan, Fine Gael, 657. Seamus Ryan, Labour, 623. Kevin Burke, Sinn Féin, 544. Sean Reinhardt, 419. Vivian Burns, 375. Breda Brennan, 311. Then we've got Lisa Carroll and Sinead Ellen Griffin. Below that, how do you read this, John Cummins? Again, just taking off your Fine Gael hat for a minute and just talk to me in terms of...
So we did an analysis of number twos yesterday from three people, which was the Social Democrat candidate, Vivian Burns, the second Fianna Fáil candidate, and the Green Party candidate. And it had Frank Quinlan gaining plus 60, Seamus Ryan gaining plus 60, and Kevin Burke gaining about plus 30. So that's Seamus and Frank going a further 30 ahead. Now Kevin Burke will get about 70 votes back off Breda Brennan when she's eliminated. Joanne Bailey will gain over 100 when Breda is eliminated. So look, it's going to be a long day in terms of counting. There's a few other people in there that have to be eliminated, but ultimately it's likely to come down to Sean Reinhardt being eliminated to decide those last two seats.
Okay, we also have the quotas on 1,058. Jason Murphy's at 975 at the minute, so he has just 100 votes to get over the quota.
And we'll get them off Vivian Burns.
Yes.
We got that from the twos that were counted yesterday. So he will go over the quota and we'll have a surplus after Vivian is eliminated.
And just to explain that again to the uninitiated, it's kind of a sample that you do that good tally people are able to do. They're able to look at twos and threes and analyse, okay, there's a certain amount of votes that is going to go to that person and that person if that person's eliminated.
Precisely. So when they were counting those yesterday officially, we would have had people that were looking at where the twos on the ballot paper for each of those candidates was. So at a minimum we know that there's at least those, but obviously sometimes the two will go to someone that's also going to be eliminated, so then the 3 or the 4 or the 5 or the 6, as the case may be, becomes a 1. So that's roughly what we're calling it. Now we believe that Frank can retain his seat here in City South as the 5th seat.
Just take a break for a second, John.
Is the result of the 6th count of the Lismore local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Niamh O'Donovan's 81 votes. The total votes distributed as follows: Buckley Brian non-party plus 51, total 1,169. Mulcahy Donegal Sinn Féin plus 30, total 1,208. Non-transferable papers plus 0, total 199. There is one vacancy remaining to be filled, and as the votes of the highest continuing candidate exceed the total votes of all the other continuing candidates, I deem the highest continuing candidate to be elected, being Donegal Mulcahy with 1,208 votes.
Donegal Mulcahy, Sinn Féin, elected in the Lismore electoral area. They're currently raising him on high. He's wearing a white shirt. He's down at the far end of the hall, and the Sinn Féin supporters are around him, and they're celebrating an historic victory for Sinn Féin in that local
electoral area. As all seats have now been filled, I propose to formally declare the results of the election. Thank you.
And we'll have that formal declaration in a few minutes. There was talk a few minutes ago that Brian Buckley, independent, was going to look for a partial or a full recount. My understanding, looking at the team there now, is that he's decided not to. Correct me if I'm wrong, we're looking at 39 votes separating them. 39 votes is what I have here. 39 votes, which, John Cummins, is probably too much for a recount.
Yeah, likely too much for a recount. Look, congratulations to Donegal and his family and his party. It's a great day to be elected to represent the people of your area, so huge congratulations to him. But obviously the big news for us in that area is that we have Niamh O'Donovan elected as a new councillor in West Waterford. She's going to be a fantastic councillor, but obviously commiserations to our party colleague Declan Ducey also.
Again, yeah, you're very happy with Niamh O'Donovan's, I suppose, elevation.
Yeah, look, Niamh has put in a tremendous amount of work over the last 9 months since being selected as a candidate, as has Dec. And look, it's the way the votes fall, and you know, but huge credit to Niamh and her family and the team of people around her that done a phenomenal job in getting out the vote in her area.
Yeah, again, we won't do a big post-mortem or anything like that, but did you favour one over the other? Or
no,
was it
not at all. Look, like they're both Fine Gael candidates, and you know, I was out canvassing night and day from Yallbridge to Dunmore East with all of our 11 candidates. You know, huge calibre of candidates here. If Frank Quinlan can hold his seat, as we believe he can at the 5th seat, we will be winning 8 seats, which is 25% of all seats on Waterford City and County Council. Again, have won a phenomenal result for the party when many people had written off our party.
So just finally on Waterford City South, at the minute, you think Frank Quinlan should have enough in terms of transfers to stay ahead?
It's going to be a long day, but based on the twos that we were analysing yesterday, as I said, it'll come down ultimately to Sean
Reinhardt's
transfers at the end. And we'll have to see how that goes, but at the moment there's 3 in the mix there, Frank, Seamus Ryan and Kevin Burke, and you know, it favours at this moment in time Frank and Seamus, but that can change, as we know, as the counts go on.
Okay, so just finally in Waterford City South, it looks like, again, depending on how things go over the next couple of hours, and it will take that long, it looks like it could be a fight till the end in terms of, we'd say, maybe Kevin Burke, Seamus Ryan and Frank Quinlan. We'll see how other things fall, but that's the way it's looking at the minute.
Two of those three,
and it's going to be very tight, too tight to call at the minute.
Yeah, but we're 50 ahead of Seamus and over 130, I think, ahead of Kevin at the moment. Obviously, he will narrow the gap when Breda Brennan goes out, but we think we'll be sufficiently ahead in order to stay ahead and take that 5th seat rather than the 6th seat. But look, we'll have to see, and I hope I won't be eating my words.
No, I understand. Yeah,
but that's just the numbers as they are now,
yeah.
Plain and straight, not with any bias on them. They're the numbers.
Okay, I'll let you go. John Cummins, thank you very much for joining us.
Amy.
Thank you very much. Stay with us. After the break, we're going to be talking to the newly elected councillor in the Lismore area. Back in a second.
Live from the Waterford Town Centre, this is WLR, your election station.
The countdown is on. The WLR Waterford Viking Marathon, Sunday, June 23rd. Starts 9 a.m. at Bishop's Palace, taking in Thomas Francis Marr Bridge, Mount Congreve and the Greenway, finishing to a hero's welcome on O'Connell Street. Great new t-shirt, medal and music en route. Register today for the quarter, half, full marathon and autism-friendly run on vikingmarathon.com. The WLR Waterford Viking Marathon, with thanks to Waterford Council, Sun Life, Carton Controls, Medite Smart Ply, Flahavans and Waterford Crystal.
It's just dropped. Something so brilliant. You can't ignore it. Ireland's brightest energy offer. A saving of up to €791 off dual fuel. And all you have to do is switch. Visit electricireland.ie and start saving. Electric Ireland, making your world brighter. EAB €2,562 dual fuel discount including online billing and direct debit. Savings compared to our 24-hour standard variable tariff EAB 12-month contract. T's and C's apply. See electricireland.ie.
At Opel, it pays to go electric. Quite literally, in fact. That's because our electric models now cost less than petrol or diesel. Order your new 242 Mokka Electric or Astra Electric and avail of our €5,000 Opel Eco Bonus. Flexible payment options plus 3 years free servicing. You'll be all powered up with lower road tax and lower running costs. Find out more about our 242 offers at John Kelly Opel, Waterford. See johnkellyopel.ie for details.
Daisha Today, election special with Damien Tiernan on WLR.
Now, nearly caught me there unawares. Thanks, Dean, for that. I'm just talking to Donncha Mulcahy. He's on the couch. Sit back there, Donncha, now. Sit down there now and relax.
Not a bother.
You've got your party members there and other people. I know you're probably going to miss out on somebody to thank, but firstly, who do you want to thank within the team?
My friends, my family and my campaign team. Couldn't have done it without them, there's no doubt about it. I might be the man standing up there and getting the votes, but it takes an army to get you over the line. A lot of hard work. As you know, Sinn Féin wouldn't be a popular party in our neck of the woods, but you work hard, you know what I mean? And we've got a great, every one of them is grafter from David Cullinan all the way down, and Conor mentored me along the way, and even issues that were coming to me. Well before this election, Conor helped me out tremendously, and hopefully he'll be going for us in a general election and make a great TD alongside Dave Cullinan.
It's a phenomenal story for Sinn Féin in the Lismore area. It really is. And obviously you had Brian Buckley doing very well.
Very well, yep.
You've just defeated him by 39 votes.
Skin of my teeth.
Skin of your teeth.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Cheers, thank you.
How do you feel?
Yeah, I don't know how I feel.
You're getting emotional now.
Yeah, look, I'm just very proud for the people around me. They have put a hell of a lot of work into it. For my family and my friends and my campaign team, even my work colleagues, lads I work with, taking half days here to go there. Every single one of them believing in what I can do and seeing what I can do. Communities getting behind me. Yeah.
But it's one thing for a party machine to help and to say, let's go for it. You have to go for it as well. And I'm sure there was times where you just said, oh, I'm tired, I don't want to go out. And just to keep grinding, keep plugging away.
Yeah, you're dead right. Look, fair, we have a good work ethic, you know. We work hard at whatever we do, whether it's a day job, campaigning, playing hurling, soccer, whatever. We turn up, we're there to play, you know. And we got in with the skin of our teeth. You can see the belief in the people around me with the top polling with my first votes. Well, we didn't get too well with the transfers after that. So we're going to have to keep changing minds here in the far west, and I continue to work hard for my community. And I'm aware I don't have all the answers, but if we work together, hopefully we can bridge gaps.
And you did work very hard the last few years. Again, as you know, I was talking to John Pratt and yourself there recently in the last couple of days, and I knew you were working hard, and I could hear it from different people. You needed a big first preference because, as you say, there was going to be people that are saying, oh, don't give Sinn Féin a vote. Did that make you stronger?
Oh, yes, 100%. I believe in the party, I believe where we're going, and the steps ahead, there's a pathway to better, you know, and our slogan is, it's time for change. It is time for change. We need fresh new blood everywhere, and we've got a good team here in Waterford, and hopefully we can keep getting the work done and proving ourselves to, I suppose, the older generation of Fianna Fáilers and Fine Gaelers who keep voting the same way as their father did, you know.
In terms of Lismore, again, normally at these local electoral areas, and I've covered Waterford now for nearly 30 years, sometimes it's the quietest of the six. This has been seismic. We've had, obviously, a change in the Fine Gael Guard as well. Well done to Niamh O'Donovan.
Yeah.
We've had the Fianna Fáil vote, no Fianna Fáil councillor in Lismore, and we've had a strong independent. And we've had, as we said yesterday, we believe the very first Sinn Féin councillor in the Lismore electoral area.
Yeah.
It's historic.
Yeah, look, it's It's my team, you know what I mean? I can't be taking the credit for it. As you know,
He's been very modest, lads, isn't he? Give him a round of applause if you want there.
As you said, look, there was a lot of work went into it, but it was to get into this position to work for our community.
I know, and just again, coming out a little bit from that, I know just after a result, a victory or a defeat, it's difficult to sort of comprehend the enormity of this.
Yeah.
But again, just standing back, this is enormous for Sinn Féin in West Waterford.
Yeah. I suppose, look, I didn't look too much into the history books of this, that and the other. Like, as you said, was it 39 votes we just got over the line? Come on.
You want to congratulate your other candidates and commiserate with them as well. And the fact that Brian, I know he was thinking about a partial recount or a full recount.
Yeah.
39 is probably just a bit too much to make up.
Yeah. Look, you got to commend Brian Buckley. He tremendous performance, and it really was down to myself and himself, you know.
The little lad wants to come in there. Let him in there. Come on in. The little lad is coming up. Come on up onto the couch there. There.
Hey.
And we're live on the stream at the minute if you're watching us. Tell us about the little boy there, your little son.
Arthur Ogue, yeah.
Arthur Ogue, Diagwait, Cunnisty. And what's he got? He's got his little teddy or a rabbit or a dog there.
Woof woof.
Woof woof. There's woof woof.
Yeah. To be fair, when the dust settles, I'm going to take some time off and spend it with family. I've been vacant of recent, but you know you have to put in the hard yards to get it over the line. So I'll spend some time with the little man and my family, this is what it's all about. It's for the next generation. We're here.
Okay, come over here for us now, Mrs. Come on over here, Mrs. Mulcahy. Come on, in you come. Come on. Can you go underneath there? Now, sit down there. Sit down there beside them. Well, how do you feel? Hold it right up there.
She's on the telly, though.
Yeah, I have no idea what I feel right now.
You're so emotional.
Yeah, I'm emotional, yeah.
Is it relief? Is it joy? Is it happiness?
Yeah.
Tell me about the amount of work that he's put into this. And it's a family thing.
Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. Yeah, I know. Okay, it was a lot. It was a lot, but worth it in the end now.
Give him a round of applause, the family, everybody.
Thanks very much, I'm going to say vote Daddy.
And finally, Donncha, on the campaign trail, any dogs or goats or anything biting you?
No, not really. It's a lot. It's a big area to cover. Like you're going from Yall Bridge up to near the Welcome Inn, out to Ballymacarbery. It's a hell of a ground to cover, and I couldn't have done it without my team. I had a strong team that got in behind me, and they really need to be commended on this, and my friends and family. Just the backing they gave me. You can see the vote that I pulled in Tallow. They really believed in me, and across I topped the poll in my first preferences. Just the second preferences weren't so handy. But
you can work on that. Work on that, exactly.
100%,
you know?
yeah. And look, we're after winning the seat. And I plan to work very hard for our community. So I greatly appreciate the people backing me.
Congratulations. Good luck with the pregnancy.
Thank you.
When are you due?
September.
September. Just in time for the general election.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. Donncha Mulcahy, newly elected Sinn Féin councillor in the Lismore electorate area. Goramila Mahagut, Slongafole. Give him a big round of applause. Back in a few minutes. Thanks very much.
Ready for a new car ride this summer? Corja Credit Union has teamed up with the Big Breakfast Blah on WLR to celebrate their sizzling car loan rate for the month of June.
They've given us a €100 Dungarvan and West Waterford Chamber voucher to give away every day next week.
Don't miss your chance to win these exciting prizes. Tune in to the Big Breakfast Blah from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. next week.
All thanks to Corja Credit Union Limited, your local West Waterford Credit Union.
Looking forward to heading off for your summer holidays or mini break? The excitement is real and your holiday begins the moment you hop on board the JJ Kavanagh Airport bus. 14 departures daily up to the airports, 14 airport pickups to bring you home 7 days a week. Start your holiday stress-free. Get a lift from JJ Kavanagh and Sons, your holiday partner.
The Chadwick Summer Sale is now on. Step into the great outdoors and give your garden and patio areas a makeover with our wide range of garden furniture, barbecues, mowers, paving and decorative stone, tools and accessories. Great deals on showers, surrounds, taps, mirrors and bathroom accessories. Plus a huge range of doors, floors, paint and power tools from all the top brands. Shop online at chadwicks.ie or visit your local branch. Chadwick's.
Let's get it done! Dare to create this June 15. Rock the block with Roy Mylan in Knocknaheeny. Try your hands at soccer skills in Tipperary, Kerry and Clare. Join the celebration of music and film at Limerick's Bell Table and lots more in your area. Crinoon and Og, the National Day of Free Creativity for Young People. See creativeallin.gov.ie for more. Supported by RTE.
Daisha Today, election special with Damien Tiernan on WLR.
Now, welcome back to our live broadcast. If you want to follow us on WLRFM.com, we've got a live blog, live stream in this year's local elections in partnership with SETU. WLR is your one-stop destination for election 2024 in Waterford. Also want to thank everybody in the council team. They have really stepped up a gear compared to previous elections. Not that it was bad, but they've really improved their offerings and they've got great information coming out, and they've been very good in helping us with that, and Karen Cheevers in particular from the media team. We've just been talking to Donncha Mulcahy, who has been elected as Sinn Féin TD, and they're doing a big picture there and cheers with him, and we will keep an eye on that. So Lismore is now finished. We'll have the formal declaration in a few minutes, and we have Niamh O'Donovan elected, John Pratt elected, and for the first time ever, a Sinn Féin candidate. Joining me now on the couch is Jody Power of the Green Party. Jody, you know what it's like to be elected, that feeling. It must be a wonderful feeling, is it?
Oh, yeah, you're bringing me back 5 years ago now at this stage, yeah. Yeah, where I came in fifth in a six-seater, so that was actually, it was a wonderful feeling indeed, yeah.
And then that feeling, as I say, of being elected, you can understand what Donncha is going through. You're a sitting Green Party councillor. Yeah. Talk to me about where you are at the minute and where the vote is at the minute regarding yourself.
It's, the way it's looking, I'm in a bit of a dogfight now with myself, Mary Roach and Darren Ryan. Darren Ryan as well, he's about 30, 40, 50 odd votes behind me, but Mary's 13 votes ahead of me. All right, so but we're waiting now for transfers, and so that the transfers, wherever way the transfers goes now, that'll determine the last seat, because it's a bit of a dogfight between the three of us.
Yeah. So we're looking at Waterford City East, and we have Jim Darcy more than likely will get elected. He's on around 904 at the minute. Yeah. Pat Fitzgerald will get elected for Sinn Féin. It looks like it's going to be an Adam Wise for Fianna Fáil, and if Carl Cretson does go out, then his transfers. So we're looking at yourself and Mary Roach and Darren Ryan again.
Yeah.
That's presuming that if Stephanie doesn't pick up in other areas. It's very, very tight at the minute. At the minute you're on 654, is that right?
Oh, that must be. You're up then since I've got 630 here.
Yeah, we're on.
I've got Mary Roach on 643.
No,
so what's the latest?
The latest is you're on 654.
Yep.
Mary Roach is on 676.
Okay.
And Darren Ryan is on 663. So you're just only 6 and 3. That's 9 votes behind Darren Ryan, and you're only 20 votes behind Mary Roach.
Behind Mary Roach. So the transfers that come up are going to be all important. Every one of those are going to count coming up to the final hours, which I believe there's some kind of a recount going on at the moment. Things are close up at the top, so it'll be 6 or 7 o'clock tonight before we really know how the whole thing is going to shake out. So yeah, so a bit of a fight, a bit of an exciting time, a bit of a nervous time, a bit of twitchy time, but hopefully we pull through okay. Yeah.
Again, we'll talk tomorrow with Marco Cosling and others about the more general issues. We'll wait and see what happens.
Yeah.
So just to remind listeners that Jody Power, former mayor, Green Party councillor, is in a dogfight and will more than likely be in that fight for that last seat, more than likely with Mary Roach and Darren Ryan. Now, we heard earlier Darren Ryan, his estate, Adam Wise, lives in that same estate as him.
Yeah.
And then obviously Carl Cretson. So there may be more transfers potentially going to Darren. which may take him above you. And then you've got Stephanie's vote. She is obviously Fianna Fáil. Mary Roach was Fianna Fáil.
Well, let's hope they don't get on.
Well, no, they may transfer. In other words, if somebody has voted for Mary or knows either of me, you don't know.
But my feeling is, though, too, that the Greens are usually very transfer friendly from Sinn Féin for whatever party that's there, as well. And so I would... I'd be very hopeful as well that
that has been the case,
something.
and certainly it has been the case in the past. I agree with you 100%. I don't know if you're as transfer friendly now. Now, I think you did very well in your first preference. I actually was talking to Grace O'Sullivan yesterday, and I know you were a bit disappointed, but it wasn't a bad first preference vote.
For being a sitting councillor and being the Metropolitan Mayor in the last year then as well, that should have been a really good advantage to me, but really didn't play out as far as I would have expected it to play out. And I must say that the doors were very, very positive, knocking on the doors, canvassing around for the last 2-3 months. So, again, that's politics, yourself.
Why do you think the Green Party vote has collapsed in the Waterford area?
Well, in my area, of course, every time, the biggest issue on the doorsteps was the Waterford Airport. And the fact that there's not something conclusive coming in that direction was one of the I'd say the big thing that kind of spoiled or maybe poisoned the air for the Greens, I think, a little bit in Waterford East anyway. That was by far the biggest thing on the door. Yeah.
You were getting that on the doors?
Oh, on the doors, no question. And
was it the fact that Eamon Ryan, as Minister for Transport, still hasn't made a decision? Was it...
Obviously. Yeah. Because if that decision had been a positive one, I'd say in the last month or the last 2 months or whatever, I'd say we'd be riding the crest of a wave in Waterford now as far as the Waterford Greens are concerned, I'd say. And that would have transferred all across the city from the west to the south to the east, as well. So that's the way I feel. So we see how that goes.
We will see how it goes. And did you make representations? I know you've been talking to me. You've been also very good to chat to me over the last while. But did you tell the party apparatus?
Gee, you should see the letters that I wrote. Okay, so and I must have now myself. And in with the Chamber of Commerce as well, in with the fact that I didn't have to say it as far as the regional counties are concerned, because the local authority executives, they were fully behind it, 3 million behind it, which says a lot more than just talking about it. They're putting their money where their mouth is. And say to have the Chamber of Commerce, business leaders call me to say that they wanted where I stand and saying really wanted to get this over the line. And say the local 3 regional authorities then as well, and for it not to be a done deal at this stage, I'm absolutely gutted, and frustrated about it. Yeah, it will happen. I've no doubt. Waterford Airport will happen. There's too much potential and there's too much fight in the Waterford people right now. It's not going to go down. It's just a matter of getting it over the line and time, or whatever change we need to do. But we'll find a change to get it over the line. There's no question.
Are you really disappointed that the government and the Green Party weren't able to get a decision so far?
I'm not really disappointed. I see the Minister and I had a chat with him, and I know his concerns are legitimate, and we just have to satisfy those concerns. I just wish we had known what those concerns were a year before now, not just 2 months before an election kind of thing. Yeah, So that is what it is, and we are where we are. Yeah.
You're disappointed with the board?
Absolute. With the
board.
The board of the airport? No, not the board. No. I think that the minister coming out and having the different ideas in his head than what the board was trying to push. So we should have really been on top of where the minister was thinking. All right, months ago.
So who are you blaming the minister?
Of course. Or perhaps the board itself, we should have been in more communication with him, all right, to find out what he's thinking of. So that we
surely the minister is responsible, and he's an intelligent man. He should know.
I know.
Ultimately, by Eamon Ryan, from what I'm getting from you, Jody Power, by Eamon Ryan not handling this properly, has cost you your seat, or might cost you your seat.
Might cost me my seat, and I would say probably didn't do the other Green candidates are in the region as well any favours either. That's for sure. So we're looking now at the way the results are coming across the country. It looks like it's going to be just a Dublin-centric party from going forward if things go any worse than what they are right now.
Again, we'll see what happens. You may still, you're still in the race.
Yeah, I
We'll see
really
what
hope
happens.
we can still get a green voice in Waterford councils. Yeah, at least one anyway. So, because I think it does make a difference. So well, it's going to affect all our futures. There's no question about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Best of luck over the next few hours.
I appreciate it, Damien.
Not
Thank
at
you
all,
so much.
And I appreciate you coming to talk to me.
No worries at all.
No worries
at all. No worries at all.
Thanks, Jody. God bless.
God bless,
And,
Damien.
Back in a few minutes.
Bye now.
Live from the Waterford Town Centre, this is WLR, your election station.
Oh, the Mantilla. What were we thinking as a nation? What were we thinking?
They were all different times. Well, just to reiterate, you love your mother dearly.
Dearly, with all my heart.
There you go. Just thought we'd finish on a positive
and my
there.
sister.
Oh God, just as well you managed that too. Yes, indeed.
The Big Breakfast Blah on WLR
with Coffee House Lane, your local coffee roaster. The Big Breakfast Blah, WLR.
Where will this summer take you? Whether it's a family road trip or a well-deserved weekend adventure, a new Ford can take you there. The Ford Summer Sales Event runs from the 7th to the 18th of June. Experience the new Kuga and new Puma models ready for 242, along with offers across the range, including up to €4,500 off the adventure-ready new Kuga. Book an appointment for the Summer Sales Event on Ford.ie. T's and C's apply. Ford. Bring on tomorrow.
Swifties, listen up. It might seem like a cruel summer if you didn't get tickets to one of Taylor Swift's concerts, but that could be all about to change thanks to Mulligan's Pharmacy. So calm down and make your way to any Mulligan's Pharmacy today. Complete a purchase for a minimum of €10 and you'll be entered into a draw for 2 tickets to the Taylor Swift concert on Sunday, June 30th. And you and a friend could be shaking it off at the Aviva Stadium. Terms and conditions apply. Competition closes Monday, June 24th. Draw takes place Tuesday, 25th.
Daisha Today, election special with Damien Tiernan on WLR.
Yes, welcome back to our election special live at SETU, courtesy with the Multimedia Department here in SETU. Thanks to all our team working really hard behind the scenes. Thanks to Ray back at base as well, and Andy for helping, giving us a little hour to talk to different candidates and successful candidates. I'm going to talk to Joe Conway in a minute and to newly elected or re-elected Sinn Féin councillor McGuinness in a second. Firstly, we've got Sean Reinhardt on our couch, independent candidate. Sean, how's it going?
How you doing, Damien?
Good. How do you read where you are at the minute? You're on, I have you at 404 votes, is that correct?
It's a bit higher than that now.
Okay.
Probably up around the 420 mark or a bit less, but I'm mathematically
419,
still there.
Sorry, yeah.
419. I'm mathematically still there. It's mathematically possible, but it might not be mathematically probable.
Okay, yeah. Firstly, congratulations on your vote. Anybody, I know you work hard to do it, and you decided to go for it again. We heard John Cummins earlier say that if you do get knocked out, your transfers will probably push somebody else over the line. Again, that's not what you want to hear, but would you have any indication, people that would have voted for you, where would they mainly go for? Because again, this might affect Sinn Féin as well.
Yeah. I'd say probably somewhere between the Sinn Féin and Seamus Ryan. Seamus Ryan's an individual, that's probably because Seamus is more local, possibly. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's the most probable direction, as in the swing of my vote.
But you're still in the race.
I'm still in the race, and you never know. Do you know what I mean? But it's not the end of the world either, Damien. On Friday night, I lost a work colleague in an accident in Tramore, and that sort of brings everything into perspective, and you have to look at life and realise these things.
So sorry to hear that. Do you want to give him a mention, or?
Yeah, his name is John McNeil, and he died tragically in an accident in Tramore, which I'm sure everybody knows about here, and it's so sad for John and his family and his 2 children. It's just, some things are more important in life than elections.
Puts it into perspective. Yeah. Sean, thanks for talking.
Thanks very much
indeed. Thanks very much.
Damien,
very best of luck.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
I'll let you go there now. Here, I'll take that microphone from you, and we'll talk to you later, Sean. God bless. Joe Conway is going to sit down there beside Conor McGuinness. As he does that, I'm going to congratulate Conor. Conor, I didn't get a chance to talk to you last night. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It was very, very late. It was probably about 25 past 1 last night when the first count came in from Dungarvan, and both myself and Damien Gagan were elected on the first count, having exceeded the quota. So it was a huge result, and I was very delighted, I suppose, to be elected on the first count. It hasn't happened to me before, and I think it's a vote of confidence, and it's a reward for hard work over the last 5 years. I'm very, very grateful to those who voted for me.
And we're going to talk to Joe about hard work. Donica did it, obviously, and Liz Moore as well, and it seems to be the essence of anybody who has sat on this couch talking about the hard work that needs to be done behind the scenes and all those phone calls. And, you know, I know it can be draining, particularly with a young family, but it is hard work.
Do you know, democracy is a fantastic thing, and the people are very, very discerning. And we might look at an individual's vote, you know, when we're looking at tallies and wonder what are they thinking. But when collected together, the people are very, very discerning. And, you know, they can smell BS, I think, to be absolutely honest, and they understand, acknowledge and reward hard work. And that's the same for across party lines. It doesn't really matter if you're an independent or if you're a member of a political party. People respect hard work. And Donica, I mean, his campaign has electrified West Waterford in many respects. Really, really fantastic young man, an activist, and he's going to be a terrific public representative. And I'm really, really delighted to see him get over the line here today. It was a hard-fought campaign. It was a very nerve-wracking time the last couple of hours, looking at transfers and how they were going. But he's a great guy, and as I said to you earlier, there won't be a kayak paddled on the Bride today, tomorrow, or probably for the rest of the week. So I'm delighted to have Donica joining me in the Dungarvan-Lismore Municipal District, and I look forward to working with him.
Conor, congratulations again. We'll let you go, and we're going to talk more during the week about the different issues and stuff affecting everybody, but everything is not finished yet.
Perfect. Thanks very much, Damien. And can I just compliment yourself and your colleagues in WLR on the fantastic coverage for this election in the run-up and over the count here as well. It's been second to none. Fair play.
Thanks very much, Conor. God bless you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Conor McGuinness there, elected there last night on the first count in the Dungarvan area. Joe Conway joins me now. You can hold the microphone up like that, Joe, if that's okay. Yeah. Independent, outgoing councillor in Tramore area. How are you? How are you feeling?
Oh, yeah. Feeling very well, thank you, Damien. Yeah. Happy out.
How do you rate it at the minute? What's your read on the constituency, on your area at present?
Well, I don't think that there's going to be any material change in the placings at the moment. I'd say the 6 leading candidates in Tramore, Waterford, City West will be eventually the 6 that will represent the electoral area. I'd imagine, unless something really strange happens, that would be the way.
Yeah, and looking at the tallies and looking at how things are faring out, I think you're not far wrong. There might be a little doubt about Eamon Quinlan getting over the line, but the figures seem to be adding up. Your read on it is that Eamon will probably be safe.
I would read it that way, Damien. Yeah, I think Eamon is in a good place there.
The hard work that you put in over the last number of years, again, talking to Conor, I know you're one of these people that, like, you don't go on the media willy-nilly, you just work behind the scenes, you just do your best. Like when you were mayor, you went to everything, not to get the publicity, but I know you, and it was just, you felt the joy and the pride in the office as well, and the respect.
Yeah, it was an amazing privilege, really, to have the mayoralty, and when I set out at the beginning of the journey, I said that I tried to, endorse the community effort that makes Waterford such a wonderful place, and by and large, I think there was only one gig that I didn't manage to make for a whole variety of reasons, but yeah, sort of kept to it.
Now there's 2 ladies looking at us there. Give them a little mention.
Well, they're part of my very small team, very small but very, very effective team. Sandra, my wife, and her sister Julie, who campaigned. I was going to say manfully, but that would be a very, very poor choice of words. But they did a great, put in a strong shift.
And Sandra's been by your side all the time, and fair play to her.
20 years, 5 local election campaigns, 1 Dáil and 1 Shannon. So
Sandra, come in here for a quick second. Come on underneath there. Come underneath there. Come on. She said she's not going to talk. She's not going to talk. No, she won't. She's a shy person. She is.
And she makes up for it at home.
But to thank everybody as well, and anybody who voted for you. Like, again, consistently high vote, Joe. Consistently high vote. It shows the amount of work that you've done behind the scenes and how you know your constituency area. Like, at the minute, I have you there on 909 votes.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. Joe Kelly, 1,090. Blaise Hannigan, 950. Joe Conway, 909. Jim Griffin, 752. Eamon Quinlan, 702. And Christina Kiley there is just on 400.
Yeah.
So, well done.
Oh, thank you very much. It was a difficult canvas from the point of view that the mayoral responsibilities continued more or less right up to polling day. I think I did my last mayoral official duty on when I accepted the silver from Noel Frisbee on the Thursday, which was the day before the election. So it sort of truncated the opportunity that I had to canvass as widely as I would have liked to do it. But anyway, the result looks as if it's very satisfactory.
Congratulations.
Thank you so
well
much.
done.
Thank you.
Sean Dower. Sean. Somebody give Sean a shout over there. Jennifer, give Sean a shout. Want to get Sean over to have a look.
Damien, thanks to you and Kieran and Dimfna and all of the crew who gave us such a great coverage. And
not at all. Very welcome. I know some people were questioning the fact that we weren't able to have full debates before but like 79 candidates, it just wasn't possible.
No,
wasn't possible. And
it is what it is. And I didn't. I mean, it's a sauce for us all. It's the same difficulty for all of us. If it was pick and choose, it would be a different thing. But it was right across the board. So I had no problem with it at all.
Perfect. Joe, God bless you and
God
congratulations.
Song
the full. Mind yourself. Give the microphone to Sean Dower there. Thanks. And they're shaking hands there again. Joe is not elected yet, but it's looking good for him. Joe, all the very best. Sandra, thanks very much. Well done, folks. Thank you very much. Sean Dower joins me for the last few minutes before we go to news at 3 o'clock. I think we're at around 3 o'clock, close enough to it now. We're live streaming as well, as I said, on our special broadcast and blog. So Dean is organising that and all the information. Jordan is putting it all together. And thanks very much for Keane. Thank you to Dimpna, thanks to Kieran and everybody, Kyle, over the hours as well. Sean Dower has been with Fianna Fáil for longer than he even cares to remember himself.
Exactly, Debbie. Yes,
and we had you on the couch here yesterday at the start, and we were just looking at how things were going. How are you reading it at the minute? Talk to me about a couple of the areas.
I'm disappointed in relation to what happened in the last 26 hours or so. I mean, when we spoke yesterday, I was saying we were looking at 6-7 seats. Now it looks like we're going to have 5. Unfortunately, Stephanie Keating losing her seat and Michael J. Welch not retaining the old Tobin seat in Lismore. But
and let's just talk about those
politics.
Two. Yeah, it is. And again, commiserations to them. Stephanie is not out yet.
No, she's not.
But it looks like she will be out.
Yeah.
How disappointing is that from a Fianna Fáil perspective?
It's very disappointing. It is very disappointing. You don't like going into an election with X number of seats and coming out with less than them. And I mean, I've history. I won in '99, lost in 2004, so I know what it's like to lose. And it's not a good day for the candidates, for their families, for their supporters. But it's a fact of life. Where there's winners, they have to be losers. And we just have to accept it and get on with the work.
Are you surprised that Stephanie didn't do better?
Yes, I am. I thought, and I spoke to Adam and Stephanie during the campaign, we needed something around 1,700 votes between the two to guarantee the 2 seats, and we fell about 250 short of that. But I was out on the doorsteps with all the candidates, but I was certainly out with Adam and Stephanie. And the reaction that Stephanie was getting in a number of areas, her vote has surprised me, to be honest. People made promises, and I don't think they came through with them.
And that happens a lot, doesn't it?
It does indeed. It does indeed.
We had Michael Garland before and other people saying if everybody who promised they'd vote for you, you'd be president by now.
True, that's true.
Michael J. Welch and Fianna Fáil losing the seat in Lismore.
That is a huge shock and a big disappointment. We call it the James Tobin seat, the Lord of Mercy on James. And then, of course, Mairead stepped in when James died. Mairead, for family reasons, wasn't able to stand, didn't go before the convention, and Michael J. came through. It would appear, from looking at the tally boxes, that some of the James Tobin, as we call it, area did not come through for Michael J. Welch. That's would be my observation of it.
Too early for postmortems, but who or what do you blame for that?
I don't blame anybody. We carried out our campaign as best we could. We had great teams out with all the candidates. All the candidates left everything on the doorsteps. They all worked very hard. So you can't blame anybody. It's just a fact of life. On Friday, that's the way the people voted.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not a collapse in any way of the Fianna Fáil vote. We heard about Adam saying it's a 1% increase in that particular area. And then obviously Michael is coming in, following in from James Tobin. It's a hard thing to do, you know.
It's not easy.
And then you have other factors at play as well. And normally these things are a combination of factors. And Brian with the hotel issue, and then we had Sinn Féin working very hard in the Tallow area. Geography comes into it as well, you know. So there's all these different things. Yeah. But Fianna Fáil across the country seem to have held up fairly well. Now, your vote hasn't collapsed here, but you do have a Minister of State in the constituency. You have some very strong, and had some very strong councillors. So, too early to say this yet, but it's not a great day for Fianna Fáil and Waterford.
It's not a good day, but you mentioned the Minister for State. The Minister for State is working extremely hard for both the constituency and for the country, for the job in the job she's appointed to. I've heard colleagues of hers and opposition members saying she was the hardest working minister in her portfolio since the establishment of that portfolio. So no blame can be attached to the Minister for State on that.
She works really hard, absolutely, I understand that, and she's always been very open and honest with us in terms of WLR as well, and I appreciate that, and she does work very hard. And I'm not attributing blame to her in any way. I'm just saying the fact that you have somebody in a high profile should help in some respect. But
it should help, but I think in local elections, the candidate is the important thing, rather than the 2 letters or the 3 letters behind the name. The candidate, because he's my next door neighbour or she's married to my cousin or whatever. So you do get a lot of cross-party voting and people who might have allegiances to parties, but because of localities and that will vote for a particular independent.
Finally, call it now as a neutral observer of the Darren Ryan, Mary Roach, Jodie Power battle.
If I were a betting man, I think I'd go for Darren Ryan.
Sean Dower, thank you very much for joining me.
And before we finish, can I just congratulate WLR on the fantastic coverage you've all given it over the last 24, 26 hours, whatever it is. Fantastic coverage, well done.
Not at all, it's the least we can do. It's our pleasure. Thank you, Sean. God bless you. Thanks for talking to me. Really appreciate it. Okay, going to leave it there for the minute, and we are going to be going back to Andy in a little while with lots of music for the afternoon. But what we're going to do as well, we're going to be breaking into the music when we have live election results here, and Kieran and Dimpna are going to be back at 3 o'clock with all the updates and all the different constituencies. We're down here at SETU. We have a live blog going on and a live stream on WLRFM.com. So if you are listening, if you are on Facebook, wherever you are in the world, or in the constituency, or in Dublin, or Ballahadreen, wherever it is, and you have interest in Waterford, please log on, have a little look. We are live streaming throughout the day, all day, and I want to thank Keane immensely from SETU, and Dean, and Pat was here as well. They've put in massive hours here until 1:30, 1:45 last night, back in this morning before 9 o'clock. I want to thank Ray back at base and all the team. Genuinely, there's so many people involved behind the scenes. Paula, for example, would have put stuff together beforehand. Ray C doing marvellous work there as well. I don't say that lightly. It's very important because this is all a team effort, and a really, really good team effort in WLR. I want to say special thanks to a certain producer. Her name is Jennifer, and she's not the worst, isn't she? Kieran's here laughing, smiling. No, she's not the worst. She's an absolute star. She's playing a blinder, and again, she helps pull all this together. The counting is continuing here at the SETU Arena. There are lots of seats still up for grabs. We're going to have the very latest at 3 o'clock. I want to thank you for listening. We'll have more later on in the day and throughout the day. And stay here on WLR and on the live stream. Thank you very, very much. Back in a few minutes.
Live from the Waterford Town Centre, this is WLR, your election station.
Looking for all the latest on Waterford sport? Then tune in to The Last Leg. The Last Leg is WLR's brand new Monday night sports programme with all the latest action and analysis from Waterford's biggest and best sports stars. Hurling, soccer, rugby or football, we'll have it all. Join me, Jordan Norris, every Monday evening from 6 o'clock.
The Last Leg with Jordan Norris, thanks to Solar Shore.
Part of the Waterford Insulation Group, your local solar PV panel installers for the southeast. See solarshore.ie.
You might be surprised by the working family payment. For many working parents, covering the everyday costs of family life can be a stretch. But there's some good news. The working family payment is money the government pays to working parents, depending on their level of income and how many children they have. To find out if you qualify, visit gov.ie/WFP. A Government of Ireland initiative brought to you by the Department of Social Protection.
Find the perfect gift for Dad at Dunnes Stores. From casual linen shirts to new summer knitwear, you'll find everything you need for Father's Day. Treat Dad to a sophisticated look from designer Paul Costello, or golfwear from Porrick Harrington's latest collection for his summer plans on the green. If Dad loves to cook, shop Nevin Maguire's tried and tested cookware range. Or if you just can't choose, schedule an e-gift card to land in his inbox on Father's Day. Shop in-store or online now. Dunnes Stores. Always better value. Terms and conditions apply.
It's almost 3 o'clock. Time for a green tea or glass of organic wine in the book bar, or some Leonidas chocolates to boost your energy as you shop for books, gifts, art and so much more over the 4 floors of the Book Centre, your locally owned bookshop for over 50 years.
Across Waterford, on mobile and the smart speaker, this is Waterford's WLR.
WLR News at 3 o'clock. Good afternoon, I'm Kyle Butler. Counting is continuing at the SETU Arena for the local elections 2024. It is expected to go on to later this evening, with the east of the county still to see some more solid returns. We will now cross live to WLR News editor Kieran Foley, who's also joined by Dimfna Nugent. Guys, what's the atmosphere like there this afternoon?
Thank you, Kyle. Well, yes, we've had a bit of a lull in terms of updates and results within the past half hour, but there's certainly been lots for us to digest all morning and afternoon. So just to reflect on some of the results which we have to date for the local electoral areas, I'm going to start by looking at Lismore, which has generated much excitement over the weekend and has given us significant change. This is a 3-seater local electoral area. The 3 seats have been filled. Labour's John Pratt, 1,392 votes after the 4th count. Of course, a sitting councillor, he has retained his seat. Then a new candidate for Fine Gael, Niamh O'Donovan, polling 1,370. And the 3rd seat, Donncha Mulcahy, a new candidate for Sinn Féin. After the 5th count, he had 1,208. So they are the 3 candidates in the Lismore electoral area who have been successful. Labour's John Pratt, Fine Gael's Niamh O'Donovan and Sinn Féin's Donncha Mulcahy. Now, we believe this is the first time that Sinn Féin have had a councillor in this area, and significantly here, Kyle, Fianna Fáil without representation, because of course James Tobin held a seat in this area for such a long time. Following his death, his daughter Mairead was co-opted in his place. She decided not to contest this election. The Fianna Fáil candidate was Michael J. Walsh, but he was unsuccessful. And of course last night the service of Declan Ducey came to an end, a long-serving councillor since 2004. He was eliminated, and as I mentioned, there is still Fine Gael representation, but that is in the form of Niamh O'Donovan. Looking then at Dungarvan, so last night we had elected on the 1st count, having reached the quota, Fine Gael's Damien Gagan 1,584 and Sinn Féin's Conor McGuinness 1,408. So following the 3rd count, we do not have any other candidates elected, but it's looking very good for Fianna Fáil's Tom Cronin 1,263. Also Fine Gael's Pat Nugent 1,137. And then in terms of the 5th and 6th seats, we're looking at Labour's Thomas Phelan. He's on 836. We have Joe O'Riordan, an independent, really reflecting the rise of independents in this election. He's on 657. Monica Murphy of Fine Gael on 513. And independent Seamus O'Donnell on 480. Then the Portlaw Kilmac Thomas area. Yesterday evening we had resounding results for Fine Gael's Liam Brazel, 1,982, and his party colleague Shawnee Power, 1,554, both elected on the first count. This morning we had Fianna Fáil's John O'Leary, also re-elected with 1,411. This is a 5-seater, so in terms of the 4th seat, it's looking very good for independent Declan Clune. And we're going to cross live to Paul Johnston, who has another update for us now.
Dungarvan. The following is the result of the 4th count from the Dungarvan local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Padraig Curran's 42 votes and Roger Morrison 71 votes, a total of 113 votes. Cronin Tom Fianna Fáil plus 24, total 1,287. Hallahan Karen non-party plus 11, total 322. Joyce Aaron non-party plus 3, total 136. Murphy Monica Fine Gael plus 5, total 518. Nugent Pat Fine Gael plus 18, total 1,155. O'Fuelon Christor Green Party plus 5, total 367. O'Riordan Joe non-party plus 10, total 667. O'Donnell Seamus non-party plus 9, total 489. Phelan Thomas Labour plus 5, total 841. Regan Fiona Sinn Féin plus 6, total 252. Shaw Jonathan non-party plus 3, total 270. Whelan Siobhan Sinn Féin plus 1, total 235. Non-transferable plus 13, total 13. No candidates have reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the votes of Aaron Joyce, being 136 votes.
Okay, so you heard
the
it
following
there.
is the result of the 5th count of the Waterford City East local electoral area, being the distribution of Declan Barry's 19 votes. Cretson Carl Sinn Féin plus 2, total 495. Darcy Jim Fine Gael plus 3, total 907. Fitzgerald Pat Sinn Féin plus 3, total 1,078. Keating Stephanie Fianna Fáil plus 1, total 497. Power Jody Green Party plus 1, total 655. Roach Mary Social Democrats plus 2, total 678. Ryan Darren non-party plus 4, total 667. Wise Adam Fianna Fáil plus 3, total 1,124. Non-transferable plus 0, total 84. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the 495 votes of Carl Cretson. Thank you.
Okay, so you heard it there, Kyle. Firstly, we had the update on the Dungarvan local electoral area, which was the fourth count. Doesn't really change the outlook in terms of what I outlined just before Paul Johnson's announcement. As I said, we have Fine Gael's Damien Geoghegan, Conor McGuinness of Sinn Féin already elected. So in terms of the third seat, Fianna Fáil's Tom Cronin looking very strong on 1,287, followed by Pat Nugent of Fine Gael, 1,155. And then in terms of the other two seats, we're looking at Labour's Thomas Phelan, 841. We have Joe O'Riordan, Independent, 667. We have Monica Murphy of Fine Gael, 518. And then sitting Independent Councillor Seamus O'Donnell on 489. And I was also just giving you an update on the Portlaw Kilmacthomas area. As I said, already elected, we have Liam Brazel, Shawnee Power and John O'Leary. In terms of the fourth seat, it's looking very good for Independent Declan Clune. He's on 1,059. But it's looking very interesting in terms of the last seat there. We have Catherine Burke for Sinn Féin on 716. We have Ray Murphy of Fianna Fáil on 644 and Frank Conway, Independent, on 581. And joining me now with an update from the metropolitan local electoral areas, including the recent announcement which was just made on Waterford City East, is Dimphna.
Thanks very much, Kieran. Hi, Kyle. How are you? Kyle, we'll take a quick look there. You just heard the returning officer, Paul Johnston, call out those tallies. But Waterford City South, so this is the fifth count we have there. The sixth, let me see there. Sorry, I'm getting myself all caught up. The East, rather, that's the fifth count we have. So Carl Cretson, 495. Jim Darcy, 907. Pat Fitzgerald, 1,078. Stephanie Keating, 497. Jodie Power, 655. Mary Roach, 678. Darren Ryan, 667, and Adam Wise 1124. Now we're going to go through those just very, very quickly. The ones we're really looking at here, Carl Cretson following that has been eliminated. None of those candidates have reached the quota for that region. Looking at Mary Roach, looking at Jodie Power, looking at Darren Ryan, very little separates those three candidates. Jodie Power sits at 655, Mary Roach sits at 678, and Darren Ryan sits at 667. What we will be looking for is Adam Wise. Adam Wise currently stands at 1124, so we're going to assume that we're going to hear some good news about Adam Wise in the not too distant future, which means it's going to be very interesting to see what happens when his surplus votes are distributed. It is widely believed that many of those are going towards Darren Ryan, which is going to really change this landscape in a way that maybe we hadn't anticipated before now. So that is one to watch there for the East. Moving on to Tramore, Waterford City West, we're looking at Joe Kelly. He's in there at 1,090. Blaise Hannigan at 950. Joe Conway at 909. And you would have heard Joe speaking a little while ago with Damien. Jim Griffin 752. Eamon Quinlan 702. Christina Kiley 396. Killian Mangan 346. Susan Duffin 334. Alana Hutchinson Smith 323. Ronan Cleary 284. Richie Hayes 275. John Hayes 251. Raid McKnight 245. What we have seen there is Michael Galway was eliminated on the third count. Michael Galway, of course, a representative for Independent Ireland, so he has been eliminated and taken out of that running. And looking then quickly to Waterford City South, let me just put it up here for you, Kyle. We've Jason Murphy sitting at 975, very comfortably sitting at the top there. Joanne Bailey 740, Fine Gael's Frank Quinlan 657, Labour's Seamus Ryan 623, Sinn Féin's Kevin Perk 544, Independent Sean Reinhardt 419, Fianna Fáil's Vivian Burns 375, Breatha Brennan for Sinn Féin at 311, Independent Lisa Carroll 258, Social Democrats Sinead Ellen Griffin at 179, and Green Party's Miley Cindy Clary at 178 or 174 rather. And on the fourth count we saw Patrick Curtin for People Before Profit eliminated, and on the fifth count Miley Cindy Clary has been eliminated. So really we're beginning to whittle down now. It's beginning to get very intense because there's not a huge disparity between many of those figures, Kyle, as you'll hear. Yeah. So really it is all down to transfers at this time. Lots of tension in the room at the moment.
Excellent analysis by our very own Kieran Foley and Dimphna Nugent. Meanwhile, current sitting Green Party councillor and Metropolitan Mayor of Waterford City and County, Jodie Power,
Good afternoon. The following is the result of count 6 of the Waterford City South local electoral area, which was the distribution of Melissa Nicleary's 174 votes. The votes were distributed as follows. Bailey Joanne Sinn Féin plus 10, total 750. Brennan Breda Sinn Féin plus 14, total 325. Burke Kevin Sinn Féin plus 4, total 548. Burns Vivienne Fianna Fáil plus 12, total 387. Carol Lisa non-party plus 5, total 263. Griffin Sinead Ellen Social Democrats plus 22, total 201. Murphy Jason Fianna Fáil plus 14, total 989. Quinlan Frank Fine Gael plus 24, total 681. Reinhardt Sean non-party plus 9, total 428. Ryan Seamus Labour plus 33, total 656. Non-transferable papers plus 27, total 58. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the 201 votes of Sinead Ellen Griffin. The following is the result of the 5th count of the Portlaw Kilmacthomas local electoral area. This consisted of the distribution of 112 votes from John O'Leary. Burke Catherine Sinn Féin plus 15, total 731. Clune Declan non-party plus 25, 1,084. Conway Frank non-party plus 11, total 592. Duggan Ben Sinn Féin plus 3, total 371. Gyrey Thomas Sinn Féin plus 5, total 393. Murphy Ray Fianna Fáil plus 53, total 697. Non-transferable plus 0, total 23. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the 371 votes of Ben Duggan. The following is the result of the 4th count from the Tramore Waterford City West local electoral area. This was the distribution of 174 votes from Michael Galway. Cleary Ronan Aontú plus 45, total 329. Conway Joe non-party plus 24, total 933. Duffin Susan Sinn Féin plus 2, total 336. Griffin Jim Sinn Féin plus 4, total 756. Hannigan Blaze non-party plus 23, total 973. Hayes Ritchie Fine Gael plus 7, total 282. Hayes John Sinn Féin plus 3, total 254. Hutchinson Smith Alana Sinn Féin plus 3, total 326. Kelly Joe non-party plus 20, 1,110. Kylie Christina Green Party plus 3, total 399. Mangan Killian non-party +4, total 350. McKnight Mairead Labour +4, total 249. Quinlan Eamon Fianna Fáil +5, total 707. Non-transferable +27, total 48. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the 249 votes of Mairead McKnight. Thank you.
in the Barristown, Woodstown area around about midday this lunchtime, and basically Johnny the dog went missing. So if you have any news on him, he's quite a cute lad. He's white and tan in markings. Johnny's his name, as I say, an elderly dog, and missing from the Barristown, Woodstown area since around about midday this afternoon. Any information, you might pass it on to me via text here, 083 3333 975, and we'll get the dog reunited with its owners over the next couple of hours, perhaps, with a bit of luck. Right, WLR, your one-stop destination for election 2024. Let's return to Dimphna and Jordan Norris at the SETU Arena for an update, lads.
Thanks very much, Andy. Things are really starting to build up in terms of momentum here. So we've just had a number of counts take place. We've had the 6th count in Waterford City South. So just to run through where things stand at the moment, Joanne Bailey, Sinn Féin 750, Sinn Féin's Breather Brennan 325, Sinn Féin's Kevin Burke 548, Fianna Fáil's Vivian Burns 397, Independent Lisa Carroll 263, Social Democrats Sinead Ellen 201, Fianna Fáil's Jason Murphy 989, Fine Gael's Frank Quinlan 681, Independent Sean Reinhardt 428, and Labour's Seamus Ryan at 656. Now it's worth saying that no candidate has reached the quota in that 6th count, and we have seen Sinead Ellen eliminated. Sinead Ellen Griffin, that is, she's been eliminated. So Jordan here beside me. Jordan, would you like to take a look at the Portlaw Kilmac situation, because I know we were redistributing John O'Leary's votes.
Yes, we were redistributing John O'Leary's votes in the Portlaw Kilmacthomas area, Dimphna. So far we've had 3 of the 5 seats filled by Liam Brazel, Shawnee Power and John O'Leary. So the battle is on for the last remaining 2 seats. Quota stands at 1,299. As things stand, Sinn Féin's Catherine Burke, after 5 counts, 731. Independent Declan Clune, 1,084. Independent Frank Conway, 592. Sinn Féin Ben Duggan, 371. Thomas Gyrey, Sinn Féin, 393. And Ray Murphy, Fianna Fáil, 697. And we've had no one to eliminate a surplus from, so Ben Duggan has now been eliminated from the race in Portlaw Kilmacthomas. And interestingly, Ray Murphy seems to be picking up a lot of transfers, so the battle for that last seat in particular is hotting up. Declan Clune looks set to maybe take that 4th seat, but it's a straight dogfight between Catherine Burke and Ray Murphy for the last seat there. And of course we just had the 4th count as well in Tramore, Waterford City West.
We surely did. Ronan Cleary benefited there to the tune of 45 votes from Michael Galway's redistribution of his surplus. So that's 329 for Ronan Cleary. Joe Conway 933, Susie Duffin Sinn Féin 336, Jim Griffin Sinn Féin 756, Independent Blaise Hannigan holding strong at 973, Richie Hayes 282, Brother John Hayes 254, Alana Hutchinson Smith for Sinn Féin 326, Independent Joe Kelly 1110. Joe is just 6 votes off reaching that quota. Green Party's Christina Kiley 399, Killian Mangan 350, Labour's Mairead McKnight 249, and Fianna Fáil's Eamon Quinlan at 707. And again, none of our candidates have reached their quota. Only one candidate has so far been elected in the Tramore Waterford City West area, and that's Fine Gael's Lola O'Sullivan. So on that 6th count there, the 4th count rather, Mairead McKnight has been eliminated as she had the lowest votes at 249. So look, the next time this happens, Jordan, realistically we're going to see Joe Kelly get pushed over that line.
It looks as if we're going to see Joe Kelly get pushed over that line, and I'm expecting a call in City East probably to happen in the next hour or so as well, and that could prove beneficial for Fianna Fáil's Adam Wise and Sinn Féin's Pat Fitzgerald. So far we've had 13 out of 32. Feels like we've been here forever, but we still have 19 to go, Dimphna.
And a lot of sugar to keep us there.
Absolutely. Until then, back to you in studio, Andy.
All right, lads, listen, Dimphna, you officially have tomorrow morning off on the Big Breakfast Blast.
I officially,
that is official, all right? Yes.
I do indeed, Andy, but I tell you, with this much sugar, I don't think I'll get a wink of sleep. That's the reality.
You've only yourself to blame. Listen, you're playing a blinder there. We're back to the SETU Arena with both Jordan and Dimphna shortly after 4 this afternoon. Thanks, lads.
Good afternoon. The following is the result of the fifth count from the Dungarvan local electoral area. This consisted of the distribution of 136 votes from Aaron Joyce. Cronin Tom Fianna Fáil plus 6, total 1,293. Hallahan Karen non-party plus 35, total 357. Murphy Monica Fine Gael plus 4, total 522. Nugent Pat Fine Gael plus 2, total 1,157. O'Fuelon Christor Green Party plus 2, total 369. O'Riordan Joe non-party plus 21, total 688. O'Donnell Seamus non-party plus 19, total 508. Phelan Thomas Labour plus 6, total 847. Regan Fiona Sinn Féin plus 5, total 257. Shaw Jonathan non-party plus 17, total 287. Whelan Siobhan Sinn Féin plus 3, total 238. Non-transferable 16, total 29. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the 238 votes of Siobhan Whelan. Thank you.
Dara Jane O'Sullivan, welcome to the couch.
Back again today.
It's got wheels, but you can't leave.
That's it. It's Jason Murphy put it best. It's like being stuck in an airport for a delayed flight. So we just keep going round and round here.
We're missing some of the novelties of the airport here, right? I can't offer you any beer or nuts or anything.
No, it's very disappointing. We need to sort ourselves out for 2029.
Dara Jane, talk to me a little bit about the landscape as you see it. Of course, you're a staunch Fianna Fáil woman. Talk to me about the landscape as you see it over the last 24 hours. Have you been surprised with what you've seen?
I don't think so. I think early on in the election we saw that kind of independent surge coming. We've seen that across the board between yesterday and today. Sinn Féin are holding. So I guess their vote hasn't gone down. We've seen the vote split, obviously, with the amount of candidates run. Fine Gael are putting in a very strong performance. I don't think Fianna Fáil are where we had hoped to be today, but again, the vote is still there, but it's just for certain candidates it's not coming through in areas.
So talk to me about that. You say Fianna Fáil are not where you'd like to be. Obviously, putting on, similar to Sinn Féin put on a fine amount of candidates. It was a case of let's see what happens. Last time out there was a demand for more, let's give them more and see what drops. What was the rationale for Fianna Fáil this time round?
Well, I think we weren't being... We ran what we thought best in areas. I mean, we had 2 sitting councillors in City East. We're going to lose a seat there. James Tobin, whose seat was co-opted after his sad passing, that seat there in Lismore area is gone as well. So I think it's really a pity for the candidates there, because as we know, it's very hard to run a campaign. Obviously, we would like to return with the 7 seats we had. We'll now go back with 5, and that's not a good day at the office for us down here.
And do you think it's maybe historical legacy voting, that households would have originally been purely Fianna Fáil voters? Like, say, for example, James Tobin, the late James Tobin would have had a huge following.
Yeah.
And then perhaps when that particular vote is no longer there and you're being asked to entrust that vote with another candidate, do you think that's maybe something to do with it? Do you think there's a sea change in the way people are voting?
Yeah, I think as well is there's always change in councils. You have a fantastic candidate for Fine Gael, a woman topping the poll, thank God, as well as Lola Sullivan, but Niamh O'Donovan out in that area. So there's young, fresh candidates coming through as well. And I think sometimes it's hard for first-time candidates. Michael J. Walsh ran a great campaign, but it's very hard to break through because you're trying to get the name out there. And again, sitting councillors have the advantage. They have been here before. They've run the campaign. They've been on the ground working for the last 5 years, and they're hoping that that's going to retain them. So they are at an advantage from the start.
In the city here, we know Adam Wise he's got one toe over the line at this stage. He's nearly over that line. Talk to you about Adam's campaign. I mean, it's been a long journey for him.
It has, yeah, and I think this is going to be his 3rd term now as a councillor, so 10 years experience, and he's still only a baby, but like, he's brilliant and he has put the work in, and that's where his vote is coming from. And I guess he's a real success story of this election, because his vote went up in 2019, his vote has gone up again this time. So Adam is well known in the area, he's putting the work in, and he's seeing that in the increase in his vote consistently.
And we've been dealt a bit of a blow there in the last little while. We've seen the likes of Sinead Ellen Griffin, Mylisa Ní Cléirí, Mairead McKnight. Yes, everybody is a politician, but the reality is that in that council chambers, the female vote and voice matters.
It does.
And we saw this year, Women for Election, that campaign nationally was absolutely huge. They were determined to have the largest ever number of female candidates putting themselves forward, which they did. But it hasn't paid off, Dara Jean.
It hasn't paid off at all, and I think looking at the numbers here, we're going to go from 6 women down to 3, which is awful. And it's not great. And as I said, thank God there's been 2 strong performances from women topping polls in City West Tramore and in Lismore, but clearly the campaign hasn't worked. And people aren't, whether it's they're not taking female candidates seriously, maybe some candidates aren't strong enough, and this is a national trend, just not in Waterford. I mean, I've seen people, really good female candidates and sitting councillors lose seats across the country. So there is a trend down for women in this election, which is really concerning. But again, if we had the answer in the morning, we'd bottle it and we'd sort it out.
And could you have predicted this? So when you saw all of the noise behind Women for Election when this campaign started and said, this is what we're going to do, it seemed like this was a really solid campaign. Could you have predicted this? Because I was speaking to Social Democrats Mary Roach outside, and she said women are not voting for women. And they're telling you on the doorsteps that they are. They're telling you we need more women in local government, we need more women representing us, but they're not voting for women.
I'm pessimistic in a way, and I actually think that running a campaign to elect women because they're women is wrong. And I think that's where the problem is coming into it. My vote, a party vote, I don't change my vote to any woman in my area. So there's a party base there. We need to be running really, really strong female candidates. And sometimes, like in Stephanie Keating's case, that wasn't enough. She was a brilliant candidate with a brilliant campaign and still didn't make it. But this thing of elect women and we need more women because they're women, people don't buy into that, and I think it actually turns them off. And I think that's where the change is. We need to elect women because they are amazing candidates who do amazing things in their community. Vivian Burns is the same in Waterford City South, an unbelievable candidate, and won't get elected today.
And to look at some of the women, I know Mary Roach is hanging on to that final seat with really both hands.
Yeah.
Lola, of course, a fantastic candidate. You've seen lots of new faces, new voices, but we may be very well about to lose Christina Kiley, Green Party in Tramore, Waterford City West. Stephanie Keating, as you've mentioned. There are really, really strong representatives for our local government. Do you think maybe the public could be forgiven for thinking that when a female candidate is canvassing at your door, that they are after the female vote, even if they don't say it?
I think could be an assumption there, but I think that's where maybe campaigns with Women for Election in the overall picture can create some sort of issue at a local level. But again, there's a lot to play in terms of a local landscape where we've had an independent surge. That's also a factor. I'm not saying women are losing because they're women. There's a lot of factors involved, but the thing about it is that we can't say you need to elect people just because they're a woman.
Absolutely. Dara Jane, we might park this conversation for a little while. I'll now be back to the couch soon. I believe that we may be about to have an update from the returning officer, Paul Johnston, here in SET Arena. Thank you so much, Dara Jane.
Good afternoon. The following is the result of the 6th count of the Waterford City East Local Authority area, which consisted of the distribution of Carl Cretzen's 495 votes as follows. Darcy Jim Fine plus 30, total 937. Fitzgerald Pat Sinn Féin plus 224, total 1,302. Keating Stephanie Fianna Fáil plus 14, total 511. Power Jody Green Party plus 18, total 673. Roach Mary Social Democrats plus 43, total 721. Ryan Darren, non-party, plus 59, total 726. Wise Adam Fianna Fáil, plus 48, total 1,172. Non-transferable, plus 59, total 143. As the votes of Pat Fitzgerald exceed the quota, I deem him to be elected. There is an undistributed surplus as follows. Pat Fitzgerald, 64 votes. The distribution of the available surplus could not materially affect the progress of the count because such distribution cannot elect the highest continuing candidate, save the expenses of the lowest continuing candidate, or save the lowest candidate from exclusion. I will now proceed, therefore, to exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the 511 votes of Stephanie Keating. The following is the result of the 7th count of the Waterford City South local electoral area, which was the distribution of 201 votes of Sinead Ellen Griffin as follows. Bailey Joanne Sinn Féin, plus 17, total 767. Brennan Breda Sinn Féin, plus 11, total 336. Burke Kevin Sinn Féin, plus 17, total 565. Burns Vivian Fianna Fáil, plus 8, total 395. Carol Lisa, non-party, plus 12, total 275. Murphy Jason Fianna Fáil, plus 8, total 997. Quinlan Frank Fine Gael, plus 14, total 695. Reinhardt Sean, non-party, plus 10, total 438. Ryan Seamus, Labour, plus 67, total 723. Non-transferable, 37. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the 275 votes of Lisa Carroll.
News at 4 o'clock. Good evening, I'm Kyle Butler. Counting is continuing at the SETU Arena for the local elections 2024. The count is expected to go on into later this evening, and we will now cross live to WLR's Jim Finnan-Nugent and Jordan Norris. Guys, what's the latest?
Paul Johnson is just making an announcement on the 6th count of Portlaw Kilmacthomas. We'll be back in a moment. We'll listen to this first.
Clune Declan, non-party, plus 61. Total 1,145. Conway Frank, non-party, plus 16, total 608. Gyrey Thomas Sinn Féin, plus 83, total 476. Murphy Ray Fianna Fáil, plus 19, total 716. Non-transferable, 29. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the 476 votes of Thomas Gyrey. Thank you.
Very latest there from Paul Johnston, returning officer with Waterford City and County Council. Joining me now is my colleague Dimphna Nugent. Dimphna, we have news. We have another councillor elected, this time in Waterford City East, Sinn Féin's councillor Pat Fitzgerald.
We do indeed. It was a long one for Pat. He had quite a bit to wait, but on the sixth count, which came in there just before 4 p.m, the distribution of Carl Cretzen's votes were divided out, and it was 495 votes. So Jim Darcy gained 30 from that distribution. He stands at 937. Sinn Féin's Pat Fitz added 224 to his tallies, and that sent him over the line with a grand total of 1,302 votes. Fianna Fáil's Stephanie Keating gained 4, which left her at 511. Green Party's Jody Power gained 18. 673 is his final tally there. Mary Roach gained 43. She's at 721. Darren Ryan gained 59. He's at 726. And Adam Wise gained 48, and he's at 1,172. So that saw Sinn Féin's Pat Fitzgerald elected with 1,302 votes, and Fianna Fáil's Stephanie Keating eliminated with 511 votes. And it just brings back, Jordan, how close we are between Jody Power, Mary Roach and Darren Ryan. There is just votes between them.
It is an incredible dogfight, and with the transfers there from Carl Cretzen's votes in particular, it's been of particular benefit to Darren Ryan in that race for that last seat. Dimphna, he stands on 726. Mary Roach, as you mentioned, on 721, and Jody Power on 673. As I'm sure you can hear, there's jubilant scenes in the background as they're celebrating Pat Fitzgerald's election for Sinn Féin. We've had a number of counts in the past few minutes. I'm just going to direct attention back momentarily to count 5 in Dungarvan. Tom Cronin, 1,293. He's now just 18 votes off the quota of 1,311. Karen Hallahan, 357. Pat Nugent, 1,157. Christopher Whalon, 369. Monica Murphy, 522. Joe O'Riordan, 688. Seamus O'Donnell, 508. Thomas Phelan, 847. Fiona Regan, 257. Jonathan Shaw, 287. And Siobhan Whelan, 238. We are moving on to the 6th count next, and Siobhan Whelan has been eliminated. So I suppose a matter of time for Tom Cronin in Dungarvan as well.
It very much, he's within reaching distance. We're looking at a quota of 1,311. Tom Cronin really is within touching distance of that. But it just brings home, Jordan, how tough it is this year for female candidates. I know that if you were
Certainly
watching in on our live stream there, I was speaking with Dara Jane O'Sullivan, and we'd spoken about what a hard particular day it was, I suppose, for Fianna Fáil, but also for female candidates. We've seen an absolute decimation of candidates today.
We have, right across the board as well. And speaking of Tramore, Waterford City West, Joe Kelly, just 6 votes off the quota there.
Oh, just 6 votes. And look, he'll get it. Joe Kelly has a very consistent voting record, as does Joe Conway. I'd be quite confident about saying we're going to see both of those cross over that line. But we're still in a situation, very uniquely, where we have Fine Gael's Lola O'Sullivan all on her own, sitting there as the only re-elected councillor so far in Tramore, Waterford City West.
Absolutely. And we've just had count 7 in Waterford City South and count 6 in Portlaw Kilmacthomas. Thomas Gyrey has been eliminated in Portlaw Kilmacthomas, and Lisa Carroll from City South. Jason Murphy looks in a good position in Waterford City South, and in Portlaw Kilmacthomas it looks as if Declan Clune will retain his seat, independent councillor as well. So we have 14 in, 18 to go, still plenty to play for.
Plenty to play for.
Until then, back to you,
Jordan.
Kyle.
I can feel the tension here in the broadcast centre. Thank you very much for that detailed report. Meanwhile, current sitting Green Party councillor, as we just heard there, and Metropolitan Mayor of Waterford City and County, Jody Power, has spoke out against his own party. Councillor Power is contesting a seat in Waterford City East, where there are marginal votes.
Sinn Féin's councillor Pat Fitzgerald, delighted to have you join me here on the Data Couch. What a day it's been for you, Pat.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a roller coaster, all right. Like, you know, so like the first preference vote maybe could have been a little bit better. But look, when the preferences started to come in, it just made a huge difference. Like, you know, the second preferences kind of brought me into third place, and that was even better than I expected. So look, I'd just like to thank all my election team. I'd like to thank all of the people that voted for me, and really this has made an exceptional day for me. I think I've been elected before, but I think this is probably the most emotional, I would say. And
what makes this year so?
This is my fourth time being elected.
And you know what? It's
I never expected to be, when I got elected first, to be even elected the first time. So look.
And I often think about anyone who puts themselves forward like that, Pat. It's not an easy thing to do. It's not an easy thing to put yourself in the public sphere and make promises and try and do your best for your community. What makes this year so different? Because it is an emotional time, Pat.
I suppose, like, over the last 15 years, I've tried to do the best I could for the community. Like, I wish I could have done more, but like, you know, you can only achieve so much in local politics, and like, you know, there's things you can do and there's things you can't do, and the best thing to do, as far as I'm concerned, even for any new candidates coming in, is to kind of concentrate on the things that you can do. Because, like, if you take on too much and you don't achieve it, you'll feel yourself that you haven't kind of achieved what you could have achieved, you know. But look, I find that you know, working with the public and trying to deal with the public is something that I enjoy doing, you know. And okay, we have our ups and downs, and we have our little arguments with individuals and things like that. But generally, like, from time to time, you know, most of the time things work out. We work it out for people where there's no bad blood anywhere along the line, and we just do everything that we possibly can for them, and that's the way that's all you can do.
And is it difficult, Pat, to separate your private life and your personal life with the job? Because you could have all manner of things happening at home and all manner of personal things happening, but you still have to rock up and try your best to deliver the promises that you've made to people.
I don't think you can actually separate your private life from your, you know, from your public life. When you're elected, you belong to the public, and you just have to accept that. And really, you know, any day of the year, you can get a call at any time of that day as well. And look, you pick up that phone and you answer it and you do what you can. And if you can do anything, and if you can't do anything, well, then you just have to tell them straight up, look, there's nothing I can do about that. And like, I think people appreciate the honesty. Like, if you're honest with people and don't try and pretend you can do something that you can't, and that's, you know what I mean, that's what gets you into trouble. You know.
Has this ever happened, Pat?
Not really, no. I don't make promises, to be quite honest with you. No, because I don't make promises, but I have tried to do stuff that obviously that didn't work out. Yeah,
which you can understand. It happens. You try.
Yeah, but look, if you're in the politics game and you get 50 or 60% of your projects across the line, that's a good result.
That's a win.
That's a win, yeah.
And what stayed with you maybe over the last 4 years or more, Pat? What are you most proud of? Or what do you maybe sometimes kick yourself and think, God, I wish I could have got that?
Well, I was always very passionate about the fishing industry, and I think myself that the decline of the fishing industry has been kind of probably a little bit demoralising for me, and I would like to see that revived. I wouldn't be giving up on it. I still believe that you know, negotiations everything goes around in a circle, and if we can only kind of get our little ports and harbours operational again in the future, that would be a big bonus for me, and to bring employment back into the coastal communities that have lost so much under the present government. under the present system really is what we're using, like I said, the European system. Like those little communities have lost so much, and the Irish culture have lost so much because they have lost those communities is a big blow to me, actually.
And it's quite a personal endeavour, I can see here, Pat. That is where so much of your life is invested. Yeah. Pat, who's at home? Who's been cheering you on? Who's been your campaign manager, your big heart behind you?
My campaign manager is a man called Conor Donegan. He's a local man from Dunmore East. He's over there. And I tell you one thing, I couldn't have done this without him, because like really you need somebody like Conor that's back there, that's back in the background. And really when you're going through a campaign, and like I've been through a few of them now, but when you are going through a campaign, there's times that your head go down. Your head can go down, like things can go, things aren't really going our way. What do you reckon? But like Conor was always there, and he'd G you up, and and he'd get you going. He says, look, don't worry about it. We'll plough on, and we'll see where we go and how quickly we'll get there.
So he
hopefully
kept your self-belief in yourself going.
Exactly, yeah. And I tell you, I also have to thank my wife Bernadette, who is...
She should have been first, I'd say.
Yeah, probably should have, but I'll leave the best to last. but like, to be quite honest with you, Bernadette came out and she canvassed with me, and many more of my canvassers came out, and close friends came out with me. And I have two grandchildren over there just behind me now as well.
What's their names, Pat? I'm putting you on the spot here now, and there's going to be awful war.
Lucia and Emily.
Lucia
and Emily, yeah.
Gorgeous names.
Well, that's the two Irish grandchildren. I have two more at the other side. But look, I have to. You kind of think of all of those people that you should be giving more and more time to when you're campaigning as well, and when you're doing public work. But look, from now on, the next week or so, I'll just take a little bit of time and spend it with them, because the last 3 months I've barely seen them.
Of course.
And I would say a lot of my campaign team is the same way, like they've barely seen home. And there's people here that know me well, there's people here that don't know me so well, but they all helped, and I'm grateful to them all. And I'm very grateful to the public that actually came out and gave me that strong first preference vote, and enough to get me here today and get me across the line again.
Newly re-elected councillor Pat Fitzgerald, congratulations.
Yeah. Thanks very much. Yeah, thank you.
And we're back on our live stream here at the SETU Arena, WLR in partnership with SETU for local election 2024. I'm delighted to be joined now on the data couch by Waterford Independent TD Matt Shanahan. Matt, how are you?
Great, Jordan. Thank you very much.
There's a real wave behind independent candidates we've seen across Waterford from the results so far. Obviously, we've had David Daniels and Declan Barry come in Waterford City East. And we've had your colleague Blaise Hannigan polling quite well in Tramore City West. I suppose the people have kind of spoken in a sense across the country. There's a real wave of support in behind independent thinking in a way, isn't there?
Yeah, I think it's a sign that, not alone our own domestic politics here, but national politics now will have to take a reading from this, because what's happening is people are sending a message. They're sending a message to government that they're not being listened to, and that's what the independent voice has been hearing on the ground. That's what it's been relaying back to people, and I've been making the point for a number of weeks now that independents are people generally who are very rooted in their community. They know what the issues are. They're people who are very close to the voters on the ground, and I think the voters have responded, and it's a very positive message because it really shows the value of democracy. This is democracy in action, where you see a whole stream of people that may not all be completely politically aligned, but they're under an independent franchise, and I think that's a good thing.
You sat on Waterford City and County Council yourself for quite a long time. As a TD, you know what a vocation it is to be a public representative. For so many people as first-time candidates, people that are elected for the first time, I mean, it's always a case of you don't really know what you're getting yourself in for until you're there. Like, there's so much work involved in being a public representative, and being a stand-up voice for your community and your county, your constituency. There's a lot involved in it, and the campaign, I imagine, is a very grueling process.
Yeah, it's very difficult, and obviously there's winners here today, which is great, but you have to feel for losers, and then you also have to admire the people that have put their hands up and who've stood up. And it's not easy to put yourself out in front of your peers and to try and lead something. So people have to be enthusiastic, energized, but they also feel that they must have a purpose. That's why they do it. I think why most people go into politics is not the easiest thing to take on as an occupation, but for people who are people who want to try and help, who want to bring something to their society, who want to improve the lives of their neighbours, their families, maybe their next generations. This is what it's about, and I think what you're seeing today, great to see the young people, the younger people coming out. Politics needs that for sure.
It certainly is. And while we've mentioned that independent wave and I suppose that change of thinking, on a local level, the two government parties so far, Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, they have actually performed quite well. Fine Gael had 4 councillors elected on the first count last night. And I suppose a lot of the sitting councillors have done quite well so far as well. So while there has been change, there is a little bit of a more the same on the local level. And I know that a lot of those councillors, you would have worked with them yourself in the past.
Yeah, no, and I think the one thing you have to say, and I've said this before the election, we actually have very good councillors in Waterford Council.
Absolutely.
They're very, very professional people, very diligent. They take their role very seriously, and I think they're being rewarded for the fact that they are about their business, doing the work of constituencies. So yeah, the main parties have held up, and I think look, that's a good thing, and experience is there as well. Obviously, some people are councillors. Maybe this might be their second or third term, and that's a good thing too, because you do need that experience in terms of providing support to the local authority executive.
And I know you've been a very vocal supporter of the case for Waterford Airport, and I don't know if you would have heard it earlier, but Green Party councillor Jody Power was speaking with Damien Tiernan earlier, and he did admit that Eamon Ryan's sentiments towards Waterford Airport may potentially be behind the reason why the Green Party haven't garnered support on a local level. What would you have to say on that?
Well, I'd say it certainly didn't help, but I think the Green Party probably has more issues down this part of the country. I think, and if you went up West Waterford and even here in East Waterford and speak to the farming community, you'll hear a lot of issues relative to where the green agenda is going. And look, green politics is here to stay now. It's not the preserve of any one party.
Yeah.
We are all concerned about the environment. We're all concerned about emissions and doing what we can. But I do think that in relation to where the Green Party is going, some of their policies are not chiming well with people in the community. And I think, and certainly not funding the airport for a small amount of money, not to give us that strategic investment to drive on a critical piece of infrastructure. It was a major flaw on behalf of the Green Party, and especially on behalf of Eamon Ryan. But he was told many times, and unfortunately he just doesn't want the idea of extra emissions, and that's a personal thing to him. It's not to everybody else.
And just as a final question, Deputy Shanahan, do you think, looking at the results on a national level, that the government will be looking at the results at the moment and thinking maybe is now the time to strike for another general election?
Well, I think they will be emboldened, obviously. But the only thing I'd say to you is, local elections are not a general election.
No.
And what happens in a local election, we saw that the last time, doesn't tell you where the general election is going to go. So I think government will be looking at that, and they'll be looking at their candidates, where they have fared well. But I think they need to be mindful of that. A general election is a different proposition in a lot of ways, and I think government will be taking their time to think about that. So I don't know when an election is coming. I'm going to stay working very hard until we get there, and then we'll see where it all falls out.
Matt Shanahan, we'll leave it there for a few minutes. Thanks very much for joining me.
Thanks indeed, Jordan. Take care now.
Thank you.
Adina Ushla. The following is the result of the 6th count from the Dungarvan Local Authority electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Siobhan Whelan's 238 votes. The votes are distributed as follows: Cronin Tom Fianna Fáil plus 9, total 1,302. Hallahan Karen non-party plus 13, total 370. Murphy Monica Fine Gael plus 6, total 528. Nugent Pat Fine Gael plus 24, total 1,181. O'Fuelon Christor Green Party plus 7, total 376. O'Riordan Joe non-party plus 21, total 709. O'Donnell Seamus non-party plus 10, total 518. Phelan Thomas Labour plus 18, total 865. Regan Fiona Sinn Féin plus 105, total 362. Shaw Jonathan non-party plus 7, total 294. Non-transferable plus 18. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the 294 votes of Jonathan Shaw. The following is the result of the 5th count of the Tramore Waterford City West local electoral area. This was the distribution of Mairead McKnight's 249 votes as follows: Cleary Ronan Ain2 plus 11, total 340. Conway Joe non-party plus 8, total 941. Duffin Susan Sinn Féin plus 3, total 339. Griffin Jim Sinn Féin plus 14, total 770. Hannigan Blaze non-party plus 15, total 988. Hayes Ritchie Fine Gael plus 21, total 303. Hayes John Sinn Féin plus 9, total 263. Hutchinson Smith Alana Sinn Féin plus 16, total 342. Kelly Joe non-party plus 32, total 1,142. Kylie Christina Green Party plus 29, total 428. Mangan Killian, non-party, plus 21, total 371. Quinlan Eamon Fianna Fáil, plus 38, total 745. Non-transferable, plus 32. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the 263 votes of John Hayes. Thank you.
Conditions apply. Finance provided by way of hire purchase agreement from Volkswagen Financial Services Ireland and subject to lending criteria. Volkswagen Financial Services Ireland Limited is regulated by the Central Bank of Ireland. Visit volkswagenvans.ie for further information.
Trying to find the perfect card for Dad this Father's Day? We've got you covered. Surprise him with a super design, customise it to your heart's content and send love straight his way. Plus order before 4 p.m. and we'll post it the same day. Download the Moonpig app or visit moonpig.com and get 50% off your first card with Dad 50. Every dad deserves a Moonpig card.
Moonpig.com.
Playing one great song after another. Here's Ricky with Rick Whelan on WLR.
Yes, but before I play you another song, we're going over to the Count Centre now to find out what the latest results are there. And it could be Dinfin, it could be Jordan. I'm not absolutely sure. Speak to me.
It is Jordan. Rick, how are you?
Very well.
We have plenty of news to report at the moment. We have just had another 2 counts. We have had counts in Dungarvan and in Tramore City West. So I'll go through the counts. Count number 6 in Dungarvan. Tom Cronin, 1,302. Karen Hallahan, 370. Monica Murphy, 528. Pat Nugent, 1,181. Christopher Whalon, 376. Joe O'Riordan, 709. Seamus O'Donnell, 518. Thomas Phelan, 865. Fiona Regan, 362. And Jonathan Shaw, 294. No candidate has reached a quota of 1,311, though Tom Cronin is just 9 votes off. So that means Jonathan Shaw has been elected, but it looks as if it's only a matter of time before Tom Cronin is re-elected to his seat in that area.
It does indeed. So we saw Jonathan Shaw eliminated there with his 294. Those votes will be redistributed. Moving on then to Tramore, Waterford City West, where Mairead McKnight's votes were distributed. Ronan Cleary, 340. Independent Joe Conway, 941. Susan Duffin, 339. Jim Griffin at 770. Killian Mangan at 371. Christina Kiley at 428. Blaise Hannigan at 988. Richie Hayes at 303, with his brother John Hayes at 263. Alana Hutchinson Smith at 342, with independent Joe Kelly 1,142, and Fianna Fáil's Eamon Quinlan 745. So it's worth noting there that the quota for Tramore Waterford City West currently sits at 1,176. So Joe Kelly really is very, very close to that, as is Blaise Hannigan. So it's really going to be I suppose a race to the end at this stage, Jordan.
It will be a race to the end, and as we mentioned there just some time ago, very tight in Waterford City East. That battle for the last seat in particular between Darren Ryan, Independent, Jodie Power of the Green Party, and Social Democrats councillor Mary Roach. It seems as if Darren Ryan has actually taken the lead in that particular race, but transfers are going to be so crucial, aren't they?
They're going to be so important, and they were really all even keel, and now I think Mary Roach and Darren Ryan have pulled away from Jodie Power, leaving him that little bit behind in their wake, I'm afraid. It does look as though when, and I think it's a case of when, not if, Councillor Adam Wise is re-elected and his votes are redistributed, it's going to look like that surplus, or part of it at least, will go towards Darren Ryan. I know that they're all bringing in the Ballygunner vote along that way, so I think we're going to see maybe Mary Roach pull behind a little bit. That's the current landscape at this stage, I think it's fair to say.
Absolutely, and just briefly touching on the other areas, Waterford City South looking good for Jason Murphy and Joanne Bailey, probably only a matter of time. Portlaw, Kilmacthomas, 3 councillors elected, looking good for Declan Clune. We're waiting to fill just 2 seats there. And of course, if you hadn't joined us earlier, in Lismore we have already elected our 3 councillors: John Pratt, Labour, Donncha Mulcahy, Sinn Féin, and Niamh O'Donovan of Fine Gael. So it's been a very, very busy day so far, Dimpa, hasn't it?
It's been a very, very busy day, and I think even in the case, if you look at Donncha Mulcahy, Brian Buckley, there was just a hair's breadth between both of them. Really, really small votes. So it just goes to show, I know we always say every vote matters, but it really does. You can see the proof is in the pudding here.
Definitely. Well, the crowds are building up because it's going to get very, very busy across the rest of the evening here. We are almost halfway through, but plenty to get through for the rest of the evening. Until then, we'll hand it back to you, Rick.
Thank you very much, Dimfna and Jordan at the Count Centre. And we'll be going back there for updates periodically throughout the programme. So do stay with us. You're going to get it all here first on the election results as they come in. And they're happening all the time, so updating.
Good afternoon. The following is the result of the 7th count of the Portlaw Kilmacthomas electoral area, which was the distribution of Thomas Gyrie's 476 votes. The votes were distributed as follows: Burke Catherine Sinn Féin plus 213, total 1,107. Clune Declan non-party plus 33, 1,178. Conway Frank non-party plus 23, total 631. Murphy Ray Fianna Fáil plus 54, total 770. Non-transferable papers plus 153. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the 631 votes of Frank Conway. The following is the result of the 8th count of the Waterford City South electoral area, which was the distribution of Lisa Carroll's 275 votes as follows: Bailey Joanne Sinn Féin plus 11, total 778. Brennan Breda Sinn Féin plus 9, total 345. Burke Kevin Sinn Féin plus 4, total 569. Burns Vivienne Fianna Fáil plus 15, total 410. Murphy Jason Fianna Fáil plus 11, 1,008. Quinlan Frank Fine Gael plus 12, total 707. Reinhardt Sean non-party plus 102, total 540. Ryan Seamus Labour plus 17, total 740. Non-transferable 94. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the 345 votes of Breda Brennan. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back to our live stream here at SETU WLR in partnership with SETU for the Waterford local election 2024. I'm joined now by my colleague Dimphna Nugent. Dimphna, we have just had two further counts, count 7 in Portlaw, Kilmacthomas and count 8 in Waterford City South. No one elected in either count, but things are really starting to shape up. Do you want to have a quick run through Portlaw, Kilmacthomas there?
I will indeed. Portlaw, Kilmacthomas, we've seen an elimination. So Ray Murphy with 770 votes has been eliminated. It was the final, or the lowest rather, of all the votes we saw. Catherine Burke is in there at 1,107, Declan Clune 1,178 and Frank Conway at 631. Actually, I'm just going to double check that.
Frank Conway has been eliminated.
That's exactly what I was looking at. My arrows were all in the wrong place. So Ray Murphy is still in there. I can confirm that Frank Conway has been eliminated at 631 votes.
So it's really hotting up. It looks as if those last two seats will be taken by Declan Clune and Catherine Burke. That's one that will probably take shape in the next hour or so.
I can't see any situation where it won't be both of those. They really are streets ahead of the other candidates at the moment.
It seems a matter of when rather than if. As for City South, we're in our 8th count and we still have quite a lot to get through. I'll go through the figures here. Joanne Bailey, Sinn Féin, 778. Breda Brennan, Sinn Féin, 345. Kevin Burke, Sinn Féin, 569. Vivian Burns, Fianna Fáil, 410. Jason Murphy, Fianna Fáil, 1008. Frank Quinlan, Fine Gael, 707. Sean Reinhardt, Independent, 540. Seamus Ryan, Labour Party, 740. Still quite a bit off the quota there, but it looks as if Jason Murphy is in a very good position there, as are Frank Quinlan, Joanne Bailey and Seamus Ryan. It looks as if the 6 councillors that were there at the start of the elections might actually be staying.
It does indeed, and of course we saw Breda Brennan eliminated there, and that means that yet another female candidate has been eliminated.
Yeah.
We are seeing the female, I suppose, visibility being absolutely decimated across all districts.
Yeah, we've just spoke about it between ourselves a number of minutes ago. As things stand, when you're looking at the figures, it could potentially be, when the 32-seat council is formed, we may have just 3 or 4 female councillors. And when there's been such an emphasis on the female vote and the number of female councillors running at the moment, I suppose it is quite a disappointing statistic.
It is indeed, and I spoke to Dara Jane O'Sullivan from Fianna Fáil there a short time ago, and we spoke about this, and her suggestion was that perhaps there was so much emphasis on the approach to the elections from the Women for Elections group. I know we saw more female candidates put forward this year across the entire country than any other year, but that simply it may have been too much of an initiative, that she maybe feels that on the doorsteps people may have seen this as, please vote because I am female rather than because I am the best candidate for the job. I am not saying that that's what the case is, but it may be sort of maybe an answer as to why we're seeing this happen.
Absolutely, but I suppose on the flip side you see a first time candidate in Lismore, Niamh O'Donovan for Fine Gael, being elected. Niamh, 35 years old, her first time running in the Lismore area, maintaining that seat, the Fine Gael seat in Lismore. I mean, that's a positive upturn for that party in West Waterford.
It is indeed, and I think when you go to West Waterford you very much see legacy style voting, that families will vote for individual candidates because they always have. That is beginning to change because the face and the landscape of politics over in the west of the county is beginning to change. It's exciting, it's fresh blood, it's new voices, it is female representation, and no matter what way you view your candidates, you must have some sort of a move towards gender balance.
You most certainly do. Well, we have 14 councillors elected, another 18 to go. We'll be hanging on in there until we've got 32 counted. Until then, we'll take a break for a few moments and we'll be back to you in a minute. Thanks, Dimphna.
Thanks, Jordan.
Adini Ushla. The following is the result of the 7th count of Waterford City East local electoral area, which was the distribution of Stephanie Keating's 511 votes as follows. Darcy Jim Fine Gael plus 60, total 997. Power Jody Green Party plus 41, total 714. Roach Mary Social Democrats plus 67, total 788. Ryan Darren, non-party, plus 39, total 765. Wise Adam, Fianna Fáil, plus 257, total 1,429. Non-transferable 47. As the votes of Adam Wise exceed the quota, I deem him to be elected. I will proceed to distribute Adam Wise's surplus of 191 votes, as it is the largest surplus and together with other surpluses not distributed fulfills the following conditions: exceeds the difference between the two lowest candidates and can elect a continuing candidate. Thank you.
Electric car, speak to a mechanic and explore and discuss the pros and cons around EVs. Join me, Damien Tiernan, on Daysha Today all next week on WLR for Electric Car Week, thanks to BYD Waterford. Meet Waterford's newest car brand, the biggest car brand you've never heard of.
Are coffee runs costing your company and staff a fortune? Say goodbye to wasted time and costly lattes. Introducing Coffee House Lane's Office Solutions, your one-stop solution for premium coffee right in the office. Imagine the convenience of cafe-quality beverages without leaving the building. With our quality machines and selection of multi-award-winning blends, your team will stay energized and productive all day long. Save money, time, and
following
boost
is the
morale.
result
Visit
of the seventh count
coffeehouselane.ie.
of the
Coffee House
Dungarvan
Lane,
local electoral
sustainable
area,
coffee that
which
doesn't
was the
cost the earth.
distribution
Do you want to get
of
your local community
294 votes
reusing and repairing
from
everyday
Jonathan
things?
Shaw.
Waterford City and County Council are inviting submissions
Cronin,
from local
Tom,
groups and schools
Fianna
for the
Fáil,
Circular
plus
Economy Grant
9,
2024.
total 1,311. Hallahan, Karen, non-party, plus 36, total 406. Murphy, Monica, Fine Gael, plus 12, total 540. Nugent, Pat, Fine Gael, plus 18, 1,199. O'Phelan, Christor, Green Party, plus 12, total 388. O'Riordan, Joe, non-party, plus 54, total 763. O'Donnell, Seamus, non-party, plus 25, total 543. Phelan, Thomas, Labour, plus 40, total
15 candidates have been elected, with the latest results coming in from Waterford City East. As it stands overall in Waterford, there are 5 Fine Gael councillors, 4 Sinn Féin, 3 independents, 2 Fianna Fáil and 1 Labour. And for the very latest on the counts from Waterford's local electoral areas, we can cross live to the SETU Arena and join Dimfla Nugent and Jordan Norris.
Thanks very much, Kieran. We're just crossing over to Paul Johnston, returning officer here in SETU Arena. We've just had the result of the 7th count in the Dungarvan district, and I'm just going to clarify, I believe we have had somebody elected.
I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the votes of 388 of Christor O'Phelan. Thank you.
So you can see there, Kieran, Christor O'Phelan has been eliminated. I'm just going to confirm with Jordan that we have in fact had a councillor elected.
Tom Cronin has been elected in Dungarvan. Fianna Fáil councillor Tom Cronin retains his seat in Dungarvan. Dimfna will have all the latest reaction on that in a number of moments, but right now I'm joined by his Fianna Fáil party colleague who's been elected in Waterford City East. That is Councillor Adam Wise. Adam, congratulations. I imagine big relief.
Yeah, thanks very much. Lots of relief from. I actually got the highest vote I've ever gotten, the highest number ones I've ever gotten. It was just such a long process. Delighted for Tom as well that we have another Fianna Fáil man over the line there, and we hope that Eamon Quillen will get over the line there as well. So it'd be a good couple of hours for Fianna Fáil now, if the count goes our way.
Absolutely. I see you have a big support standing around listening to you doing the interview here. You can see it here on our stream as well. You've brought a great following with you, Adam. The campaign, the work that goes into getting elected, you know, getting out, canvassing, going to the doors. It takes a real team effort, doesn't it? Who do you want to thank?
Look, I want to thank first off my girlfriend Megan. She's over there now and stuff. She's been a huge support to me over the last 4 years, but especially in the last 16, 17 weeks, we've been out day and night. Megan's working a full-time job as well, and she was out every night canvassing with me. Her mother Maria, my mother Michelle, my brother Jason, who's my older brother, but he's been pretty much my campaign manager for the whole thing. Like every single time I had any sort of doubt, he was there to pick me back up. But everyone, my cousins, my uncles, my aunties, my entire family, like Fianna Fáil is the party I represent, but I represent the Wise name, and I represent everyone in my family as well, and that's why I'm proud to do the job. But I could not be elected without them. Every single 5 years I literally set up a group chat and I say it's time again to go out knocking on doors, and none of them are political people, but they like to support me, and I'm very happy to have them by my side.
Absolutely. Adam, you've just turned 30 years old, if I'm not wrong, but you're a member of Waterford Council since you were co-opted in December 2013. Like, you're involved in the local political scene with 11 years. You've got a real track record behind you now. You still have the same enthusiasm though, don't you?
Yeah, well, I said, like, my vote has thankfully gone up on every election now. It went up 10% from 2014 to 2019. It's gone up on about 19% this time. That's because I'm passionate about the job. I think anyone that's met me, when they talk about it, I'm not the best in the world about shouting about what I do or doing, you know, getting on the media. I'm very rarely on air with you. But I try to do the on-the-ground work. I try to actually try and help people. I try and tell people honestly when I can and can't help them. And if I can't help them, I'll find somebody that can. That's what I'm about. That's what makes me passionate about it. It's when I get a phone call to say that someone's been helped with a house or somebody's been helped with a pothole, that means the world to me, and that's what drives me on.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to ask your team to give you one last big cheer. Councillor Adam Wise, Fianna Fáil elected. Very well done, Adam.
And you heard it there, Kieran. That was the result of the 7th vote, or the 7th count rather, for Waterford City East. So just to recap on that, that was as a result of the distribution of Stephanie Keating's 511 votes. We saw Jim Darcy's Fine Gael get 997, Green Party Jodie Power 714, Mary Roach Social Democrats 788, Independent candidate Darren Ryan 765, and of course now newly elected councillor Adam Wise for Fianna Fáil at 1,429 votes. Nobody has been eliminated at this stage, but we do see Adam now, his votes, his surplus votes are going to be distributed, and that's where we're going to see exciting changes happen between Jodie Power, Mary Roach and Darren Ryan. Kieran.
Okay, Vimfna, thanks very much for that update, and Jordan also. So just to recap from SETU Arena, we now have 16 candidates elected to Waterford City and County Council, half of the 32 seats available. And as it stands overall in Waterford, there are currently 5 Fine Gael councillors, 4 Sinn Féin, 3 Independents, 3 Fianna Fáil and 1 Labour. And staying with Fianna Fáil for a moment, and the Taoiseach says the party is very happy and has noted some extraordinary performances across the country. Micheál Martin, however, says local elections are a very different prospect to a general election.
We are happy with the performances of candidates across the country. We've had some excellent young candidates coming through. Our performance in Clare, for example, has been quite extraordinary. Cork City, very, very strong, and likewise in the county. In other areas, you know, candidate selection probably left us down, and decisions like that, and that is always the case with local elections.
Meanwhile, in the European elections, it's almost certain a first Ireland South count will not take place until tomorrow. Around 250 staff began sorting almost 715,000 ballot papers for the 10-county constituency at Nemo Rangers GAA Club in Cork this morning. 23 candidates are fighting for 5 seats in the European Parliament, and no official tallies are being taken at the count centre. Returning officer Martin Harvey has given this update.
So we'd expect that we'd go on until maybe 10 or 11 o'clock. We've a large staff. We want to utilise them fully. So I think at this stage it's safe to say that we won't have a first count this evening. It'll be sometime tomorrow morning, but we'll keep counting until around 11 o'clock.
Waterford Sport
with H&H Motors Dacia. Test drive the 242 Dacia range today at H&H Motors.
A very good afternoon. I'm Nigel Kelly. Let's start with Gaelic games. We'll come to soccer in a moment, but an update on the Munster hurling final before they reach the half-time break. The All-Ireland and defending Munster champions Limerick are leading Clare at the moment in Semple Stadium, 13 points to 10. 36 and a bit minutes gone. There's 2 minutes of injury time to be played here, so we've about 40 seconds left in this game. Limerick with a free here in the moment, so it looks like it's going to be a 4-point advantage as they go to the half-time break. We'll confirm that for you in a moment. But soccer, we mentioned, and Hibernians, who are the Jimmy Searson Ardagh Premier Cup champions for the 8th time in the club's history. They've beaten the defending champions Tramore 3-1 at Osier Park to win their first cup since 2017. Hibs opened the scoring today through Ben Welch after 22 minutes, and they were lucky not to concede a Conor Butler penalty before the break. In the second half then, it took Antonio Petrovic 20 minutes to find the net, making it a 2-0 affair, but Tramore did eventually pull one back from the penalty spot thanks to Aaron O'Brien. Petrovic punished Tremor again in the 84th minute to send the scoreline to 3-1, bagging his second goal for the day, and David Breen's side would hold on to that lead until the full-time whistle. Staying with soccer, and Liverpool have confirmed that club legend Alan Hansen is seriously ill in hospital. The former captain and Scotland international defender spent 14 years at Anfield, making over 600 appearances, winning 8 league titles, 3 European Cups, 2 FA Cups and 3 League Cups. Liverpool say they're in contact with Hansen's family to provide support at this difficult time. Then in golf, Seamus Power has just returned to the course for his final round at the Memorial Tournament on the PGA Tour. The West Waterford native is tied for 18th on level par, leaving him 10 shots off the leader, Scotty Scheffler. Shane Lowry's back at 5:30 from 1 under in a share of 14th, while Rory McIlroy is best of the Irish on at 2 under and in a share of 11th. He's also back from 5:30. Quick dive back into the hurling for a second, and it's tightened up a little bit at Semple Stadium at the half-time break. On the stroke at the half-time whistle, a Clare goal sees it a 1-point game. It's now Clare 1. Apologies, it's all square. Clare 1-10, Limerick 13 points. Half-time in Thurles. While in athletics, Thomas Barr has won his heat and he's through to the semi-finals of the men's 400-metre hurdles at the European Championships in Rome. Barr was the fastest of the opening round competitors in what is a new system where every qualifying place is decided by times instead of their high finish. The relay gold medalist from Friday night is happy to get things moving.
No, I definitely needed to do that because I did go out probably a little bit conservatively in the first half, but I'm glad I had that strong finish. Which is kind of a trademark of mine, which I felt in some races in the last while I haven't had, but it's nice to know it's still there in the arsenal.
The Ferrybank AC man is back out on the track tomorrow at 11:40 Irish time for the semi-final. That's your sports news on WLR. Thanks to hnhmotors.ie for all your election news on mobile, smart speaker and all other platforms on WLR. Keep tuned to WLR as well as live video streaming. Thanks to SETU.
Thank you, Nigel Kelly.
WLR weather.
With Encon, a southeast leader in building and home energy efficiency. Visit encon.ie to book a free consultation.
Okay, time to look at it. Well, take a look at your weather for tonight. Damp or wet at first. Oh, we've been hearing that for a long time now. Some mist patches too. Rain will slowly clear southwards overnight, and mostly dry and clear conditions will follow from the north, with a few showers moving into the west and northwest. Lowest temperatures of 4 to 8 degrees in a light to moderate northwesterly breeze. That's very cool tonight. Tomorrow, Monday, will be much brighter day with good sunny spells and plenty of dry weather. Some well-scattered showers will occur, most frequent along north-facing coasts. Highest temperatures ranging from 13 degrees to 18 degrees in the south. Mostly light, moderate northwest to north winds. And I have to stop this jingle for a moment because I want to read your high tide times. There's just not enough music left on it when the weather forecast is a little bit longer. So let's take a look at your high tide times then, which are for later this evening. Dungarvan, Youghal and Ardmore at 8:40 p.m. Tramore and Dunmore at 8:45. Cheek Point at 8:55 p.m. And Waterford right here in the centre of the city, well, on the river obviously, 9:30 p.m. And that concludes high tides and weather.
High tides for Waterford.
With East Pier, the harbour Dunmore East. Open 7 days a week. East Pier, always fresh, always local.
Indeed, East Pier, you've got to go down there and get Elaine's fish and chips. Absolutely astounding. So fresh. Really, really amazing. And she does all different kinds of dishes. Really, really impressive. Go along there if you happen to be out for a drive and you think, well, we're not going to make it home. Then we're going to have to cook for ourselves and the kids and everything else. Get fish and chips.
Welcome back to SETU Arena here at Carriganore. WLR in partnership with SETU at local elections 2024, and I'm delighted to say I am joined by Fianna Fáil councillor Tom Cronin, who's been re-elected in Dungarvan. Tom, big congratulations.
You must be absolutely delighted.
Yes, I'm over. Look, I couldn't be more delighted, to be fair. I suppose, look at a super team, as you just heard there, right, shouting and screeching at us. I want to thank my campaign manager, Noel Conway, who has been with me. This is our 6th election.
Yeah.
I also want to thank my wife, Breeder, who has been a stalwart behind me in that length of time as well. I also want to thank Minister Mary Butler as well for her help. Her office, her staff in the office, Carmel and Jane. Look, it's all about a team, to be fair. And look, I want to thank every single one of my canvassers who have done a superb job. And I suppose most importantly, right, the people who came out to vote for me.
Yeah.
And gave me their vote, and I just want to thank those people, and I hope, right, that I don't let them down over the next 5 years. And again, right, look, hopefully, right, after this 5 years is over, right, there'll be another one after that, because, right, I'm not going anywhere.
I don't doubt you're not going anywhere at all, Tom. As you always put on the campaign posters, the man you know, I don't doubt you're here to stay. It's been an interesting day for the party in West Waterford, of course. You've retained your seat, but unfortunately the seat in Lismore has been lost, so you'll be the sole representative for Fianna Fáil on the Dungarvan and Lismore district by the look of it. And I know last year was a particularly difficult year for the party, obviously with the loss of a great friend in James Tobin as well, so I'm sure James is looking down on you today as well, and we think of him on a day like today too.
Yes, we do. Myself and James were great friends. I suppose, look, he passed away. And, look, his daughter took over, Mairead. And, look, she done a superb job as well. But
apologies, Tom, we will actually have to cross live to Paul Johnson, the adjudicating officer at the moment for the latest count, but we will be back to you in a second.
The following is the result of the 8th count of the Portlaw Kilmacthomas local electoral area, which consisted of the distribution of Frank Conway's 631 votes. Burke Catherine Sinn Féin plus 62, total 1,169. Clune Declan non-party plus 273, total 1,451. Murphy Ray Fianna Fáil plus 72, total 842. Non-transferable papers, 224. As Declan Clune has exceeded the quota, I therefore deem him elected. As there is one vacancy remaining to be filled, and as the votes of the highest continuing candidate exceed the total votes of all the other continuing candidates, I deem that the highest continuing candidate, Catherine Burke, to be elected. As all seats have now been filled, I propose to formally declare the results of the election for Portlaw Kilmacthomas.
Paul Johnston there, returning officer with Waterford City and County Council, announcing
the following is the result of the 6th count for the Tramore Waterford City West local electoral area, which was the distribution of John Hayes' 263 votes. Cleary Ronan Ain 2 plus 2, total 342. Conway Joe non-party plus 5, total 946. Duffin Susan Sinn Féin plus 33, total 372. Griffin Jim Sinn Féin plus 95, total 865. Hannigan Blaze non-party plus 13, total 1001. Hayes Ritchie Fine Gael plus 14, total 317. Hutchinson Smith Alana Sinn Féin plus 44, total 386. Kelly Joe non-party plus 14, 1156. Kylie Christina Green Party plus 4, total 432. Mangan Killian non-party plus 13, total 384. Quinlan Eamon Fianna Fáil plus 8, total 753, non-transferable 18. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the 317 votes of Richie Hayes. Thank you.
We've had a flurry of action in the last few minutes here at the SEG Arena in Carriganore. Comra Council is now filled with the last two seats, Declan Clune Independent and Catherine Burke Sinn Féin. But before we were interrupted by the returning officer Paul Johnston there, I was joined by Fianna Fáil councillor Tom Cronin, who's been elected in Dungarvan. And Tom, as we were saying, it's a fantastic thing to be able to represent the place for just so long. And I know Ardmore, not just Ardmore, but the whole of the Dungarvan district, you know, you're very proud to serve your community and the people beyond the numbers, aren't you?
Yes, I am, of course I am. You would also be at the council meetings yourself.
I would.
Yeah, from the media side of it. And, you know, we work hard for the people, and sometimes they're not aware of the amount of work that's been done by councillors, and they should appreciate the work that they're doing actually, because we're working very, very hard on their behalf. And look, I suppose all I can say is, you know, just James Tobin, we mentioned him there earlier.
Yes,
and
we did.
I just want to go back and just say, James carried the flag for Fianna Fáil, in the west part of West Waterford, I suppose,
He
if
did,
you like to
the
call
Wild
that,
West, yeah.
And, you know, look, we put up a new candidate there, and it was never going to be easy on a three-seater. Now, look, Michael Welch came up with, I think it was 730 first preferences,
That's
so
right.
it was a superb showing by him. And I suppose, look, Stephanie Keaton also in City East, who got co-opted in and had to fight her corner as well. Now, today wasn't her day. And, you know, look, I'd just like to wish both of our candidates, that probably are not successful, the very best going forward, because, look, it's not easy to put your name in front of the people, and you know, it's you know, it's not, as I said again, it's not straightforward, and you win some and you lose some, and you meet few people that will throw a bit of abuse at you from now and again, even though that wasn't too bad this time, I felt. And but look, 99.9% of the people are very genuine, and they're the kind of people I like to represent going forward.
Well, Tom, I've kept you here long enough. There's such a big crowd of people wanting to celebrate with you and give you a big cheer. So for one last time, I'm asking you to give your hands together for Councillor Tom Cronin. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the 9th count of the Waterford City South local electoral area. This was the distribution of 345 votes from Breda Brennan. The distribution is as follows: Bailey Joanne Sinn Féin plus 163, total 941. Burke Kevin Sinn Féin plus 91, total 660. Burns Vivian Fianna Fáil plus 9, total 419. Murphy Jason Fianna Fáil plus 10, total 1018. Quinlan Frank Fine Gael plus 10, total 717. Reinhardt Sean non-party plus 15, total 555. Ryan Seamus Labour plus 12, 752. Non-transferable 35. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the 419 votes of Vivienne Burns. Thank you.
And now it's time to go over to the Count Centre at the SET Arena with an update on election results from Dimphna and Jordan.
Thank you very much, Rick. Yeah, there is a hive of activity at the moment in the election centre here in SETU. We've just had Tom Cronin elected for Fianna Fáil in Dungarvan, Adam Wise elected for Fianna Fáil in Waterford City East, and the big news is that we have finally filled the Cummer district as well, and we are joined now by one man who has just been elected. I'm going to cross now to Dimphna Nugent, who is with independent councillor Declan Clune and his family.
Thanks, Jordan. Declan, you have claimed that much coveted and hard fought for 4th seat in your district. How do you feel today?
I'm delighted, obviously, Dimphna. You know, it was a long campaign. You know, there was a lot of good candidates in it. So, you know, it looked a bit, at different times during the course of the day, it looked like it could go a couple of different ways. But, you know, from the tallies yesterday, I looked like the 4th seat. I seemed to keep thereabouts during the course of today. And thankfully, it all came through now this evening. So, you know, again, just want to thank the people of Portlaw and the people of the Greater Cumber District for trusting me with their vote. It obviously means an awful lot, and it means I can continue, you know, working for the community for the next 5 years.
And I know you've made huge strides in your community. You're a proud Tramore man, Declan, I know that.
I am.
And I can see so much of your family here today cheering you on. Who's been behind you, driving you along?
Well, I'd have to say my better half, Rebecca, obviously had a huge impact on it because she essentially ran the house for the last 6 months. And obviously the kids now were great. Even the last few days we were out with microphones on top, and Max and Zara here were doing the kind of jingles and everything on it. So it was a real kind of family effort, you know what I mean? So it meant an awful lot because, you know, when you go home in the evening, then it's just something to look forward to. It's just, you know, with the family there, and obviously the laugh and a bit of crack every evening as well. How'd you get on today, Dad? And telling the funny stories from along the way. So yeah, look, you know, it was a family effort, and delighted to have them all behind me, you know. And obviously my sisters came out there during the week. They helped me do a leaflet drop in Kilmeaden, and sure, Mum was on the phone then every day as well, just making sure everything was going according to plan. So, you know, there was an interest from everyone in the family, which is important.
And we were talking a little bit earlier about politics and local politics particularly. And sometimes people will say that the only time they hear someone's name is when it comes to election time or it comes to candidacy. But the reality is that so much of family time, Declan, is missed because you are out and about fulfilling the promises you've made to people. You're hearing the representations that people are making to you. It is a sacrifice. It's a sacrifice that you're paid for, but it is a sacrifice.
Oh, it is, there's no doubt. You know, you try to do your best and manage your time and just, you know, have a bit of flexibility built in, obviously, for family, for work, for council, and you get into routine and all that. But there's no doubt, you know, it does take its toll over time. But I think once you kind of have a good system and you have a good support, it works out pretty well then for everyone, because you kind of know in advance where you have to be, whether it's with the family or whether it's with the council, and you can kind of work around it that way. But no, look, it's great, you know what I mean? Like I said, when I was first elected in 2014, it was definitely a culture shock. It probably took a year or two to kind of, you know, come up with a system. But since then, like, you know, look, it's worked fairly well. Obviously, you can't be at everything, but you do your best.
And I can see 3 beautiful people sitting here beside you. What's your name?
I'm Sophie May.
Sophie May, how old are you?
I'm 14.
And Sophie May, a little bird told me that you're looking a little bit tired today for a specific reason. It's not because you were out helping your dad last night or listening to him talk about the elections. Why were you out late?
I was at a sleepover for my friend's birthday last night.
Was it worth it? Did you have loads of fun?
It was a great time, yeah. We had loads of fun.
And what's it like growing up with your dad, knowing that people will be knocking on the door, maybe ringing at all hours saying, Declan, would you help me?
It's a bit weird sometimes, but like it's fine. It's not really like that unusual. Like it's fine. We'll just be.
You're used to it.
Yeah.
And Max, I'll ask you just to take the mic there. Good man. How old are you, Max?
I'm 8 years old.
You're 8 years of age, and what school do you go to?
Portlaw NS.
Do you love it?
Yeah.
Who's your teacher?
Miss Calvin.
And tell me, did you go out with your daddy at any point and drop off leaflets or knock on doors, or did you get snacks ready for him at home, or what did you do?
Yeah.
You did all of those things. I wonder. I wouldn't doubt you. Well done, Max. What about you? What's your name?
My name is Zara.
Zara, how old are you?
I'm 11.
You're 11, and what school do you go to?
I go to Portlaw NS.
And who's your teacher?
Miss Donnelly.
Miss Donnelly. Well, I'd say Miss Donnelly, if we ask her very nicely, she might consider a little bit of no homework maybe sometime between now and the end of the school holidays. We might ask her very nicely. How have you found the whole today and yesterday, watching your dad running around the place, knowing he's a little bit nervous? How's it all felt?
I think it makes me just like proud to know that he got elected and that this is just like, and that he put in so much work into it, and yeah, I'm just really proud.
So you're all proud of your daddy. Declan, I think you've won the jackpot no matter what happened today.
I think so too. Actually, just on a side note, I told the lads that if I was unfortunate enough not to get in, that we'd go to Florida on holidays. Now, obviously, we've have to cancel that promise, so I don't think I think they were kind of one way maybe hoping that it wouldn't get back in. But sure, look,
we'll have to
see
push
what
that
happens.
slightly down
Push
the line,
down
but I think that holiday will still have
push
to happen.
It down for another 5 years.
Independent candidate Declan Clune, newly re-elected. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Declan. And of course, Catherine Burke of Sinn Féin has also been elected in the Comer district in the past few moments. We'll have updates across the course of the afternoon on our stream and on air. But for now, it's back to you in studio, Rick.
Thank you very much, Jordan. Yeah, that is very, very interesting there. It's lovely to hear those interviews, the interesting little stories behind the candidates and their families and their kids. And I suppose, for the candidates, those who have been jubilantly elected or re-elected. And, of course, there's also those who have not. I want to play a request. Hi, Rick, would you please send birthday wishes to our granddaughter, Jordan Kelly?
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the 8th count of the Dungarvan local electoral area, which was the distribution of Cristo O'Fuelon's 388 votes. Hallahan Karen non-party plus 21, total 427. Murphy Monica Fine Gael plus 74, total 614. Nugent Pat Fine Gael plus 47, total 1,246. O'Riordan Joe non-party plus 41, total 804. O'Donnell Seamus non-party plus 16, total 559. Phelan Thomas Labour plus 106, total 1,011. Regan Fiona Sinn Féin plus 39, total 442. Non-transferable 44. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the 427 votes of Karen Hallahan. Thank you.
Yes, I'm delighted to be joined by Catherine Burke, and you have a massive following here behind you. How are you feeling?
I'm absolutely delighted. I'm ecstatic to get the mandate that I got. It's kind of an overwhelming feeling, to be honest. But it's wonderful.
Certainly so, and you know, I mean, it's been such a whirlwind the last few days. Everything's been so up in the air, but you've really held on till the last, and you were kind of working off the transfers.
Yeah, we ran 3 candidates, so I just want to mention my running mates, Ben Duggan and Tom Gyrey. I want to thank them for their support and their transfers, of course, yeah. So we transferred high.
Certainly. So you're elected, you've knocked on the doors, you've crawled the mountains of County Waterford up and down. So I was having a look there just on some of your manifestos before we started the interview. So sustainable resources is kind of what you're going for now. Obviously, you know, we have the Cumlagapa wind farm, we have the offshore wind and energy that are proposed for County Waterford. So these would be, you know, very important.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the 8th count of the Waterford City East electoral area, which is the distribution of 190 votes of Adam Wise. The votes are distributed as follows: Darcy Jim Fine plus 65, total 1,062. Power Jody Green Party plus 41, total 755. Roach Mary Social Democrats plus 37, total 825. Ryan Darren Non-Party plus 27, total 792. Non-transferable 21. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. I will therefore proceed to distribute Pat Fitzgerald's surplus of 64 votes. Thank you.
We're ready to go again. It's all moving very quick here. Apologies about that. That was just a quick update. But Catherine, I was just saying there, so, you know, you were saying sustainable resources is very important to you. And you know, I was having a look there in your social media, so I suppose that's going to be a big thing for you going forward.
Absolutely, yeah, 100%. And the key, I think, in representing the people who voted for me is asking the people what they think and what they feel. So I'm really looking forward to engaging with communities and listening to the public's opinion on the things that are affecting them. It's not really up to me for my own personal opinion, but it's up to the public to for me to represent everybody in the community.
Yeah, we won't grill you too much about the ins and outs of it, but I just have to say this is one of the biggest crowd I've seen for our support. Isn't it just brilliant? It really is. I mean, where would you be without them?
I definitely wouldn't be here without these people in front of me. They're my backbone. And I'd like to mention the Whelan Keating Sands Sinn Féin Cumann in our area. We have a huge team, and it's been it's been a huge journey. We ran 3 candidates. We've obviously elected myself into the 5th seat on Cumber Council, and I couldn't have done it without them. I really couldn't.
So, just how have the last few months been campaigning?
It's been amazing. I was actually only thinking about this before we come into the County Centre, and I was thinking we ran. I probably decided that I was going to put my name on the ticket around Christmas time. So we ran a long campaign, but it's been wonderful. Meeting people is a privilege, and I'm just honoured to be given the mandate that I was given today. And I just promise that I'm going to work really, really hard for everybody who voted for me.
Before, of course, there'll be some celebrations tonight before we start working hard.
Yes, hopefully, hopefully.
Catherine Burke, congratulations. Thank you so much.
Gurb míle mágad, slán.
past 6 o'clock. Time to browse the Book Centre online. The Book of the Month, bestsellers, children's titles, books and magazine subscriptions and gift vouchers are all just a click away when you shop 24/7 on thebookcentre.ie.
Across Waterford, on mobile and the smart speaker, this is Waterford's WLR.
WLR News at 6 o'clock. Good evening, I'm Kieran Foley. More than half of the seats on Waterford City and County Council have now been filled. Counting of votes from the local elections 2024 is continuing at the SETU Arena in Carriganore. 18 candidates have now been elected, with the latest results coming in the Portlaw-Kilmacthomas local electoral area. As it stands overall in Waterford, there are now 6 Sinn Féin councillors, 5 Fine Gael, 3 Fianna Fáil, 3 Independents and 1 Labour. And for the very latest on the counts from Waterford's local electoral areas, we can now cross live to the SETU Arena and join WLR's Jordan Norris and Dimfna Nugent.
Thanks very much, Kieran. Yeah, we are getting there now at the moment. We have 18 councillors elected, 14 to go, but I suppose another long evening in for it as well, Dimfna, but plenty of activity in the last hour in particular.
Plenty of activity. We heard our 9th count for Waterford South. That saw Joanne Bailey at 941 votes, Kevin Burke at 660, Vivian Burns at 419, Fianna Fáil's Jason Murphy 1018, Fine Gael's Frank Quinlan at 717, Sean Reinhart 555 and Seamus Ryan at 752. Now it's worth noting that none of those candidates reached the all-important quota, so we did see Fianna Fáil's Vivian Burns eliminated from Waterford South.
And I'm going to go through the 8th count in the Dungarvan area. Monica Murphy of Fine Gael, 614 votes. Pat Nugent of Fine Gael, 1,246, near enough to the quota at the moment. Joe O'Riordan, Independent, 804. Seamus O'Donnell, Independent, 559. Thomas Phelan, Labour, 1,061. And Fiona Regan, 442. Fiona Regan of Sinn Féin. So it's looking as if Pat Nugent and Thomas Phelan are going to retain their seats in the Dungarvan area, and it looks as if Joe O'Riordan may potentially replace Seamus O'Donnell there. So it's fast moving at the moment in a lot of areas, and we've seen a lot of activity in particular in the Portlaw-Kilmacthomas area in the last hour.
We really have, Jordan. We're looking at Lismore. Lismore now is completely full. We have our 3 councillors elected: Labour's John Pratt, Fine Gael's Niamh O'Donovan and Sinn Féin's Donncha Mulcahy. The Cummer district, which is Portlaw and Kilmacthomas, is also full. We have Fianna Fáil's John O'Leary, Fine Gael's Liam Brazel, Fine Gael's Shawnee Power, Independent Declan Clune and Sinn Féin's Catherine Burke, all sitting in the seats as sitting Cummer district councillors. Moving to City South, 2 of the 6 candidates have been elected. That's Sinn Féin's John Hearn and Independent Donal Barry. While in the East we have Independent David Daniels, Independent Declan Barry, Fianna Fáil's Adam Wise and Sinn Féin's Pat Fitzgerald have all been elected. In Tramore, Waterford City West, Lola O'Sullivan for Fine Gael remains the only councillor so far elected, while in Dungarvan 3 of the 6 councillors have been elected, and that's Fianna Fáil's Tom Cronin, Fine Gael's Damien Gagan and Sinn Féin's Conor McGuinness.
So plenty going on here at the SETU Arena at the moment. We're hearing counts in a lot of areas, a lot of candidates currently dwindling down. Eliminations and transfers are proving all the more vital. Very tight for some of the last remaining seats. A lot of the action to come will be in the Tramore, Waterford City West and City South areas in particular. But for now, it's back to you in studio, Kieran.
OK, well, thank you very much for that update, Jordan and Dimfna. Well, there are calls for an early general election after the coalition parties held steady in elections across the country. The possibility of a general election being called for November is now being discussed by ministers. However, Simon Harris, Micheál Martin and Eamon Ryan have all said publicly their preference is March 2025. Fine Gael TD from Mayo, Michael Ring, says he wants an autumn election.
I think Fine Gael would be wise to go to the country. Go to the country in October. Not wait again. We had 2 winter elections and I don't want ever to see a winter election again. After Christmas, bad weather, people in bed for them, and now is the time.
In the European elections, it's almost certain the first Ireland South count will not take place until tomorrow. Around 250 staff began sorting almost 715,000 ballot papers for the 10-county constituency at Nemo Rangers GAA Club in Cork this morning. 23 candidates are fighting for 5 seats in the European Parliament, and no official tallies are being taken at the count centre. Returning officer Martin Harvey has given this update.
So we'd expect that we'd go on until maybe 10 or 11 o'clock. We have a large staff. We want to utilise them fully. So I think at this stage it's safe to say that we won't have a first count this evening. It'll be sometime tomorrow morning, but we'll keep counting until around 11 o'clock this evening.
With Thomas Barr winning his heat to the men's 400 metres hurdles.
Apologies, Nigel Kelly here on the sports desk. It's a busy weekend. We have a few bugs in the system, but it is what it is on an election weekend. I guess it is indeed the sports news at 6 o'clock here on WLR, starting with soccer, where Hibernian FC have been celebrating, or will be celebrating, long into the night, and that follows their Jimmy Searson Arda Premier Cup win over the defending champions Tramore earlier this afternoon. Their 3-1 result brought an end to a 7-year wait for the Cup, with Hibs now adding an 8th title to their cabinet at Mitchell Kennedy Park. Antonio Petrovic scored twice in the second half today, with Ben Welch opening Hibs scoring in the first period. Tramore had missed a penalty early on, but they converted a second chance later in the game. However, it was not enough to reel in Hibs before the full-time whistle. Elsewhere, Liverpool have confirmed that club legend Alan Hansen is seriously ill in hospital. The former captain and Scotland international defender spent 14 years at Anfield, where he made over 600 appearances. In that time, he won 8 league titles, 3 European Cups, 2 FA Cups and 3 League Cups. Liverpool say they're in contact with Hansen's family to provide support at this difficult time. While in golf, Seamus Perez dropped back the field at the Memorial Tournament in the Ohio on the PGA Tour in what is his final round. The West Waterford native has won over for his round and the tournament, slipping to a share of 23rd after 4 holes. He's now 11 shots off the pace of the leader Scotty Scheffler, who tees off his final round at 6:30. Shane Lowry has also dropped a shot, and he's now level par after 1, while Rory McIlroy is 2 under and level for his round after 1 hole also. On to Gaelic Games, and Limerick have retained the Munster hurling title. They've beaten Clare in Thurles 126 to 120. Peter Duggan goaled for Clare on the stroke of half time, while Garrod Hegarty raised Limerick's green flag in the second half. He's currently being mobbed by Limerick supporters in the middle of the pitch. Looking at that on television at the moment, it's a fairly excited crowd looking to get a piece of Hegarty. That's 6 titles in a row and all for John Kiley's side, who now march on to the drive for 5 and the defence of their All-Ireland title. While Laois are through to the quarter-finals of the Tailteann Cup, and Mark Timmins found the back of the net as they beat New York 113 to 19 at O'Moore Park, and Antrim enjoyed a 311 to 210 win over London at Corrigan Park. While in the TG Cahir Ladies Senior Football Championship, the All-Ireland champions Dublin have beaten Mayo 110 to 5. Carla Rowe with the goal there for the Dubs at Parnell Park. Elsewhere, Cork have beaten Laois in a scoreline of 6-13 to 1-5 at O'Moore Park, and Donegal and Kerry played out a 1-6 to 9-point draw in Ballybuffet earlier today. To athletics, and a huge night is potentially on the way for Ireland at the European Championships in Rome, and Will Downing looks ahead.
With Thomas Barr winning his heat to the men's 400 metres hurdles earlier, the other 3 of the quartet in the mixed 4x400 metres relay gold medal team are out in action this evening. Rashida Adeleke, Charlene Maudsley and Christopher O'Donnell joining Sophie Becker in the semi-finals of the 400 metres. That's from around 7 o'clock Irish time. Mark Smith, having progressed earlier in the 200 metres, is in semi-final action at 8:35. And the big one from an Irish point of view tonight, the women's 1500 metres final, featuring the multi-medal Ciara McGeehan, Sarah Healy there too. That's underway at 9:40. Will Downing Rum.
On to tennis, and the men's French Open finals taking place in Paris, where Spain's Carlos Alcaraz and the German Alexander Zverev are currently tied at 2 sets apiece. And then finally in motorsport, the Mercedes driver George Russell is going to start this evening's Canadian Grand Prix from pole. He'll be alongside F1 world champion and leader in the championship Max Verstappen. Lando Norris is going to begin the race from 3rd, Lewis Hamilton in 7th, while Charles Leclerc, who won in Monaco last time out, could only qualify in 11th. That's your sports news on WLR, thanks to H&H Motors.
Thank you very much. I was just going to say to you that I didn't play in your jingle because everything is juxtaposed at the moment with election results, etc.
There's only one show in town, Rick, on an election weekend. Things happen, and that's okay.
Yeah, well, Death's upcoming now. They would normally have been back about 6 or 7 minutes ago. Anyway, here they are. And
Well, hopefully Rick is getting on okay there anyway. I'm delighted to be joined here by Rachel Dunphy. Rachel, you've been running around all weekend, but for those who don't know you, you're from our sister station, Beat 102 103, here in Waterford City. How are you today?
I am, I'm good. I'm flat out, but the joys of Count Weekend. I've been between here in Carriganore and up in the Lyrath for the Kilkenny Count last night then.
Yeah.
So busy.
I suppose for a young journalist like yourself, we kind of started out together in the last 2 years doing other adventures, but you know we've started our careers in journalism, and this is our first kind of count together, but also as an individual.
But I suppose, Kyle, the last time there was a local and European election, I wasn't even old enough to vote.
You're making me feel old now.
I was 17, I was too young to vote. So not only is this my first time covering an election, it's also my first time voting in an election.
You're really making me feel old today, Rachel, let me tell you. I'm not giving my age away. What's the weekend? Just before I give my kind of overview about it, because look, I think for the last few days we've just been talking politics, but I think we're going to talk on a human level from the journalist side. How have you found everything?
Do you know what, Kyle? I've really enjoyed it. It's a long slog. It was 2 o'clock this morning and I getting in the door, but look, it's a long slog, but it's so worth it. I suppose you're looking at it all along. We're looking at it from kind of home, watching it on the telly, going, okay, people are running around, people are racing, but you actually see the passion. I suppose I said it earlier, people are kind of moving in packs. You have someone kind of heading towards looking like they're going to get elected, and they could have 10, 15, up to 20 people supporting them, which is great. I suppose you really feel the emotion when you're here.
Yeah, and we always thought newsrooms are fast paced.
Yeah, fast paced is an understatement. You're filing results that there's 10 people been elected at 5 to 6, and then it comes to 6 o'clock and the news comes on and there's an 11th person been elected, and it's the rush to get it in. But
and I suppose for yourselves in Beat, like, you have to be everywhere. So you as a radio station, you're great. You cover the whole southeast.
Yeah.
So that's a big operation in itself.
Yeah, it's five count centres. We have 4 people on the ground, which means that someone had to do 2. Someone being me.
That was you.
So I've been here between Waterford and Kilkenny. But yeah, it's getting there. I suppose it's a massive constituency. Our editor Aoife Kearns is flying it. She is in Thurles at the moment, and that's a massive constituency. All of Tipperary to kind of look after is massive. We have someone in Wexford, someone in Carlow as well, and then of course I'm here in Waterford.
Yeah.
So it's...
I suppose I can ask you, obviously we would have a lot of viewers and listeners in South Kilkenny. You know, a lot of our listenership would be from there. So what's the kind of feeling, what's it been like up in South Kilkenny in particular?
Yeah, so I suppose I was in Kilkenny till about 1 o'clock this morning, and at that time there had been 2 candidates elected in the Piltown district, which was Brecknock and Dunphy. I suppose like that they kind of realised it was getting later, they cut it off, and the final 4 then were elected just before lunchtime today. And you know what, it's nothing they weren't expecting. There's been no spanner in the works in the Piltown area, so that takes in parts of Ferrybank, parts of Slieve Rue and everything. I suppose it's no surprises, but again, a great atmosphere up there last night. I won't lie, the bar was open in the Lyrath last night.
It was tempting, you're like.
It was tempting, but of course I was driving back to be here this morning.
Of course, and I feel like all the days kind of blur into one.
Yeah, I suppose I was chatting to someone earlier today and I said, oh sure, I was talking to you about 20 minutes ago, and they said, no Rachel, that was yesterday.
Yeah.
So look.
And did you think, is it what you expected? For me, it hasn't been. For
No.
me, it's exceeded all my expectations.
Yeah, it's a lot of hard work, and I'm sure you've seen that yourselves at WLR have been flying it, but...
I think we're going to go over to Paul Johnson now, so stay there, Richard,
Adina
we'll come back
Usually,
afterwards.
I think it's good evening at this stage. The following is the result of the 10th count of Waterford City South local electoral area. This was the distribution of Vivienne Byrne's 419 votes. Bailey Joanne Sinn Féin plus 37, total 978. Burke Kevin Sinn Féin plus 38, total 698. Murphy Jason Fianna Fáil plus 147, total 1,165. Quinlan Frank Fine Gael plus 45, total 762. Reinhardt Sean non-party plus 32, total 587. Ryan, Seamus, Labour, plus 31, total 783, non-transferable papers 89. As the votes of Jason Murphy exceed the quota, I deem him to be elected. I will proceed to distribute Jason Murphy's surplus of 107 votes, as it is the only available surplus and can elect a continuing candidate. The following is the result of the 7th count of the Tramore Waterford City West local electoral area. This was the distribution of Richie Hayes, 317 votes. Cleary, Ronan, N2 plus 8, total 350. Conway, Joe, non-party, plus 22, total 968. Duffin, Susan, Sinn Féin, plus 5, total 377. Griffin, Jim, Sinn Féin, plus 6, total 871. Hannigan, Blaze, non-party, plus 18, 1019. Hutchinson, Smith, Alana, Sinn Féin, plus 14, total 400. Kelly, Joe, non-party, plus 44, 1,200. Kylie, Christina, Green Party, plus 33, total 465. Mangan, Killian, non-party, plus 10, total 394. Quinlan, Eamon, Fianna Fáil, plus 86, total 839. Non-transferable papers 71. As the votes of Joe Kelly exceed the quota, I deem him to be elected. There is an undistributed surplus as follows. Joe Kelly's 24 surplus. The distribution of the available surplus could not materially affect the progress of the count because such distribution cannot elect the highest continuing candidate, cannot save expenses of the lowest continuing candidate, or cannot save the lowest candidate from exclusion. I will now proceed, therefore, to exclude the lowest candidate and to distribute the 350 votes of Ronan Cleary. Thank you.
Returning councillor Jason Murphy for Fianna Fáil, you have just been lifted up into the air and re-elected. Jason, what a day it's been.
Yeah, it's been a great day, very emotional for me and my family. I suppose my family are 4 generations Fianna Fáil since 1926, so it means a lot to me. I think I'm a traditional Fianna Fáil person in all the best that means. I stand for old-fashioned, decent values, and I think I brought that to my campaign. I tried to make it community-led. I had a good campaign, I had a great team. I always said I've always been lucky enough to have good canvassing teams, but this time I had a fantastic canvassing team. I think we really brought it out to the community in Ward South, and they showed faith in me by returning my biggest vote since first was elected in 2014. My vote went up to 13%, and my first preference vote was very impressive for me, 946 votes, which I was really, really happy with. I had to wait a while, but I got there in the end. I had a very good running mate too, and Vivian Burns, and her transfer came over to me, which was very good. And we've increased our vote in Ward South from 10.4, I think, in 2019 to nearly 18%. So I think that's fantastic for the party as well. I'm delighted to do that. And like I say, I probably represent traditional Fianna Fáil values, so I'm delighted to see that the people of Ward South maybe share that a little bit with me as well and put their faith in me for another 5 years. It's a big vote, and I'm going to do my best, I suppose, to repay the people that put their faith in me and work extremely hard, as I always do. But I suppose you're always a little bit worried, like a vote is a very precious thing, and when you get a vote you want to repay it over the next 5 years, so I'll do my best to do that.
And Jason, I'd spoken with other candidates who were newly re-elected about the cost that running for politics, not the financial cost, but the personal cost of it, because I know you have your family here with you this evening. They've been with you in some form or another on the canvassing trail. We'll say that very sketchily. And I know that your dad, before you, had such a long legacy in politics. How hard is it, Jason, personally, to keep doing this?
It's difficult because people can put people in pigeonholes. Like I said, I'm a quite conservative person with a small c, but I have a quite of a modern family because I'm a single. I won't say I'm a single parent. I'm a shared parent because Evelyn's there, my ex-partner out there, and we get on great. And she's always with me on these campaigns. I think this is the 3rd time she's been with me at the count, so that's great. I think that's the kind of person I hope I am. In that, in life, I try to make the best of it, and I've been very lucky with the people around me. My family are very supportive of me, and maybe they find it difficult at times because, like you said, it is difficult being a public representative now. It's a great strain on your time, but I really enjoy it, and they put up with me, and they're extremely supportive. My daughter Carenza and my son Branagh, because I can be a little bit moody at home. I suppose people see me outside and they think I'm quite a bubbly character, which I am, but at home I can be quite narky. So it's nice for them to put up with me. But look, it's more of a strain on your family than it is on you, because I think when you're a politician, I think all politicians would probably agree, you're kind of in a little bit of a bubble yourself, and sometimes you forget the impact that your political life is having on the people around you. You can become a little bit selfish, I suppose, in a political sense. But I think anyone who's a family of a politician will know that, and they put up with us a little bit. And
your community is the community of Larchville-Duggan. You knew when those ballot boxes were going to be opened, there's going to be support there, Jason, and you knew that without even asking anyone, because that's the support that you always garner.
I love the area where I was born and reared. I'm from St. Paul's. I was baptised in St. Paul's. I made my communion there, and I made my confirmation there, and probably my coffin will go in there as well. I hope that's not for a long time yet.
Not too soon, Jason.
Not too soon. But this was going on so long, I thought I was going to come out in a coffin, to be honest. But look, I feel most at home in Ward South. They're my people. Their wants are my wants, their needs are my needs, and they're the people I feel most at home, most comfortable with, most comfortable socialising and mixing with. And I think, to be honest, they showed me that, and they returned it in spades in this local election. So the people of Larchville-Duggan and the wider community, I'm so delighted to put their faith in me, and I just hope that I can repay that faith over the next 5 years.
And Jason, we are in the era of social media where many campaigns are on social media. There's lots of billboards, different things. You got a bus.
Yeah.
Right, you got a big van/bus. I have to ask you about this.
Well, I have to my son came up with that. I suppose we wanted to do both. I do a bit on social media, but sometimes people forget the old-fashioned campaign a bit. And I was brought up in a Fianna Fáil household where there was always a bit of fun, I suppose, about elections too, rosettes and stickers and election songs. And I said I'd try and do a little bit of that. So I got the campaign bus, I put on the Uncle Sam on it, I drove around an election song on the speakers. the kids loved it. We were going through the housing estates, Ballybeg, Larchville, Sanorblana, out in
Forget the
Kilcoan.
kids, I'd say you loved it.
I loved it as well. But it was lovely to see kids dancing, waiting for the music to come around. Sometimes you can take yourself a little bit too serious in politics, and I just like, if I can, to lighten it up a bit, because it is a strain, but there is times when you have to lighten it up. You really do, just to get through it.
I'll ask you one final question,
Yeah.
Jason. I'll leave you go back to your lovely family. Why do you do this? Because the last couple of days have been nail-biting. So why do you do this?
I could be glib and say because I can do nothing else. There's a bit of that as well, but I genuinely, without sounding too corny, I genuinely do enjoy it. Even at times I give out stink about it, but I can't do anything else. It's what I like doing. I like dealing with people. I like to solve the odd problem, although I have a bit of an issue ringing people with bad news like everyone else does. I have to get better at that. But I enjoy it, to be quite honest. I enjoy it, and I don't think I can do anything else.
Fianna Fáil Councillor Jason Murphy, very well done. Let me hear a big round of applause for Jason. Thanks, Jason.
Thanks very much.
Great song after another. Here's Ricky with Rick Whelan on WLR.
Yeah, Yes, WLR. And now we're going to go over to the Can Centre again. And Jordan is there. Jordan, what's it like? Is there tears of joy and laughter? And is it all going like
Hello,
that? Or?
Rick. It is Dimfna.
Oh, it's
here.
Dimfna.
It is.
I was told.
I'll give you Jordan in just a moment, I promise.
No, I was told it was going to be Jordan. I beg your pardon, Dimfna.
Not at all. Rick, we've had a few exciting developments in the last few minutes. The 10th count for Waterford City South has taken place. Joanne Bailey has benefited from Vivian Byrne's distribution of votes. So Joanne for Sinn Féin sits at 978. Sinn Féin's Kevin Burke sits at 698. Jason Murphy from Fianna Fáil has 1,165 votes. Fine Gael's Frank Quinlan has 762. Sean Reinhart has 587 and Seamus Ryan 783. And on foot of that, we saw Jason Murphy for Fianna Fáil in Waterford City South being officially elected. So Jason is now a returning councillor for the next term. Moving on, we also saw our 7th count for Waterford, for Tramore Waterford City West. We saw a distribution of Richie Hayes' votes. So Ronan Cleary had 350 votes. Independent Joe Conway 968. Sinn Féin's Susan Duffin 377. Sinn Féin's Jim Griffin at 871. Independent Blaise Hannigan 1,019 votes. Alana Hutchinson-Smith from Sinn Féin 400 votes. Christina Kiley for the Green Party 465. Killian Mangan 394 and Fianna Fáil's Eamon Quinlan at 839. And officially elected was independent candidate Joe Kelly with 1,200 votes. And we're going to cross over to a lot of support here. We're going to cross over to our own Jordan Norris, who is in conversation with the one and only Joe Kelly.
I'm delighted to say that I am joined by the one and only Joe Kelly. Joe, you can't wipe the smile off your face. You're in the door. You're here now for another 5 years. I imagine you're just absolutely delighted.
I am. I'm thrilled, and it's more relief, I suppose, even though from a long time back you would have expected from the tallies that you would get there.
Yeah.
But it's always a huge relief when you're actually over the line and you're declared, elected to the seat, the second seat in the ward, which is 6 seats. So I started off in second place and held it right through the entire count, and now have been elected in second place. So I think that's a really strong showing, and I'd like to thank everybody in the constituency who voted for me, the Tramore City West area. People came out, beyond the 1,000 mark, and that's really, really important. So whatever I might do, it's really down to the people who voted for me, because if they didn't vote for me, I wouldn't be here. So I want to thank everybody.
Most certainly. I know you have plenty of family and friends that you want to mention. I know that your son Niall and Grania, they're watching live from France right now on our stream as well, and they've been listening in all day. So, you've got intercontinental appeal, Joe Kelly. You've got so many people that you want to thank. I know you do.
Yeah, well, as you said, Niall and Grania is over holidaying in France with our granddaughter Rory and their dog Miko. So the whole family have gone over there, and they're all tuning in there watching. They've been in touch with us all through the day, so that's fantastic. But in fairness to WLR, and I just mentioned to you off air, there's loads of people have been contacting me through the day saying how good this show is and how the coverage is so comprehensive. It's the best it's ever been, there's no question about that, and a huge success. So a huge congratulations to yourself, Dimna, Damien and the entire team.
Well, thank you very much for that, Joe, and of course big thanks to Dean and everybody back at base for making that happen. I suppose you've been around a long time. I know you were first elected onto Waterford City and County Council in 2004. This guarantees that you'll have 25 years in a way of public life, but you've experienced what it's like to, I suppose, taste disappointment on an election campaign as well. So that's what makes the jubilation and the joy all the more special, isn't it?
Absolutely. In 2009, the seat that I held at that point, I didn't retain it. So there was a gap between 2009 and 2014. And thankfully in 2014 I was re-elected. 2019 re-elected again, and now today re-elected in 2024. So although I've had mostly positive and happy feelings and experiences of the elections, I have had one of disappointment. So candidates who have been eliminated, throughout the day, I know what that feels. So I know both sides of the coin really, or I've seen both sides of the coin. And it is a very lonely place. Putting yourself forward for elections takes a lot of courage. And there's not many people do it. When you think of the number of candidates against, say, a population, there's not that many people want to put themselves up there, put their head above the parapet. And you can be shot down many times, and often you think like it's unfair, unjust, but that's democracy. So to get such a huge vote and to retain the confidence of the people for me is very, very pleasing. And indeed, I have to say for my wife Frances and my son is Jonathan Niall and Fergal, who are great help in all of this. Even on the campaign trail, my brother-in-law Jerry Kelly, my own brother John, his wife Goretti, and so on. Even Cathal Lowe, another friend of ours who came out when he could. We had a small team and not everybody could come out all of the time, so sometimes there'd be only 2 of us or perhaps 3 of us. But even with that team, what we did manage to do though was to get as many doors as possible. We didn't just run around leafleting. We want to talk to people, and I think the personal touch really makes a difference. And you know, I wouldn't have done any of this without that team of family around me.
Certainly.
So they deserve anything that I get. It's down to them as well, you know.
Exactly, it's a reflection of a team effort, Joe Kelly. I'm going to hand things back to Rick now, but for one last time I want everybody to give a big round of applause. Councillor Joe Kelly.
Thanks, Jordan.
Back to you, Rick.
Thank you very much, Jordan and Dymphna. And there you go. That was another little event happening there at the County Centre, and it's going to continue on. I suppose we're getting closer to the end of it now, but do stay tuned because it's going to be happening all evening until the very last person is elected, which I think you possibly know anyway. This is Bruce.
Adina Ushla. The following is the result of the 9th count of the Waterford City East local electoral area. This was the distribution of Pat Fitzgerald's 64 votes. The distribution is as follows: Darcy Jim Fine Gael plus 5, total 1,067. Power Jody Green Party plus 13, 768. Roach Mary Social Democrats plus 22, total 847. Ryan Darren Non-Party plus 24, total 816. Non-transferable papers plus 0. No candidate has reached the quota on this count, and as there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the votes of Jody Power, which is 768 votes. Thank you.
Welcome back to the SETU Arena here in Carriganore. I'm delighted to be joined by my colleague Kyle Butler. Kyle, 20 down, 12 to go, but we've just had some big news. Jody Power has been eliminated in Waterford City East.
You know what, and it's just one more bite to dust for the Greens, really, Jordan. You know, it's really just, they've been really eliminated across the country. It's not just locally, but it's just, it really kind of makes you wonder, and it's the ever-changing world of local politics, really, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, you look at Marco Kohosic's vote in Tramore when he actually topped the polls in 2019. He had 1,300 first preference votes, whereas Christina Kiley tallied somewhere in the region of 300 to 400 yesterday. Yeah. So their vote on a local level has actually been cut by almost 60 to 70% in just 5 years. And there was some really interesting comments from Jody Power earlier on Data Today with Damien in relation to Eamon Ryan, the Green Party leader's attitude to Waterford Airport. Maybe that's cost them some votes. But I suppose a lot of it comes down to as well, all parties now have a sustainable agenda because there's such a consciousness about climate change. So do the Greens really stand out anymore?
See, I think the thing is, I think the Greens have went down the really hard route of applying policies, and I think they lost a lot of votes with farmers as well. I think a lot of farmers feel kind of lost and they feel a bit hard done by as well. But just regarding former councillor Jodie Powers and former Metropolitan Mayor, as of a few minutes ago,
yes,
of Waterford Metropolitan area, he literally kind of called out party leader Eamon Ryan, and there is an article that I put up there earlier regarding it, and if any of our viewers want to listen back to that, they can. But he basically blamed him for losing the vote, saying that it's his fault that the Green Party has lost around the country because he wasn't keeping within his promises. But regarding Waterford Airport, he's saying locally that we lost the vote because he was too harsh on Waterford Airport and his commitment wasn't really there.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a challenging time for the party in general. Across Waterford, we've had some interesting developments in the last while as well. Some councillors elected, Joe Kelly, Jason Murphy. A lot of the sitting councillors at the moment are performing quite well.
They are. And look, it's that kind of vote, it's that traditional vote that kind of is held over from these areas. The independents have really done a sweepstake across the county, and it's really evident today because I was there last night and I was wondering what it's going to be like tomorrow, but it really has shown, and of course Blaise Hannigan is probably another one to watch as well for the Tramore area, because Blaise, he lost the last time out, and he did lose that support for a while in Tramore, but it is looking like he is obviously going to be elected. But obviously, as the night goes on and the hours go on, time will tell.
Absolutely. Well, it promises to be a really interesting picture to try and fill those 5th and 6th seats in some constituencies in particular. Lismore and Cumra are decided. There's a lot to play for in the 4 others, but until now, we'll take a break for a few minutes and we'll be back live on air at 7. Thanks very much, Kyle.
Thank you.
Across Waterford, on mobile and the smart speaker. This is Waterford's WLR.
WLR News at 7 o'clock. Good evening, I'm Kieran Foley. 20 seats on Waterford City and County Council have now been filled. Counting of votes is continuing at the SETU Arena in Carriganore, where a battle is on in some local electoral areas for remaining seats. And for the very latest on the count from the local electoral areas, we can cross live to the SETU Arena and join WLR's Dimphna Nugent and Kyle Butler.
Thanks very much, Kieran. We've just heard the 9th count from Waterford City East a short time ago, and that returned a vote quantity of Jim Darcy, 1,067 votes. Mary Roach, 847, Darren Ryan, 816, and Green Party councillor Jody Power at 768. Now, you may have seen some breaking news on our rolling blog on WLRFM.com that Jody Power has been eliminated. He was the councillor with the least votes remaining on that, so it's looking increasingly likely, Kieran, that we may have no Green Party councillor here in Waterford, depending on what way the lie of the land happens with Christina Kiley in the Tramore Waterford City West region, but it's looking increasingly bleak for the Greens.
And even certainly so here, Dimphna, looking at Waterford City East, it really comes down to it's really coming down to transfers here, isn't it? So it's between Mary and also between
Mary Roach and Darren Ryan, certainly,
yeah.
Because what we always knew was going to happen was that Fianna Fáil councillor Adam Wise's votes, once he was elected and the transfer of his surplus was going to happen, we knew that the landscape was going to change. It was very much head-to-head with Jody, with Mary and with Darren, but now that's no longer the case with Jody eliminated. Now it's all going to come down to what's happening for that final seat between Mary Roach and Darren Ryan. We're all but guaranteeing that Jim Darcy is going to be elected, and it's whatever happens with his surplus votes, where they're going to be distributed, will tell. But I know very much they are head-to-head, neck and neck, whatever you prefer at this stage.
Yeah, and of course Jody Power, up until a few minutes ago, was the Metropolitan Mayor of Waterford City and County Council, so it is an unfortunate day for him. But it's also an unfortunate day for the Greens.
It is, and I think there was maybe a situation of being a little bit comfortable, because when you know what kind of party you are, you know what you stand for, and you know that the entire world is moving in the direction of heightened climate awareness, you might be maybe lulled into a false sense of security. And we saw in Tramore Waterford City West in 2019 that Mark O'Cahosig topped the polls in the 3rd count. No such thing has happened this time where Christina Kiley was concerned, nor where Jody Power was concerned. It's very unfortunate. It's not altogether surprising. I know Jody earlier made some strong comments with Damien Tiernan on Daisy today, and you can listen back to that on WLRFM.com. Really, it's an interesting one, Kyle.
Yeah, and just relating to it, but not so much, but Green Party MEP Grace O'Sullivan was speaking with RTE, and she did, it was tweeted that Grace O'Sullivan has conceded the seat she won is slipping away from her. And not that she actually conceded the seat, but things have shifted in people's minds, she said to RTE, and she's getting the sense that the tide is going out in a way. So it's interesting to see what's happening.
It does. Yeah. It's happening right across the sphere. It really is. So look, we're sitting here anyway, Kyle, at almost 5 minutes past 7. We have 20 councillors elected. Do you want to have a run through and start with the Lismore?
Certainly.
I know Lismore is full at this stage. We've all candidates and councillors elected.
Yeah, it is a 3-seater Lismore. So John Pratt was elected there from Labour, Niamh O'Donovan of Fine Gael and Donncha Mulcahy of Sinn Féin. Looking at the Cumra district, then we have John O'Leary of Fianna Fáil, and we have Liam Brazel of Fine Gael, Shawnee Power of Fine Gael and Declan Clune, Independent. And then we also have John Hearn of Sinn Féin as well, who was elected for City South, Donald Barry, Independent, and Jason Murphy, Fianna Fáil, and they're in City South. So a spread of parties, but also Sinn Féin faring out okay there as well. Of course, Fine Gael as well doing very well in
They are, and it has to be said, it's very much it's the government parties are coming out well out of this. I know Fianna Fáil are not doing as well as they might have hoped they would be, but Sinn Féin, as we've said all throughout this campaign, they took a gamble on putting on an awful lot of additional candidates. Maybe it has paid off, maybe not to the extent that they wanted it to, but it has. We move to City East and we see David Daniels independent coupled with Declan Barry independent, both elected, as was Fianna Fáil's Adam Wise and Sinn Féin's Pat Fitzgerald. On to Tramore, Waterford City West, Lola O'Sullivan, Fine Gael and independent candidate Joe Kelly have both been elected, and in the Dungarvan region, Fianna Fáil's Tom Cronin, Fine Gael's Damien Gagan and Sinn Féin's Conor McGuinness have all been elected. So we have our 20 councillors have been elected, and the night is not yet over.
Yeah, so Kieran, we'll be needing your assistance for a few more hours.
Okay, well, I'm sure it's in very capable hands there. Dymphna and Kyle, thank you both very much for that update. And as Kyle mentioned, Waterford Green Party MEP Grace O'Sullivan says shifting sands across the country have led to poor results for her party. Grace O'Sullivan is one of 4 MEPs looking to retain a place in Ireland South. She says the cost of living crisis, housing and migration are major concerns for voters. She believes these issues have cost the party votes, but is adamant the Green agenda should remain a priority.
I just think with the climate crisis, we've faced this existential crisis. You know, we're going to have to kind of decide for ourselves and as a nation, what way do we want to go? Do we want to have an island, livable, clean water, clean air, that we're not accelerating climate change? Or are we going to just sit back and let it all wash over us?
And it's likely there will not be any first count in Ireland South, which is taking place at the Nemo Rangers GA Club in Cork until tomorrow. Meanwhile, there are calls for an early general election after the coalition parties held steady right across the country. The possibility of a general election being called for November is now being discussed by some ministers. However, Simon Harris, Micheál Martin and Eamon Ryan have all said publicly their preference is March 2025. Fine Gael TD for Mayo, Michael Ring, says he wants an autumn election.
I think Fine Gael will be well supposed to go to country in October. Not wait again. We had 2 winter elections, and I don't want ever to see a winter election again. After Christmas, bad weather, people in bad form, and now is the time.
That's the latest from the newsroom for now. And for the latest election news on radio, mobile, smart speaker and live video streaming with SETU, stay with WLR.
I'm actually, I'm going to get a figure for the blog.
Yeah, will we get figures actually?
I'm getting a figure for the blog.
We get stream figures.
Okay, you're very welcome back to our live stream here at SETU Arena. My name is Jordan Norris. It is 7:15 and we have 20 councillors elected, 12 to go. It's been a mammoth operation to make this happen. And now I'm going to be joined by the man who's been responsible for making a lot of this happen, and that is WLR's resident sound engineer, Dean Robinson. Dean, we've had a lot of amazing compliments and about our coverage. People are tuning in all across the world over the last few days to see the local elections happening in front of our eyes. We've been able to bring it into family homes on our air. It's been a really, really big partnership between WLR and SETU to actually make it happen.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic collaboration. I suppose it's something that we always dreamed of doing, and something that we would like to do go forward. I think there's no better partnership in doing it, given the circumstances of where we are and who we are. It's a credit to SETU and the staff that they supplied to us in Keane, and a big thanks to Pete Windle as well. I suppose it's a first kind of for Waterford to go to this extent for a local election coverage. We have a lot of things going on in the background here. It's Keane is on visuals and streaming. Myself, I'm looking after the audio and everything else behind it. But we're on multi-platforms as well.
And we are actually
Good
about
evening.
to cross live to the adjudication officer. So that's
the following
how it works.
is the result of the 9th count for the Dungarvan local electoral area. This consisted of the distribution of Karen Hallahan's 427 votes as follows. Murphy Monica Fine plus 23, total 637. Nugent Pat Fine plus 47, total 1,293. O'Riordan Joe, non-party, plus 87, total 891. O'Donnell Seamus, non-party, plus 82, total 641. Phelan Thomas, Labour, plus 54, total 1,065. Regan Fiona, Sinn Féin, plus 24, total 466. Non-transferable papers, 110. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the 466 votes of Fiona Regan. The following is the result of the 11th count for Waterford City South, which consisted of the distribution of Jason Murphy's 107 votes. Bailey Joanne Sinn Féin plus 5, total 983. Burke Kevin Sinn Féin plus 4, total 702. Quinlan Frank Fine Gael plus 38, total 800. Reinhardt Sean non-party plus 12, total 599. Ryan Seamus Labour plus 27, total 810. Non-transferable 21. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the 599 votes of Sean Reinhardt. Thank you.
And as we were saying before the count happened there again, because that's how you see this thing works, you know, you're doing the count one moment and then next thing everything happens. It's very reactive radio, isn't it?
We've all got to run, yeah.
Yeah, we've all got to run. But Dean, as you were saying there, it takes so much to make something like this happen, and obviously it's a lot of collaboration between ourselves and WLR and SETU, and it doesn't just happen per chance. Like, there's people back at base operating this. We've been operating stuff on the digital side of things. You know, it takes so much planning and prep for local election coverage. Like, we've had some extensive meetings, obviously, in the past few weeks as well to make this happen. So for it to, you know, we're kind of getting the fruit of our labour because there's been so much positive commentary about our coverage. But, like, it's a very brilliant thing for us to be able to do as well. Like, we're providing a very, you know, it's a working service and people are really seeing the benefits of it as well, because like I said, the main thing is for those that aren't here in the count centre, we're bringing the count centre to them.
Absolutely. We're getting so many comments even saying from people coming up to us here today saying my family couldn't be here, they're on holidays, they're in Australia, and they're able to tune into every single moment that's happening here in the count centre. And I suppose that's it's testament to how well it is actually working, that, you know, they can get it at a touch of their fingertips for free and we're providing it to them. But yeah, there's such a huge team in behind this as well. It's not just the guys pressing the buttons. It is, as you said, the planning, the organising, everything that has gone into it beforehand to make this run so smooth. And then on the day, it's just skills and, you know, driving home what we had planned.
And it takes a lot of treats and coffee and reactive nature to make it all happen. We were here until about 1:30 last night. We were there. The best part of I think I worked it out. I think we were here for 17 hours yesterday making things happen. But that's just the nature of elections, you know. It happens when it happens, and if it doesn't happen, you wait for it to happen.
Absolutely, and I suppose with the planning and everything that we put into it, it's all still, touch wood, it is all still on air.
60% of the way
still
there,
sailing.
yeah.
We've had no major problems, you know, and that's a nice feeling to get to the end of this with no problems.
Absolutely, and just going to throw out one or two figures to close off. Our live blog over the course of the past 2 days, as of a couple of minutes ago, it had attracted over 73,000 views. We've had thousands of people tune into our streams on Facebook, YouTube and on our WLR website. We've had loads of people listening in on the app. I think we had 29,000 people listening in on the app last night. So it just goes to show the reach of the local elections. Whether you believe it or not, it's absolutely off the scales.
Crazy, and it's how many platforms we're actually on. Like we solely kind of, people might think that we're just FM and we just transmit FM, but you know, we're today at the elections, we're transmitting FM, we're streaming to the app, we're streaming to the website, we're streaming to YouTube, then via video, we're streaming to Facebook via video. We're everywhere, and you know, we're providing that to people into their homes, whether it be on a phone, tablet, smart speaker, or your traditional old radio in the car. You know, we're putting it there out for you to listen to.
Yeah, well, I must say, massive hats off to yourself, Keano, Carol, Ray Coakley back at base, Michael Byrne, everybody involved in making this such a successful operation. But we won't count our chickens until we hatch. We know we've got the night to get through yet, so we'll keep on working on, and hopefully we'll be able to deliver full results by the end of the evening, and you know, we can celebrate our successes after that. Dean, appreciate it.
Thanks. I must go top up the meter now, actually. Thanks, Jordan.
Waterford Town Centre. This is WLR, your election station.
Yes, indeed. It's time for us to head over to the SCTU Arena and want to have a quick catch up with Dinfla and Jordan. Have we more updates, ladies and gentlemen?
Somewhat updates, Ray. It is
Great.
kind of quietened a little bit, but I think we're going to have a bit of white smoke hopefully in the next while. We've had 2 counts called since you were last with us. We've had count number 9 in Dungarvan and count number 11 in Waterford City South. So I'll quickly go through count number 9 in Dungarvan. Monica Murphy, Fine Gael, 637. Pat Nugent, Fine Gael, 1,293, nearing that quota. Joe O'Riordan, Independent, 891. Seamus O'Donnell, Independent, 641. Thomas Phelan, Labour, 1,065. And Fiona Regan, Sinn Féin, 466. As no candidate reached the quota, Fiona Regan's tally will now be divided out between the rest. So there is still 3 seats up for grabs in Dungarvan, 5 names in the hat for them. So that will sort itself out quite quick, Dinfna. And we're on to the 11th count, as I mentioned, in Waterford City South.
Indeed, and following the distribution of Jason Murphy's excess, Joanne Bailey 983, Sinn Féin's Kevin Burke 702, Fine Gael's Frank Quinlan 800, Independent Sean Reinhart 599, and Labour's Seamus Ryan 810. And again, similarly to what we saw in Dungarvan, no quota has been reached in the south, so Sean Reinhart has been eliminated. So that means that in City South there are 6 seats and just 3 candidates have been elected, so there's 3 to still go, Ray.
And we have 20 councillors elected so far out of 32, so we have 12 to go. We've just seen our returnings officer going around the room handing out some sweets and so on, but I hope he starts handing out councillors soon. But until then, we're back to you, Ray.
Brown envelopes now at this stage, lads. We're here for about 2 days. Thank you very much. We'll talk to you in a half an hour. Cheers for that.
Hello and welcome back to our live stream here at SETU Carriganore. 20 councillors down in Waterford, 12 to go. It's been a long weekend, but we're finally nearing the home straight. I'm joined now by Rachel Dunphy. Rachel from Beat 102, 103, Rachel from Tramore. It's your first local election. How have you found it so far?
Ask me tomorrow when I'm stuck to the bed, but we're getting there.
Yeah.
We're getting there. As I said, 12 to go.
Yeah, 12 to go.
We're in a lot better position than we were 2 or 3 hours ago. So
Exactly. I think around this time last night it was the picture was a slight bit more unclear, but I think we have a fairly fair picture of how things are going to work out in Waterford. There's been a lot of wave of support behind independent councillors. You've had Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil holding their seats. Sinn Féin look to go from 5 councillors up to 7. But the big story that we've had probably in the last hour or so is that Jodie Power has been eliminated in Waterford City East, so the Green vote has taken a particular wipeout in a way.
yeah, it's looking like there'll be no Greens on the council, which I suppose it's an interesting one compared to what we look at 5 years ago.
And I know you've been keeping a close eye on the European elections as well, Rachel. Grace O'Sullivan, she has, I suppose, in a way, all but conceded that her seat might be gone as well in the European Parliament, so that could be another major blow for the Greens in that perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. I suppose we won't have kind of first counts until probably the early hours of tomorrow morning, but it's looking that way at the moment. From what I'm seeing, Sean Kelly seems to be topping it in Europe.
Now in the next few minutes it seems as if we may have an announcement from our returning officer Paul Johnston in the next few minutes. But I think the overall experience of elections has been sometimes it might seem like nothing is happening for half an hour, then 4 things happen all at the once. So it's a real reactive situation, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm trying to time my coffee breaks as importantly as possible. I seem to run out for a coffee and 5 people end up getting elected.
Yeah, and I mean, in terms of yourselves, like when you cover the southeast, you know, so you're balancing Waterford, Kilkenny, Carlow, Tipperary, Wexford. I've seen what a mammoth operation it is to just get a handle on things in Waterford, so I can imagine when you're trying to keep an eye on the whole southeast, it's just a different beast altogether.
Yeah, I was telling Kyle earlier, we're lucky that we have 4 reporters out today, 1 back at base, but 5 counties, 4 reporters means that I'm looking after 2 counties. I was in Kilkenny till early hours of this morning, so it's a difficult one trying to keep an eye on too, but the trends are the same in Waterford and Kilkenny. Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are really holding on their own.
Absolutely. Well, it's a team effort all across the board, nationwide, politicians and journalists alike. We'll leave it there for a while, Rachel, but fingers crossed we might be home before it starts tonight. Thanks very much.
Sinn Féin councillor John Hearn, you've been re-elected this afternoon here in SETU Waterford in the Count Centre. I know we had a brief chat earlier just on the news bulletin. How do you feel, John?
No, it's fantastic. It's like anything. It's a very humbling experience to think that 1,000 odd people would come out and vote for you. And that you'd be able to represent people, but even your own party, that they would select you to run and have the confidence. Now, I know I met it a while, but it's always humbling to see that people would go out and walk the roads with you and think you're the best person to represent them. So it's a great experience. Like.
And what I always maybe
respect and admire about your method and your mode of politics, John, is that you're at one with the ordinary person in Waterford, what drives them, what their needs are, what their requirements are in all communities, regardless of financial background or where you come from. But you've also got a much bigger agenda in terms of what are the real issues on our streets, whether it be drug use and abuse, whether it be criminality. You have an ear out for all of these, and there's never an issue that appears to be too big or too small from what I have seen you tackle.
Well, I worked with Martin McGuinness, and one of the great things he taught me was that just lift people up. But he also taught me about leadership, and leadership is about you going out and taking a stand. That's why you should be on the street. He was never not on the street. He was always the first man walking up the road, and that's the man you walk beside. So I remember having long conversations with him. And just the main thing is that you're the man that they need to walk on the road, and they need someone to stand up. And if you stand up and put up the flag, people will come to the flag. And as you see, I remember the documentary you done on the drugs. There was two of those parents I came across after that had tried to commit suicide because drug-related intimidation. And when you sort that out for them, for the rest of their lives, they'll never forget you. So even girls I was dealing with before who are living up in Dublin now were texting home to say, get out and give John a vote because he will walk the road for you. And it's very important. And I find it's like the Debenhams. When you find you're the only person sitting on the road with the people when the guards are dragging you away, they need you there because they're terrified. Now, luckily, no harm came to anybody. The guards have done a good job on it. But they are terrified. And when they need you, they need you. They don't need you tomorrow. They don't need you to talk about it. They need you there and then. And if you're not there and then when they need you, you're not really doing your job.
And you have a long history of politics here in Waterford. Has this always been your method, John, of just get in there, listen to what needs to be done, and let's see how we can get this done? Because sometimes situations are volatile, and maybe they're best not touched, but you go there anyway.
No, I worked in James's Casualty for 3 years. I was doing the door in there in Dublin, and that was a very tough place. And I have a black belt in Hepketo. But I remember even on the boat going to Gaza, when they put the gun in our mouth, and we just said, shoot up. If you don't care, you don't care. Just put it up to them. And you can only do what you can do, and they'll do what they're going to do anyway. You don't have much choice. But if you don't put up the flag, people certainly won't come to it. So it's so important that when things are going bad, that you need someone to show a light, and especially with families who are going the wrong road, or kids are going the wrong road, and they can't see a pathway out of it. We now have the maturity in our parish between the guards ourselves. We have a very good guard, David Brown, in the community, and I just phone him or cab, and they come straight away to help because they know they need you then, and the quicker they get into it and the quicker it gets resolved. So just a very simple thing. There was a family came in recently into an estate, I won't say the estate, and they were off robbing like mad, and they're knocking on their door already, and if you get it early and they know that it's not accepted, and then if you raise the profile of the place to make it a good place to live, everybody wins. Everybody wins.
And you've done extraordinary work in raising the profile of so many of the communities in inner city Waterford. Fantastic work being done right across the board. Talk to me about Sinn Féin for a moment, John. Yeah. You're with Sinn Féin a very, very long time. Yeah. You're old Sinn Féin, if I may say.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
And that's not me saying your age,
yeah.
but you've got the real, maybe the beliefs that would be associated with old Sinn Féin. How do you feel about the decision that the party has made in recent times of running additional candidates, particularly in Waterford? Was there any part of you that thought, is this a good idea, or did you think, great, the more the merrier?
No, I thought that on the strategy we had with the figures we got from the general election, we were running the right amount of candidates. But I didn't think we got it right on, we had 3 people saying from the same area in Kilcone. I thought we should have ran someone from up around Norwood. It is very hard to get people to run, but to get that right is very hard, and then to get the right people. But I think we need to go back to this core stuff that we done, that we brought young lads through the ranks and young girls through the ranks. They walked with you on the canvases, they went through all, they done all the work, and then they knew what they had to do to step up, because that's the way I was brought along in Cummins, and you just came through the ranks, and then your time came and your chance came. But when you're just fishing for people, sometimes you catch the wrong fish, and sometimes you're worried what happens after that. So it's dealing with humans is a very delicate thing. You can get it so wrong and so right. So if you get it wrong and you have them forever, it's nearly worse than if you didn't get them at all. So you just have to be so careful. But I think Sinn Féin needs to go back to its basics, because if we got to 30% in the polls, doing what we were doing, Why would you change the training of a horse if he's running well? To change it just to be fickle, just for the press, or for, just to be popular, to be seen to be doing the right thing. I think it's very important. Know what your brand, know what you're about. But I think it's an inner thing that it's either in you or it's not in your DNA. And if it's in you, you'll be there. And if it's not in you, well, just have a go at it. And if you don't like it, ramble on. But I find when you meet true believers, you just know each other when you meet them. They just know that he's one of the guys, he's one of the fellas or one of the girls that'll always be there for you.
And a vote is a really powerful thing. We've talked a lot about the voting system over the last couple of days. But if you have a vote and you're eligible to vote, it's a really strong position of power. What do you say to those who did use their vote and did vote for you, John, for whatever reason people did?
Oh, I think it's the best move they made, because I think, we certainly will be on the road. So we had a conference last week in Larchwood, every government department was in. And so we're drawing in thousands and thousands in funding. And our job, it's like working with the police. People say years ago, working class estates might have had an adverse reaction to the guards in their area. But they have all that power that they have. And if you can use that for the good of your own people, it's a fantastic thing that you can channel that. So even we're blessed in the parish we're in. We've very good religious, the very good priest, Father Pat. But we were down in the mosque with Rashid, and now the lads in down the mosque they're saying, this is the way to go. So even the next couple of weeks we're going down and just telling them that this politics works and this is how it works, and we will represent you as best we can. Yeah.
Sinn Féin councillor John Hearn, very, very big congratulations on being re-elected, and I wish you all the best.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the 10th count of the Dungarvan local electoral area. This was the distribution of Fiona Regan's 466 votes as follows. Murphy Monica Fine Gael plus 30, total 667. Nugent Pat Fine Gael plus 25, 1,318. O'Riordan Joe non-party plus 80, total 971. O'Donnell Seamus non-party plus 33, total 674. Phelan Thomas Labour plus 84, total 1,149. Non-transferable papers 214. As the votes of Pat Nugent exceed the quota, I deem him to be elected. I will proceed to distribute Pat Nugent's surplus of 7 votes as it is the only available surplus. And the following is the result of the 8th count of the Tramore Waterford City West local electoral area. This was the distribution of Ronan Cleary's 350 votes. Conway Joe non-party plus 98, total 1,066. Duffin Susan Sinn Féin plus 12, total 389. Griffin Jim Sinn Féin plus 8, a total of 879. Hannigan Blaze non-party plus 51, total 1,070. Hutchinson Smith Alana Sinn Féin plus 9, total 409. Kylie Christina Green Party plus 15, total 480. Mangan Killian non-party plus 14, total 408. Quinlan Eamon Fianna Fáil plus 41, total 880. Non-transferable papers, 102. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. I will proceed to distribute Joe Kelly's surplus of 24 votes, as it is the only available surplus. Thank you.
An announcement from the Setu Arena and from the count, and we're going to pop over live now for some news of Kieran and more from Setu Arena.
Across Waterford, on mobile and the smart speaker, this is Waterford's WLR.
WLR News at 8 o'clock. Good evening, I'm Kieran Foley. Counting of votes for the local elections in Waterford is continuing at the SETU Arena in Carriganore. A battle is on for some local electoral areas, and we can cross live to Carriganore now and join Dimfna Nugent and Jordan Norris.
Thanks very much, Kieran. We have breaking news here from the SETU Arena, and that is from the Dungarvan district, from the 10th count in the Dungarvan district. Councillor Pat Nugent of Fine Gael has been elected. He has taken the 4th of 6 seats in the Dungarvan district on the 10th count. I'll just go through the figures that were announced there by the returning officer Paul Johnston. Monica Murphy, Fine Gael, 667. Joe O'Riordan, Independent, 971. Seamus O'Donnell, Independent, 674. Thomas Phelan, Labour, 1,149. But the all-important figure, Pat Nugent, 1,318. So Pat Nugent has been re-elected to serve the people of Dungarvan on Waterford City and County Council. And I'm joined now by Dimfna Nugent. And Dimfna, we've just had another count in Tramore, Waterford City West as well.
We have indeed. It's the 8th count, and I'm afraid we're going to have to wait that little bit longer for any further news. The distribution of Ronan Cleary's votes has seen Joe Conway now with a total of 1,066. Sinn Féin's Susan Duffin with 389, Sinn Féin's Jim Griffin with 879, Independent Blaise Hannigan 1,070, Sinn Féin's Alana Hutchinson-Smith 409, Green Party's Christina Kiley 480, Gillian Mangan 408, and Fianna Fáil's Eamon Quinlan 880. And of course that means with no quota reached as of yet in that tally, Joe Kelly's 24 surplus votes will be distributed, and we will see a 9th count.
Yeah, there's plenty going on. We're into the count number 12 in Waterford City South. We have 21 seats filled, 11 to go. A lot of candidates are edging that bit closer to the quota, and a lot of, I suppose, the drama that will come down the line, Dimfna, is in the Waterford City East area, the all-important battle for that seat. And the big news coming from there since we were on air last is the elimination of Green Party councillor and the Metropolitan Mayor of Waterford, Councillor Jodie Power. It's been, I suppose, an election to forget for the Green Party.
It has indeed. I mean, I think that we're looking at Christina Kiley, but the reality is that she is unlikely to be elected at this point. So I think now there's a real possibility that we won't have any Green Party representation in Waterford, and I think they're definitely going to have to find themselves as a party regrouping and really looking at what they stand for. They need something to make them that little bit more different, because now all parties have adopted climate policies. Maybe it's not as strong as the Greens, but definitely they've lost that edge that made them that little bit different back in 2019.
And those watching along on our stream a few minutes ago, Dimfna, they would have heard a fantastic interview you just did with Sinn Féin councillor John Hearn. Some very interesting points made by John in that interview as well. Absolutely.
I mean, I straight up asked John how he felt about running additional candidates, whether he thought that it was tokenism, I suppose, and in many ways he gave a strong answer to that. You can listen back there on WLRFM.com. It is on the live stream. You can listen back to it. He's good as said that in many ways the party needs to regroup and go back to basics and consider running candidates who have grown up through the party and gone on the campaign trail as younger individuals, rather than drafting in candidates who have yet to learn about the party while they're on the cuff, if you will. So I think it was a very bold, very brave answer, and that's usually the answer you get from John.
Absolutely. Well, it's all go here in the SETU Arena. As I said, 21 down, 11 to go. But until now, we'll cross back to you in studio, Kieran.
Thanks for that update, Dymphna and Jordan. And looking to the European elections, Waterford Green Party MEP Grace O'Sullivan says shifting sands across the country have led to poor results for her party. Grace O'Sullivan is one of 4 MEPs looking to retain a place in Ireland South. She says the cost of living crisis, housing and migration are major concerns for voters, and she believes these issues have cost the party votes, but she's adamant the Green agenda should remain a priority.
I just think with the climate crisis, we've faced this existential crisis. You know, we're going to have to kind of decide for ourselves as a nation, what way do we want to go? Do we want to have an island, livable, clean water, clean air, that we're not accelerating climate change? Or are we going to just sit back and let it all wash over us?
And it's likely there will not be any first count in Ireland South until tomorrow. The count is due to take place at Nemo Rangers GAA Club in Cork. In other news this evening, emergency services are attending a serious road traffic accident on the N25 in West Waterford. The incident occurred at Grange and a section of the route is now closed. Motorists are advised to expect delays and diversions are in place. Heavy goods vehicles travelling from the Cork direction are asked to take the exit for Tallow at Yole Bridge. That's all from the newsroom for the moment. For the latest election news on radio, mobile, smart speaker and live video streaming with SETU, stay with WLR.
Ray C on WLR.
Adina Ushla. The following is the result of the 10th count of the Waterford City East electoral area. This was the distribution of Jody Power's 768 votes as follows. Darcy Jim Fine plus 190, total 1,257. Roach Mary, Social Democrats, plus 279, total 1,126. Ryan Darren, non-party, plus 118, total 934. Non-transferable papers, 181. As the total of Jim Darcy's votes exceeds the quota, I deem him elected. There is one vacancy remaining to be filled, and as the votes of the highest continuing candidate exceed the total votes of all the other continuing candidates, I deem the highest continuing candidate, who is Mary Roach, to be elected. As all seats in this electoral area have now been filled, I propose to formally declare the results of the election. Thank you.
Now I'm delighted to say I am joined on the Daoise couch by Fine Gael councillor, re-elected in Dungarvan, councillor Pat Nugent. Pat, as you just said to me before you came on there, a long day, but we got there in the end.
Indeed, a very long day and a very good, successful day, I think, for Fine Gael. Look, a small bit of bitterness and happiness. Delighted for Niamh Donovan to come in, and I'm very sorry to have Declan Ducey leaving. We travelled to a lot of council meetings together over a long number of years, and I'm very sorry that he's leaving. But again, I would like to congratulate Niamh on her wonderful success and her first time out.
Absolutely, and your colleague in Dungarvan, Damien Gagan, sailed through in the first count last night as well, so that's another big boost for Fine Gael in West Waterford.
It is, yes. Damien is a very good vote catcher in the Dungarvan town and the area around Dungarvan, and I've often challenged myself that could I catch him, but no way. I've tried over a number of elections, but he's a very good vote catcher indeed. Yeah.
Absolutely. It was a great day all around yesterday for Fine Gael. I mean, you had 4 councillors elected on the first count. You've had more people coming in now. It looks as if Frank Quinlan will get in down below in City South.
It will be, look, and it's wonderful that Jim Dossier has just got in too, crossed the line as well. And I'm delighted for Frank Quinlan, and that'll bring it up to 8 councillors in. And again for Fine Gael, I think it is awful important. And I must say, I would just like to thank John Fitzpatrick. He's here all day yesterday and all day today, and I mean, what a leader of Fine Gael in Waterford at the moment, you know.
Absolutely. Pat, just as a closing note, is there anybody you'd like to thank in particular from your family or anyone involved in your campaign?
Well, before I do the family, I would just like to thank everybody that voted for me. That's awful important. I would like to say that I would like to thank. I had one thing on my what I was hoping to get prioritised in the next council, and I certainly will, and that's a public swimming pool for Dungarvan. And I would like to thank the Barracuda Swimming Club for all their help as well, and by God, I'm going to help them as much as I can in this thing. But in the end of the day, I have to thank the people that canvassed for me in the urban areas. I did most of the rural areas myself. I would think that's one of my largest ever, and this is my 5th election.
Yeah.
That I started on 28th of February, and I finished about 11 o'clock the night before the election. So it was a huge election, but I would really like to thank Eileen and my wife and all my family, my 8 children. I can't call them children anymore.
Yeah.
And my grandchildren are here again. And like, it's a great honour to have my family and the next generation to see me get election. My little Cahill, my grandson, he was here 5 years ago when I got elected, and now he's a big boy. He's 6 or 7 now, you know.
Yeah.
And thank you so much, Ron.
Thank you, Pat. I can see Emma, Cahill, all your family smiling at you there. It was worth all the work. Pat Nugent, very well done, and thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Social Democrats councillor Mary Roach. Mary, when I say you held on until the last minute, but you did it.
See these fingernails here, Dymphna, they are worn down
but
to the
you
quick.
clung on with those fingernails. I wouldn't doubt you, Mary.
Well, look, the voters in their wisdom have full and total control, and it's one of the really brilliant things about watching a process like this. Even though it's excruciatingly slow, it is excruciatingly accurate, and it's, you know, honest and open and transparent to the very last transfer. So, yep. And that's what we did. We waited for the very last transfer, the very last vote. The distribution of Jodie Power's votes got me over the line. It was kind of touch and go all day, to be honest.
And it really came down to yourself and Darren Ryan, really, at the end
absolutely.
of the day. Was there any part of you, Mary, that was a little bit nervous this time around? Because obviously last time you had been an independent candidate and now you're Social Democrats. Does that change anything for you?
I haven't been on the ballot paper for 10 years. Yep. Like, don't forget, I didn't run the last time because Dad had died and Mum had dementia. So it was Matt Shanahan who actually ran, and then when he got elected, he co-opted me back into the seat. So yeah, there was, and like, the amount of, if I had a euro for every person who said to me today, you'd be home and hosed if you're an independent, you know. Yeah. But look, it's a decision I made. I looked at the parties. I'm very happy with the choice of the Social Democrats. I really think that their values align with mine very well. Now, that's not to say we won't, you know, you know, it's not a homogenous thing. Yep. But I'm very happy with them. And at the end of the day, the reason I did it is to try and move the concerns that I have about Waterford up the food chain and have them dealt with. Like, I'm always on about universities and hospitals and capital funding, and they literally are not issues that can be dealt with at a local level. So if you want to move them up, and I'd be happy as an independent, it's a really enjoyable place to be as a local councillor. I like it. I actually think it's very effective. I don't think at a local level there's anything that you can't do. as an independent, but at a national
It's
level,
harder
it's
at
a
a national
completely
level.
different
It is.
thing.
It
you know.
is.
Now, when I joined, it was Roisin Shortall and Catherine Murphy, and I really liked the fact that they had taken principle stands. Like Roisin came out of a ministerial position on a matter of principle. I like that. I know it's not very popular in politics. I know it's not very profitable in politics in terms of you lose seats, and you know, people seem to think you should never change your mind, and I actually think changing your mind is a strength, because if none of us just, you know, if we all just dig into our corners, how are we ever going to develop and grow? So you know, it was a hard old slog. I think it probably made it a slightly little bit harder than if I was an independent. But look, I'm here now, and whether you get the first seat or you get the last seat,
You got a seat.
it's all the same.
You absolutely got a
Exactly,
seat. There must be a tremendous sense of relief, Mary.
Do you know, I'm kind of numb at this stage because all day it was so close. I mean, I went 5 votes behind at one stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following
Mary,
is the
tell us this
result
just
of
for
the
a moment.
11th count of the Dungarvan local electoral area. This was the distribution of Pat Nugent's 7 votes, which distributed as follows. Monica Murphy, Fine Gael, +2, total 669. O'Riordan, Joe, non-party, +2, total 973. O'Donnell, Seamus, non-party, +1, total 675. Phelan, Thomas, Labour, +2, 1,151. Non-transferable papers, +0. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute her 669 votes of Monica Murphy. The following is the result of the 12th count of the Waterford City South electoral area, which was the distribution of Sean Reinhardt, 599 votes. The distribution was as follows. Bailey Joanne, Sinn Féin, +56, total 1,039. Burke Kevin, Sinn Féin, +60, total votes 762. Quinlan Frank, Fine Gael, +55, 855. Ryan Seamus, Labour, +121, total 931. Non-transferable papers, 307. As there is one continuing candidate more than the number of seats left to be filled, I deem the following candidates to be elected without reaching the quota. Seamus Ryan. Frank Quinlan. Joanne Bailey. As all the seats in this electoral area have now been filled, I propose to formally declare the results of the election. Thank you.
Mary, we just heard it there. Joanne Bailey elected, Frank Quinlan elected, and Seamus Ryan elected. Any surprises there, do you think?
No, I'll tell you, actually, one of the big surprises is that 5 women have been elected, which is fantastic.
It is.
I think it's the first time we've had 5 women elected. I know we had, I think it was 6 on the last council, but most of them
They were co-opted,
co-options.
yep.
So the fact that 5 women have now gotten elected is very, very positive. You know, and hopefully it's something that will continue a trend, you know, and that it's not just a blip.
Very much so, and you have a long history in politics, Mary, and it's very often the case where you are the only woman in the room, shouting sometimes into the abyss or into the void, it might feel like. What's it like to have female support, Mary? And I know we've spoken at length all day about this, about the male vote, the female vote, the male representation, the female representation. All councillors are councillors, full stop, you know what I mean? And you're elected based on your ability to do the job to the best. But we need a balance.
Yeah, well, there is, people would say there's a women's vote. There's not. And if there is, it's so small that it's statistically insignificant. That's the honest to God truth about it, Dymphna. Like, I'd love to think that there was a women's vote, but there's not. Sorry. But look, we have 5, so it's more, I think, than we've ever had in terms of actually getting elected. So, baby steps. But until you have actual 50-50, you're still just playing the same old game. You're still a minority. For 10 years of the 25 years practically that I've been in, I was on my own as the only woman elected on the council. So you kind of go 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. So hopefully this is a real good, solid step in the right direction.
And just before I leave you go, Mary, I know you have all of your family here supporting you today, driving you on, and I can only imagine the dips and curves and arcs of emotions that you must have felt over the last few weeks, not to mention the last couple of days. Who's here to support you?
Well, I want to particularly thank my youngest daughter, Karen, who, despite being autistic, or maybe because she's autistic, was my #1 canvasser, and she pushed herself beyond what she is comfortable doing, and she was out on the doorsteps the whole time. I can't leave out the other 2 troublemakers, my eldest Ailish and my son Killian, who both claim to be my favourite, but really it's Karen now this week. And they were out putting up posters, not willing to go on the doorsteps, but we whipped them into action for the next time. Liam, of course, working all the time, but did his absolute best with the posters, and here much longer than I am now yesterday and today. I couldn't yesterday, I just kind of stay away until I see how things, so he took all of that, and my grandchildren were fantastic. Mia was out Irish dancing on the roads while we were sticking up posters, so you can't forget that as well. And Cahill is here. Cahill Quealy is the chairman of our branch here, the Soc Dems, and I want to thank him particularly. He put in a great effort, and Mark Kahn and everybody in the branch who voted, canvassed, and put in an effort. It's a team effort.
Of course it is. Social Democrats re-elected or elected councillor Mary Roach. Let's hear it for Mary.
What does relief sound like?
A little bit like that, I think, Mary. Mary, enjoy your time with your family for the next few days. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the 9th count of the Tramore Waterford City West electoral area. This was the distribution of Joe Kelly's 24 votes as follows. Conway Joe non-party +4, total 1,070. Duffin Susan Sinn Féin +1, total 390. Griffin Jim Sinn Féin +2, total 881. Hannigan Blaze non-party +1, total 1,071. Hutchinson Smith Alana Sinn Féin +1, total 410. Kylie Christina, Green Party +3, total 483. Mangan Killian, non-party +1, total 409. Quinlan Eamon Fianna Fáil +11, total 891. Non-transferables +0. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the 390 votes of Susan Duffin. Thank you.
Hello, Ray. We have plenty to report. There is so much happening at the moment. Waterford City South has elected its 6 councillors. We have 3 new councillors just elected. Joanne Bailey of Sinn Féin, Frank Quinlan of Fine Gael and Seamus Ryan of the Labour Party. Dimphna really just hotted up out of nowhere in the last few minutes.
Absolutely. I was speaking with Social Democrats Mary Roach on the Daisha couch there on wheels, chatting away, and the announcements came hard and fast. Joanne Bailey there, 1,039, Frank Quinlan, 865, and Seamus Ryan, 931, all sailed over the line, all elected in one fell swoop.
Absolutely. We had Jim Darcy and Mary Roach elected in Waterford City East. That is now full as well. And Pat Nugent, 4th out of 6 in Dungarvan. But now I'm delighted to say we are going to cross live to Kyle Butler. Kyle, you're speaking with Sinn Féin councillor Joanne Bailey.
I certainly am, and the amazing support she has here. This is definitely the biggest crowd I think we've seen here all weekend for Joanne Bailey. Joanne, you're over the moon, I'd say.
Oh, delighted. I can't believe it, to be honest. So.
And listen, I think you're really after getting the support now because you were co-opted for Breda Brennan, and this is officially in concrete that the public have gotten behind you.
I was heartbroken when Breda wanted to leave the party, but I was delighted I got a chance to be co-opted for her. And from the day I got co-opted, I said, right, I'm going to run in 3 years' time, and I'm going to go out on the ground and just give it my all, but go into the community and see, what's the problems, what are people facing, and I want to work for my community. And I hit the ground running, and
you did, and I've been following everyone's campaign, but I have seen your campaign on Facebook and everything. You really have been out on the ground day in, day out. What was it like the past few months?
Well, I started 3 years ago, but the last few months it was just meeting people. We feed back in Sinn Féin, what is going on the ground all the time. So what is the issue that is facing the everyday person? So if it's windows, doors, antisocial behaviour, just anything that makes your community better. So we were out there sort of doing our own little poll of what we can do as representatives to make that community better. So yeah, and then it's great to meet people, and then obviously you get going and the support, and it's just...
And you know, it is, you know, once you're co-opted, I think it is all eyes on you. But, you know, do you think you've proven yourself in the last few years?
Yes, I have never done interviews. This is my third interview this weekend, and I think for the whole time I was on the council I'd avoid them. But now it's like people want to hear from you, and yes, it is daunting to sit here on the couch and talk or go on to WLR, but you're there to represent the people, so you have to step outside your comfort zone and do it. And my comfort zone was talking in public. So.
And I know, you know, I actually said this to you yesterday, there's something unique about you. You're a very humble person. You're very down to earth. And I know you spoke with our own Dymphna Nugent before as well on WLR. There's just something about that. And it really is kind of not unique for a councillor, but it's nice to be human.
Well, I'm from a council estate. My mum and dad are still council tenants. I see what the normal people like myself are struggling with. You know, I'm saving for a mortgage. I'm privately renting. People come to me with housing issues. I can open my door, sit down, have a cup of tea. We'll go through the forms. I'm going through the same forms. So because I'm doing the same thing as everybody else that is looking for help, that's, you know, I suppose that's my unique selling point,
yes.
Is that I'm the same as the person out there that is looking for help.
Of course. Now, this is definitely, I think, the biggest crowd we've had over the weekend, and I can see David Culnan is here. You're all here into the late hours of the night, last night and tonight. Do you want to say a thank you to someone at least?
I came to Waterford and I have two families, my Sinn Féin family and my family that I married into, the Baileys. They are great. But Sinn Féin, I know Sinn Féin longer than I know them. So these are my family. So I had a great team. We called ourselves the Four Musketeers. So I had Kathleen Byrne, Jerry Carroll and John Roach every day for 3 years in my house, canvassing. Now I know there was a lot of other people that came in and out of the canvas, and people like my husband that was never involved in politics was very quickly involved in politics. He took a week off work to do the final stuff coming up to an election, and like I'm so blessed because Sinn Féin is just a great party. They look after your own, they really push it. Like, look at the crowd that's there, and just I'm overwhelmed with the support. I've given them 19 years, but I'm going to be giving them a lot longer. They won't be getting rid of me yet.
Joanne Bailey, I look forward to putting up with me for the next 5 years at the council meetings. Here we have for Joanne Bailey.
Thank you.
We'll cross back to you in studio for now, Ray, but we have plenty coming up. Stay with us on our live stream at the moment. There's plenty happening here at the SETU Arena. We're almost there, and there's so much happening out here. But for now, we'll cross back to yourself. Welcome back to our live stream here at the SETU Arena. It is all happening now, and I'm delighted to say I'm joined by two Fine Gael men who have just been elected. Jim Darcy in Waterford City East and Frank Quinlan in Waterford City South. A huge crowd are gathered around you. We're all waiting around to celebrate, so I won't keep you too long. Jim, I'll start with yourself. I imagine a massive relief and just a real time of delight.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic, you know. It was a fantastic vote to start with. I just want to thank everyone that voted for me. I've been out of politics for 10 years. I think it's pretty well known that that's for health reasons within the family and that, and to make a comeback, like after 10 years, it just means so much that people supported me and supported Fine Gael. And it's ironic that I kind of stood out of politics, for my family, because family comes first and my children come first.
Yeah.
And it was when I stepped back in, it was my family that got me elected. It was my children that got me elected. My 2 daughters are teenagers, and it was their activities. It was them, and actually my eldest daughter, canvassed with me an awful lot. So it was ironic that I stepped out from my family. It was my family that got me elected. I'd also like to thank the Fine Gael team, and particularly John Cummins. We're joining a really good set of councillors. A really good set. You look at the story of this election, local election, is the strength of the Fine Gael team on the ground, and it looks good for what's coming, which is a general election.
Frank Quinlan, I know this means an awful lot to you. You were co-opted onto the council for Senator John Cummins. You've worked very hard on the ground for the last 4 years. I think this is testament to the people saying, that you deserve to be here based on your track record. I know it definitely means an awful lot to you, doesn't it?
Yes, it's a very, very proud day, I must say, just to retain the Fine Gael seat in Waterford City South. But I put in a lot of hard work over the last 4 years. There's not a day went by that I wasn't doing something for and trying to help the people of Waterford. And I'm so, so proud to get rewarded by the people of Waterford who voted me to be elected. I said, when I got co-opted on, it feels a lot better to be elected now, knowing that the people of Waterford are after supporting me and electing me to do a job for them, and I promise to serve them to the best of my ability. When I came out here yesterday, I didn't think I was going to be this long each night until half one yesterday morning until 8 o'clock, and I'm used to running marathons, but my God, this was the biggest marathon I ever experienced in my life.
Yeah, it's the toughest race you've ever run, I'd say, Frank. But Jim, just going back to the point you made there a minute ago, it's been a really successful campaign on the ground here for Fine Gael. You've got 4 councillors elected on the first count last night. The public have rode in and showed their support for the party on the ground here in Waterford. So you've got a good team to go at things for the next 5 years and hopefully deliver a lot of projects for the entire county.
Exactly, yeah. And Fine Gael had a seat for over 100 years here in Waterford. We don't have one at the moment. We don't have a TD. We didn't have a councillor out in Waterford City East, and we have John Cummins. He's a fantastic, he's a fantastic senator. He's enthusiastic. He's hard working, and we're a lot of Fine Gael people. We're hurting out there at the moment. We're just waiting. We believe that we want that seat back. We need a TD. I think Waterford needs a Fine Gael TD, and I think we're on the road here to delivering it.
I'm sure there's those sentiments that you'd agree with, Frank.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that, as I said, John Cummins is a fantastic senator. I never saw a person to work as hard in all my life. I said, I'm used to hard work and I thrive on hard work, but my God, no one works as hard as this man, and without him and without Lauren and the big team effort in Fine Gael in Waterford and the county, I said you can see now how many councillors are after being elected in Fine Gael, and it's the reason because of the support and how hard we work on a daily basis for the constituents in Waterford.
Well, I would ask both of you to say who you'd like to thank, but I think there's so many people standing here waiting to give you a big cheer that I'm not going to make them wait any longer. So lads, take it away for Jim Darcy and Frank Quinlan.
Hey.
Welcome back to our live stream here at the SETU Arena, WLR in partnership with SETU, local elections 2024, and we are finally, I suppose, coming to the end of things. Waterford City South has been decided now, 6 councillors elected, and I'd like to say one of them is sitting beside me, that's Labour's Seamus Ryan. Seamus, are you a relieved man right now?
That's one way of describing it. It has been a long slog and a long count, and I want to first pay tribute to the staff here in the Count Hall for the work that they've done, the court staff and of course the council staff who, they brought this. It's a big project to put all of this on. And to yourselves, if I must say, the coverage has been excellent over the weekend, and I want to thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Seamus. I suppose people see an election and they think, it all happens overnight, but it doesn't. When you're a councillor as well, it's based on track record. It goes off over the course of 5 years, and it's a reflection of that work that you do on the ground. I know you fought very hard for your constituents. I constantly remember you bringing up the mobile library at the city meetings. You've done that for years and you got that delivered. So I suppose all eyes now on the future, Seamus, and planning to work hard for your constituents and those that went out and voted for you.
Yeah. The first people I want to thank, of course, are all of those who did come out and vote for me. And that's something we can never take for granted. And I want to thank them profusely for doing that. And also I want to thank all of those, and there's some of them still in the hall here this evening, who canvassed for me, went door to door with me, delivered leaflets, put up posters. All of that hard work, as you say, that just doesn't happen in the last month or two of a campaign. That's going on for the last few years. And we were able to do that with the team that I had with me. The issues that came up over the campaign, I'm sure other candidates and other councils have told you, housing is there as the big issue, and that needs to be resolved. And as long as I'm on the council, I will continue to bring that and make sure that it's on the agenda of the council. But not only that, one of the issues, or two of the issues that were very important to the Labour Party group on the council over the past 5 years is the conditions of our roads and footpaths. And I know I worked with John, Thomas and Ger, and we did successfully get additional budget put into the council's annual budget to improve the roads and footpaths. And that is something we're going to have to work on even harder, because it's something that any of us travelling the roads and any of us out walking the footpaths will tell you that there needs to be a lot of improvement in our footpaths, particularly within our housing estates. Over the last 3 or 4 months we've been canvassing, and there's one thing that's for sure, is that our housing estate footpaths badly need investment.
Absolutely, Seamus. I can see that your family are here. I know it's takes a team to make a campaign work, and you mentioned obviously John Pratt was elected up in Lismore. It looks as if Thomas Phelan is going to get in Dungarvan. You've had obviously 4 seats. Ger Barron has retired from the Cumber district. So the 3 of you that were on the council, it looks as if you've retained your seats. It's been a good time for Labour. It's been a good weekend.
It has, and nationally too, I believe it, just tuning in during the day, it has been a good time, a good campaign for Labour. But I also do want to pay tribute to Mairead McKnight, who was our candidate in the Tramore, Waterford City West area. First-time candidate, and I'm sure Mairead will be back again.
Definitely. Well, I think we can all see across the course of the day what it takes to get into local politics. It's very brave of anybody to put their name on a ballot paper, but thankfully for you, Seamus, we'll be seeing plenty of you over the next 5 years. Massive congratulations to you, your family and all your team. Take it away. Big clap for Seamus Ryan.
Thank you very much.
across Waterford on mobile and the smart speaker. This is Waterford's WLR.
WLR News at 9 o'clock. Good evening, I'm Kieran Foley. There have been many additional results declared in the counting for local elections 2024 in Waterford. Counting of votes has been continuing at the SETU Arena in Carriganore. There have been some significant developments within the past hour, and for the very latest on the Waterford count, we can cross live to the SETU Arena and join Jordan Norris and Dimphna Nugent.
Thanks, Kieran. Yeah, it feels like a million things have actually happened in the last hour. But we're trying to get through it all, but we're almost in the home straight. We've had 26 out of 32 councillors elected so far. So, Dimphna, if you don't mind, would you just go through the list that you've compiled there?
I absolutely will. Lismore, all seats are full. We've Labour's John Pratt, Fine Gael's Niamh O'Donovan and Sinn Féin's Donncha Mulcahy. Again, all seats are full in the Portlaw Kilmacthomas area, with Fianna Fáil's John O'Leary, Fine Gael's Liam Brazel, Fine Gael's Shawnee Power, Independent Declan Clune and Sinn Féin's Catherine Burke. On to City South, that's also full, with Sinn Féin's John Hearn, Independent Donal Barry, Fianna Fáil's Jason Murphy, Sinn Féin's Joanne Bailey, Frank Quinlan, of course, Fine Gael, and Labour's Seamus Ryan. Waterford City East is also full. Independent Councillor David Daniels, Jim Darcy, Declan Barry, Adam Wise, Pat Fitzgerald and Mary Roach claimed that sixth all-important seat, which means we are waiting on two constituencies to fill up. That is Waterford City West, which is also Tramore region. So far all we have there is Fine Gael's Lola O'Sullivan, who topped the polls, and Independent Councillor Joe Kelly. In Dungarvan we have 4 out of the 6 elected, with Fianna Fáil's Tom Cronin, Fine Gael's Damien Gagan, Sinn Féin's Conor McGuinness and Fine Gael's Pat Nugent. So we're waiting on another 6 councillors, Kieran.
And it seems like things are hotting up in particular, Kieran, because in Dungarvan we are waiting to fill 2 seats, and in Tramore we are waiting to fill 4. Now in Dungarvan it looks like, with the advantage that is there at the moment, actually I believe we may potentially be crossing to reporting officer Paul Johnston there, Kieran. So bear with us a moment as he delivers the latest news.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the 10th count of the Tramore Waterford City West electoral area. This is the distribution of Susan Duffin's 390 votes. Conway Joan on party plus 13, total 1,083. Griffin Jim Sinn Féin plus 193, total 1,074. Hannigan Blaze non-party plus 35, total 1,106. Hutchinson Smith Alana Sinn Féin plus 88, total 498. Kylie Christina Green Party plus 13, total 496. Mangan Killian non-party plus 14, total 423. Quinlan Eamon Fianna Fáil plus 3, total 894, non-transferable plus 31. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute the 423 votes of Killian Mangan. Thank you.
So as you've heard there, the 423 votes of Killian Mangan will be distributed in Count 11 in Tramore, Waterford City West. But going back to the initial point we were making there, Dimphna, it looks as if Thomas Phelan of Labour and Joe Reardon Independent look like they'll take those last 2 remaining seats in Dungarvan, whereas I suppose all the drama that's left is in Tramore, Waterford City West.
Being from Tramore, I'd quite often tell you that all the drama tends to be in Tramore. But look, we're looking at Joe Conway really strong there with 1,083 votes. Jim Griffin, as you heard, 1,074, and Blaze Hannigan 1,106. It is so close. As you move down the scale with the remainder of the candidates in Tramore, Waterford City West, there's just single figures between those candidates, so it's anyone's game at this stage, Jordan.
It is, and as a closing note, we've had an interesting development in the last few moments, and that is a statement that has been released on social media by Audrey Ducey on behalf of her father Declan Ducey. Now, as you know, Declan Ducey up until yesterday was serving as the Deputy Mayor of Waterford City and County, but unfortunately for him he was eliminated from the Lismore district earlier, so he will not be resuming his place on the council. Dimphna, what does the statement cover?
So the statement says that after 20 years of serving the people of West Waterford for Fine Gael, the people and the party decided it was time for change. And the statement continues that to say I am disappointed to no longer serve the people of West Waterford would be a huge understatement, but that comes hand in hand with being involved in politics. Thank yous are extended to the family members of Declan Ducey, and he makes reference to being a county councillor for the last 20 years and how it was all made possible with the support of those around him. He extended his thank yous to his former colleagues who were re-elected, and he hopes that new councillors find their feet quickly. He refers to the fact that it really is a hit the ground running type of role, and he wishes to thank all of his supporters over the years, and particularly those who gave him their number one vote on Friday last.
Absolutely, it really is the end of an era in Lismore there, but I suppose the beginning of a new one with Niamh O'Donovan, so we eagerly await to see how that all unfolds. But for now, we have 6 councillors left to elect. It looks like it will happen in the next hour, fingers crossed. But until then, and we have an update, we'll cross back to you in studio, Kieran.
Okay, Jordan and Dimphna, thank you very much for the latest results and that analysis. In other news this evening, emergency services are attending a serious road traffic accident on the N25 in West Waterford. The incident occurred at Grange and a section of the route is now closed. Motorists are advised to expect delays and diversions are in place. Heavy goods vehicles travelling from the Cork direction are asked to take the exit for Tallow at Yole Bridge. That's the latest, and for the very latest election news on radio, mobile, smart speaker and live video streaming with SETU, stay with WLR.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the 12th count of the Dungarvan local electoral area, which was the distribution of Monica Murphy's 669 votes. The distribution was as follows: O'Riordan Joe, non-party, plus 71, total 1,044. O'Donnell Seamus, non-party, plus 111, total 786. Phelan Thomas, Labour, plus 145, total 1,296. Non-transferable papers, plus 342. As there is one continuing candidate more than the number of seats left to be filled, I deem the following candidates to be elected without reaching the quota. Thomas Phelan. Joe O'Riordan. As all seats have now been filled, I propose to formally declare the results of the election. Thank you.
Welcome back to our live stream here at the SETU Arena, and I'm delighted to say we have finally filled the quota here in Dungarvan. We have 6 councillors elected, and the last 2 of them are joining me live now. Thomas Phelan of the Labour Party and Joe O'Riordan, independent candidate. Thomas, I'll start with yourself. 5 years hard work put down from 2019 to now. You've kind of got the just rewards now. I imagine you're a delighted and relieved man in equal principle.
I am, yeah, delighted and relieved, and just extremely grateful for everybody who trusts me with their vote. And I think my vote went up a little bit, so I'm delighted with that too. And I really thank everybody who gave me the vote, whether it be a number 1 or 2 or anything down the line. They all come into play, and really just want to thank my very big team here that helped out. Couldn't have done without them. They're fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, there's huge support around for both of you lads. They're both delighted. Just want to get you out and celebrate now, because it's been so many months of hard work to get to this point. Joe, you're in now. council all ahead of you. You've given so many years of community service to Dungarvan in so many capacities, but this is a different ball game. I don't doubt you're really looking forward to it.
I say it's cut for words, is he?
It wouldn't be like Joe now, I don't think.
Yeah, Jordan, I'm really looking forward to it. Like I say, it's been 5 years of really hard work. I mean, I went in 2019. I went kind of late, didn't get there. Had a bit of disappointment, and over the last 5 years, it's kind of all been gearing up to this day, you know. So.
And I imagine it's worth all the effort now to be there. And like you look at the team all around you, I see all the lads. I see Adam, Michael, David. Everybody's coming down to support you. They've all been out canvassing for weeks. It takes a monumental team effort, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's fantastic. The lads have been absolutely fantastic, and particularly David. Like, I mean, he's been with me kind of every step of the way. Like, and he's been tremendous, young David. You know, David Reardon, and Janet and Michael and John and Adam and God, I hope I don't forget somebody now. And Daniel Nugent, who's a fellow homeless advocate of mine, he also came out and helped me. And Michael Morrissey, the lads from the soccer club in Abbeyside, and the lads from the Ladies Gaelic Football Club in Abbeyside, you know, they all give me great support.
Absolutely. Thomas, I see Seamus Ryan standing there waiting to congratulate you. Justin as well, your fellow party councillor, John Pratt in and Liz Moore as well. It's been a good day all round for the Labour Party, and I know that you'll want to continue the good work that you've done on the ground in the last 5 years together.
Yeah, definitely. Look, it was a great relief, and really delighted that we got our 3-seating council over the line. Our fourth candidate, Maureen McKnight, gave it a great go, and we'll maybe hopefully come back again and we'd get that fourth seat again and maybe build back again from that. But it is great that the 3-seating councillors have retained our seats, so we're delighted.
Absolutely. Well, lads, I'd say there's a queue of people waiting to congratulate you up in the west, so I won't keep you any longer. So I'm going to ask the big crowd to give you both a big cheer. Thomas Phelan and Joe Reardon, everyone.
Welcome back to the SETU Arena here, and we are just waiting on the results in Tramore, Waterford City West at present. We are waiting on 4 councillors to be elected, but all other local electoral areas have been decided. 28 down, 4 to go, Dimfna Nugent. If you want to do the quick maths, 87.5% of the way there. So not doing too badly.
I knew you'd get all mathematical on me here. I knew this would happen.
I told you after this weekend I've decided I think I should have been an accountant instead.
Jordan, we're nearly there, and I'm sure that everyone in this room feels that way at this moment in time. Tramore, Waterford City West is usually kind of the last to go. It's 17 candidates ran this year. We had saw Joe Kelly elected earlier. We saw Lola O'Sullivan. We are down now to Joe Conway with 1,083 votes, Jim Griffin 1,074. And we'll go further into those breakdowns on our 1:30 update, but we are waiting, and I think when they come, they'll all come in one fell swoop.
Yeah, it looks as if the way that things stand, going off, there would like to be 2 more counts, and then after the second of those counts, it seems as if 4 councillors will potentially be elected in the one burst, barring that one of those exceeds the quota in the first count that's remaining. So it seems as if we are just awaiting white smoke in a way from Tramore, Waterford City West. It seems likely who will fill those 4 seats, but we're not going to speculate. We're going to wait until they're announced. Then we will have your full 32-person Waterford City and County Council after 2 days of very hard work here at the SETU Arena, but we're in the home stretch, Dimpa.
We're in the home stretch, and I can tell you, I'm looking at this list of names from Tramore, Waterford City West, and the problem with this is that when I go home this evening, it will be to Tramore, and all of those names will follow me as I go to my house. They will haunt me forevermore.
Well, you'll be interviewing them for the next 5 years as well, Dimpa, so I suppose we better just suck it up and get used to it. But we'll be back with another link the minute we have any news.
WLR, this is Absolute Irish with myself, Patrick Hennessy, and now we go over live to the Count Centre at SETU Waterford for the latest.
Thanks very much for that, Patrick. Yeah, we are awaiting the last 4 seats to be announced here in Tramore, Waterford City West, and then we will have our full 32-person complement on Waterford City and County Council. It looks at the moment as if the returning officer, Paul Johnson, is making his way to the stage, so we'll eagerly await whether or not he is going to make an announcement at the moment. But Dimfna, it seems finally poised at the moment that we know who will fill those 4 seats.
I think so, and if he's not making his way there, I think the passive aggression from this end of the room is going to make the poor man
It may just push him up to the stage.
The way the landscape is looking at the moment following the distribution of Susan Duffin's votes is Joe Conway 1,083, Jim Griffin 1,074, Blaise Hannigan 1,106, Alana Hutchinson-Smith 498, Christina Kiley 496, Eamon Quinlan 894, and we had seen
seen Killian Mangan eliminated on that last count, which was the 10th count at 423. So there was no quota filled there. We have 2 candidates elected at present, and that is Joe Kelly, Independent, and Lola O'Sullivan for Fine Gael. We need 4 more.
So just a quick explainer on how this works. It seems as if either the vote for Alana Hutchinson-Smith of Sinn Féin or Christina Kiley of the Green Party will be next to be split out among the rest of the candidates, and then when that happens, one of the candidates may potentially reach the quota, and then after that we'll be left with a process where there is just 4 people there and 3 seats. So then the process of elimination happens, and then we'll have it all elected at once, and everybody will potentially go home happy.
Clouded in white smoke.
Clouded in white smoke. We still await it at the moment, but we'll bring you news as soon as we have it. Paul Johnson is yet to take to the stage, but whenever he does, we'll have it first here on our live stream and on air here on WLR.